Reverend Sharpton, Ben Crump, and the Floyd family comes. But in LA, we say no justice, no peace. 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 Okay, that's my statement. I'm the warm-up act. Reverend Sharpton and Ben Crump will be here shortly, and then we're from the Floyd family, and we'll take a knee for 8 minutes and 46 seconds.
Tag it, man. I'm about to get this here. Yeah, I'll get it.
How you doing?
Okay.
No, you good over here. Hey, Brandon, you're Taylor. I'm Taylor. You're Brandon. Brandon. Yeah. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. I said I didn't introduce myself. So. Are we for the Instagram? Yeah, it's not going to get minutes. Yeah, I was going to tell you. I can stay here so you can. I got to get work. Yeah, no worries. Be
careful. I'll take her somewhere.
Anyways, you can see it.
But I don't want to block your shit.
Yeah, let me see. Can I just sit on your lap, Chris? Can I sit on your lap?
Oh, sure, of course.
Your special day, right?
I was here when they burned down the police station.
Well, there's an area. Yeah.
Next day.
I'm not going to bother with that.
Sorry, there'll be many of them.
Damn good. Yeah, I remember. 8:46 this morning. Yeah. 8 minutes.
Like, I actually saw you walk over there.
We want peace.
Like, you walking over, like,
We want justice.
no.
I was parked over on the other side of the river.
Well, no, I've been too. But I parked in kind of funny every time I do that,
After a while,
Like some of you have some slow times for sure.
No, not yet. Okay.
He's not the greatest basketball player. Greatest basketball player.
Cameras.
I've been extended a couple days. I assume it's probably going to bleed a little bit into early May. You think that Jerry has a chance to make this? I got 27.
Hey, Facebook family, good morning. We're here, brother Combined.
You can probably be okay.
Justice for Floyd.
Here, he said to George Floyd.
Did I show you the whole line?
Yeah. On the 24th, it's $5 grand for they're opening up the I assume they're going to have some stuff.
I got no base out of the
I was just thinking.
Oh, no problem.
I would be pissed.
No problem.
Not liking these angles.
We appreciate you.
As long as the boom's not here when they're kneeling.
There's someone right here. Not cold. It could be worse. I know. I'm being serious. Knowing April, we probably will snow that stuff at some point in time. I guess I could switch it up.
Yeah, Kobe Bryant won 3 in a row. Michael Jordan, I won 3 too. Pretty good. I won 3 basketball championships. Now, everybody, can I sing y'all a song? Can I sing a song? I want to sing a song. Can I sing a song? No, I'm going to sing it now. Please. It's about Bill Withers. And it goes like this. This is something about Bill Withers. When I wake up in the morning, love, and the sunlight hurts my eyes, just one look at you, then I know it's gonna be a lovely, 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 lovely day. When I wake up in the morning, love, and the sunlight hurts my eyes, just one look at you all, I know it's gonna be a lovely, 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 lovely. When I wake up in the morning, love, and the sunlight hurts my eyes, just one look at you all, I know it's gonna be a lovely, 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 lovely. When I wake up in the morning, love, and the sunlight hurts my eyes, just one look at you all. Come on, man. I know it's gonna be. I'm just saying. Where you take me? Take me where?
It's okay. Is that better? Thumbs up, let me know.
That's what I'm saying. What have I done wrong? I ain't drunk. That's your opinion. Don't test me. That's your opinion. I'm not. What? That's what you say. I know you.
Develop something where they put a mic and everybody connects Bluetooth to the one mic. That would be great. I know.
I'm thinking it right now. I'm like, Jesus. I'm thinking right now.
We turned up the shutter.
Yeah.
It'll be different than everyone else.
Exactly.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know, you know, it's always a good time, but a lot of people.
No, I'm too angry to do that. When I was in the Marines, I had to do some crazy stuff. Oh, y'all like making young guys come on. Loved it. Loved it. Yeah, when I was there, boy, I had to do some crazy stuff.
Great press conference. Yes. Yes, but we are expecting the protest after afternoon or after 5 p.m. Early there is nothing scheduled, but I will be outside all day, so around the court talk. So if something happens, so yes, I'm on the right point now. So, yeah. So,
Seattle Seahawks, we number one. Oh, I know they don't like that.
I'll be here. I'm here right now, so I'm waiting for the family for the meeting.
Family's on the way.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Bye bye.
You want them on the concrete?
Very cold. He said, I want to do one picture. To family meal. We don't know where are they meal.
What?
Is it cupcake? Sure. Are they going demonstration putting the
Feeling it yet.
oh.
Yeah, no doubt. That's what they said. At 4 o'clock.
I need to make way because we got to get this on Rev's page. Try to get it.
Maybe answer.
Is there a way? So you're going to go live or are you going to actually video?
I'm going to go live. Off the video. I can video on the easier to keep the legs. All right.
Stop here right here, man. Just save my space for me, all right? I'm not gonna sit down. 300 pounds, man. Once I get down, I ain't get down for a long time.
I can help push it.
Yeah.
No, I saw your picture. Get that girl.
Did you find that event? Do you mind if I Am I right?
Yeah, yeah.
I need that for them. Is that good?
A still photo. When they go to kneel and things like that, I know you're going to want to get around and get other shots. But just be aware that we're behind you and you want to get those also. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. You from LA too? I'm born in Mexico.
Yeah, maybe they kneel right here. That'd be nice. They all kneel right here. It won't be a big movement, you know? They all like, if they back up, it'll be a sprung. If they go to that hill,
I'm just saying, if you do get up, make sure you get your heads down.
they just do it right here.
Yeah. I'm trying to capture that too.
If they go to the hill, I'm going to push half of you out of the way if I can.
I'm going to sit in front of you.
I switch my 14 as quick as I can.
Yeah.
It's not going to the camera on the hill right now. I want to get the shot like.
I mean, once I sit down, I'm like, I don't want to snoop that, man. I'm on your way?
All right. Right behind you is the family. Can we clear this, please? Can we clear this, please? There they are right there.
Uh-oh.
Well, it's up.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your cooperation. This way. I didn't, she told me. Okay, then I'll go the other way.
You're going around this way.
Okay, I'll go the other way.
Okay. Scott, am I in anybody's view now? Am I in front of you?
Not now.
I'll get down. Don't worry. I will get down. I will get down. I promise. I'm just looking at my cameraman's in there. Whether he wants me to run out.
You're going to jump under the camera? Crawl.
That's a good point. I would have to find an exit that way. There, here's a good one. But I think as long as he's there, I don't have to be.
Yeah, you kind of probably have
I just don't know whether they're doing some impromptu words. I don't think so. No, here they come.
They're coming.
They're coming, right? Here you go.
There you go.
That's probably better for you. How's that?
Come on, guys. justice. No peace. Good morning. I'm Attorney Ben Crump, and along with Attorney Tony Romanucci, Attorney Chris Stewart, Attorney Justin Miller, and Attorney Jeff Storms, who hails here from Minneapolis, Minnesota, we have the honor of representing the family of George Perry Floyd, Jr. Present here with us is my mentor and our civil rights leader, Reverend Al Sharpton, who's standing with the family of George Floyd assembled here today. And there are others who are flying in this morning for what they know will be a long 4-week justice to justice, a 4-week journey to justice. We have his cousins, Sharita Tate, Tidra McGee, Kara Brown. We have his nephew, Brandon Williams. We have his brothers, Rodney Floyd and Philonis Floyd. His sister, Bridget Floyd, is en route, and we know Justin, his daughter Gianna, is also here in Minneapolis today. Today starts a landmark trial that will be a referendum on how far America has come in its quest for equality and justice for all. It will be prima facie evidence, this trial of Derek Chauvin regarding the killing of George Floyd on May 25th, 2020, right here in Minneapolis. It will be prima facie evidence whether America is going to live up to the Declaration of Independence. Now, I know everybody can quote the Declaration of Independence, but this trial is going to provide evidence of whether we really believe it when we say we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equally, that they're endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that amongst them are life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness. Well, America, that means black people too. America, that means George Floyd too. And for all of those people, Reverend Al, who continue to say that this is such a difficult trial, that this is such a hard trial, well, we rebuke that. Listen. Because we know if George Floyd was a white American citizen and he suffered this painful, torturous death with a police officer knee on his neck, nobody will be saying this is a hard case. Right. And when people ask you that, activists, and the family thanks the activists, when people ask you, well, isn't this a tough case? Because they're going to try to say George Floyd had a trace amount of drugs in his system. You let them know that Ben Crump said that George Floyd was living, breathing, walking, and talking just fine. Until the police put him face down and put him in handcuffs and put a knee on his neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. So this murder case is not hard when you watch that torture video of George Floyd. Y'all understand?
Yeah.
This murder case is not hard when you watch that torture video of George Floyd. And we have to call it what it is. It was torture. Even under the Geneva Convention definition, this was torture. And Derek Chauvin should be held criminally liable for the death of George Floyd. You know, we, the civil lawyers, made sure that George Floyd family got their civil justice under the 7th Amendment, Tony, with the historic $27 million settlement that not only included compensation for the family, but also policy reform. And that is important, but that's only part of the justice. George Floyd, just like any other citizen, his family is deserving of whole justice, full justice. That means that the state and the agents of the government should hold individuals who commit crimes accountable under the 10th Amendment. And black people in America should not only have to get partial justice. We have every right to get whole justice.
Whole justice.
Civil justice and criminal justice. Nobody questioned when the Diamond family got a $20 million settlement.
Listen.
That white family should not also get criminal justice. So why is it that we will question in 2021 whether black people in America can get whole justice as well under the 7th Amendment and the 10th Amendment? We're not asking for anything extraordinary. We're asking for equal justice under the law. And newsflash, breaking news. We expect in just a few minutes you're going to hear opening arguments, and they're going to take the playbook out, Reverend Allen. They're going to try to assassinate the character of George Floyd. For longest, they're going to call your brother everything but a child of God. And they're going to talk about as much as they can about his record. But his record isn't an issue.
All right.
Because this is the trial of Derek Chauvin.
Come on.
Breaking news. This is the trial of Derek Chauvin. Let's talk about his record.
All right.
His 19 complaints of excessive force by citizens here in Minneapolis. That's what we should be talking about. George Floyd didn't kill anybody. Derek Chauvin was the person that killed George Floyd. So why is it we will allow them to assassinate the character of George Floyd after they assassinated his person? Y'all, they taught me in law school that if you have the facts on your side, then by all means, argue the facts. But then they said, if the facts ain't really with you, then try to assassinate your opponent's character as a way to hopefully distract everybody from focusing in on the facts. Well, everybody, please do not be distracted. The facts are simple. What killed George Floyd was an overdose of excessive force.
Come on, bro.
The transcript from the autopsies are clear. The manner and cause of death was asphyxiation by homicide. Falonis said in the hood, they choked him. It was a knee choke. And so let's remember the facts here. This murder case is not hard. Just look at the torture video of George Floyd. When anybody asks you, remind them, this murder case is not hard. Just look at the torture video of George Floyd, the most viewed murder of a police on a citizen in the history of the world. It has been viewed just in over 50 million times on YouTube and probably as many more times on cable television. Everybody has saw this video. What we want to know is, will we see justice? The whole world is watching. The whole world is watching. So you're going to hear from Attorney Tony Romanucci, Attorney Justin Miller, and Attorney Jeff Storms. And then you're going to hear from the family of George Floyd. And then after that, you're going to hear from our civil rights leader, America's civil rights leader, Al Sharpton. We're trying to time it where we can get it right at 8:46. And we're going to try to keep time. And then Reverend Al, after he gives us our call to action, we're going to take a knee for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. And hopefully everybody within the sound of his voice will join us in taking that knee to understand what George Floyd went through the last minutes and seconds of his life. Without further ado, Attorney Tony Romanucci, a great, great lawyer from Chicago, Illinois, my brother in this struggle.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Antonio Romanucci. Yesterday I said we were on day 306 of George Floyd being killed. Today is day 307, but it's the first day of justice for the criminal case. As my brother Ben Crum said, this is a case of common sense. This is not a case about George Floyd's character. This is not a case about George Floyd's past. This is the case about what happened on May 25th of 2020. And I will tell you this. Remember, mechanical asphyxiation by homicide. And that was determined by the 2 independent medical examiners that we brought to this town to examine George days after he was killed. And why we did that? Because we had to challenge and attack the narrative that Hennepin County had put out that George had died of a fentanyl overdose. Immediately you could see that their message was for George Floyd when it should have been about Derek Chauvin. And we are here to be the messenger for the goodness of George Floyd and what Derek Chauvin did on George Floyd that day. We're here because civil justice. We're there towards civil justice. Today, criminal justice. But I will tell you that we have to message something even more important. We have to message change of laws. The Minnesota General Assembly will have an opportunity to change one of the most important laws that we've ever had in this state. And that's changing the arbitration reform bill. We want it named the George Floyd Reform Arbitration Bill. We want it so that if a chief of police fires a police officer because they lied, because they used unreasonable use of force, because they were egregious conduct, we want that termination by the chief of police to stand. We don't want it overturned by an arbitrator. We want the chief of police, just like Chief Arredondo did in this case. He fired those police officers because they failed to intervene, because they didn't try and save George's life when he said, "I can't breathe," just like we're all doing right now. We're breathing. We don't have to think about it. George was begging to breathe. That is deserving of termination. It's not deserving of an arbitrator to review that termination and overturn it. But we're here in George's spirit because every single day since his death, George has sent a message. And he's going to send a message in perpetuity. We're going to make sure that never ever needless death happens again, where an unrestrained, non-violent man, a black man, killed at the hands of white police officers never happens again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Attorney Romanucci. And hailing from Atlanta, Georgia, a person who has been instrumental in helping us achieve that historic civil justice for the family of George Floyd, especially the child of George Floyd, my brother, Attorney Justin Miller, who is partners with Attorney Chris Stewart.
Good morning. My name is Attorney Justin Miller. On behalf of my law partner, Chris Stewart, who couldn't be here with you today, I bring you greetings. This today is not the trial of George Floyd. And I've heard people say that. This is the George Floyd trial. This is the George Floyd trial. George Floyd is not on trial. This is the trial of Derek Chauvin, and it should be printed and spoken about that way every single time we talk about it. This trial is about America being America for all Americans. Not just some of us, all Americans. And it can be that way, and it should be that way. We have to take time now to think about what we want for our children and for our families. This family behind me is suffering, and they've been suffering since the beginning of this thing, and they're gonna suffer long after all of you have gone and all of us are gone. What we want to do and what this trial can do is to make sure that no other families have to suffer in this manner. George Floyd was murdered. He wasn't killed. He didn't die. He was murdered. And when a man is murdered, there should be retribution. There's no real justice, in my opinion, for a person who was murdered. You can never get his life back. His daughter will never get a father back. His brothers and sisters and nieces and nephews will never have that person in their life. But what we can do is make sure that justice is served in the courtroom to Derek Chauvin, the person who for 8 minutes and 46 seconds tortured, murdered, and killed George Floyd in front of the world for everyone to see. You know, in the very beginning of this, I had to explain to my children why during the pandemic I was flying to Minnesota to talk about and to represent the family of George Floyd and to see their faces, to explain to them why America was different for them and why they were going to have to change and understand what was going on. 10 years old and 7 years old, it broke my heart to see their faces after I explained that. I don't think another family should have to explain that. Another father should have to explain that to their children. I think that this should be the last time. And in that courtroom behind us in Minneapolis, Minnesota, we can go a long way in making that a reality. In the words of a good friend of mine, Stephen Jackson, who was here in the very beginning of all of this, who pushed and kept this case in the limelight. He said, justice for George Floyd and love for all who have love for all. Love for all who have love for all. Today, we can get some measure of justice, man. Today is the beginning of a new era for Minneapolis, Minnesota, and for America, and also for the world as a whole. Keep your eyes on Minnesota. This is where change is going to start. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Miller. And as I get ready to bring Attorney Jeff Storms from Minneapolis, we are trying to be coordinated. We want Reverend Al speaking around 8:40 or so. And at 8:46, it's symbolic. It's a reason. Then we're going to try to have you all follow his instructions. Attorney Jeff Storms, one of the great Minnesota lawyers, along with Michelle Godot, who really helped us achieve the civil justice Now we're turning to Attorney General Keith Ellison and his team of prosecutors to deliver criminal justice. And it's been such an honor to work with you, Jeff, in your native hometown.
Thank you, Ben. It's been an honor to work with you as well. For too long, too many of us have been deliberately indifferent, at least, to the atrocities that have befallen our black brothers and sisters. But today is a landmark moment behind us to show the world that no longer will we be deliberately indifferent to hate. Through love and power, through these leaders, through these families that have suffered, we will all work together to eradicate it in every manner possible. And that means both civil and criminal justice. And we are all playing a role in that, and we thank you all for that.
Thank you so much. Now we're going to have his family. It's going to be emotional for them, and you can imagine they're about to have to sit, Sarah, through this court proceeding and hear them talk about the person who they all grew up with in CUNY Homes projects of Houston, Texas. Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee reminds us that not only is George Floyd family in the limelight, but also the whole CUNY Home neighborhood. All of Black America is in the limelight as we deal with this landmark case. And his family, all of them have been so dignified and graceful in the face of this unimaginable, horrific tragedy. Can you imagine, just for a second, if that was your loved one who was down on that ground begging? I don't think many people can imagine that, especially our white brothers and sisters. They can't fathom that. But just try to imagine that if you can. Just try to imagine the person who you grew up with, the person who looked after you, on that ground begging for a breath. And that's the last moments of his life on this earth. That's what they're dealing with. So we're going to call his brothers to come before you. Philonise Floyd, Terrence Floyd, Rodney Floyd, and Brandon Williams. And also his cousins are here, Tara Brown and Sharita Tate and Latidra McGee. So if the brothers, if you all will come forward, you all represent the legacy of your brother. You know, we hear we hear from Houston, Texas, CUNY Homes. Our brother George Floyd represents embodies third ward and any ghetto around America. You know, we represent all of that. We are one. And he came to Minnesota to better himself. And he had a lot of great things going on. Like he fell in love with the city. He fell in love with the people. And he was a trucking school. And you know, Minnesota offered so much to him. And so George Floyd came to this city to make a better way for himself. And unfortunately, Mr. Chauvin, y'all seen the video, 8 minutes and 46 seconds, we on our brother's neck. Y'all, please, do not be entertained by the lie that they're going to throw out on him. Do not be entertained by the lie. The truth is, he was killed in the streets. He came to Houston to make a better way for himself, and unfortunately, Mr. Chauvin did what he did to our brothers in the streets. So please, y'all, keep that in mind. He was murdered in the streets. That's all I'm gonna leave it at that.
Cold out here. But the heat is on. It's for the state of Minneapolis, Minnesota. They will have to make the right decision. They can't sweep this under the rug. George Floyd, Philando Castile, they were all killed by officers that were sworn to protect us. Many others who I can't name, is so many throughout America. But one thing I can tell you, we will get justice. We will not allow Derek Chauvin, Tall, and his crew to be the judge, the prosecutor, and the executioner. Right? If we can't get justice for a black man here in America, we will get justice everywhere else in America. This is a starting point. This is not a finishing point. We will be around the world to get justice for all others, meaning in Brazil, London, Ghana, anywhere we have to go to, because the shade of your skin shouldn't be a death sentence. America is watching. Just like this press, many shows, court TV, they would display everything. Just like when that man had his knee on my brother's neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. It was a motion cinema picture. Everybody seen it. You had to be blind if you didn't see it. A blind man heard a man being tortured to death. Thank y'all.
Now, Brandon Williams, his nephew, who was like a son to him. Every time we come to Minnesota, we've been here a few times since the original day on May 25th. It's never easy. But I think I can speak for us all when I say that this trip was a lot easier. We came in for one thing and one thing only. We came to get justice, right? And nothing less. We came to get justice. When you think about May 25th and seeing my uncle lay on the ground, not resisting arrest, calling for his mother, with a knee on his neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds, and never, ever did no one think to render aid, to say, hey, maybe this guy's telling the truth, he really can't breathe. So as being said, if this trial is hard, we got two justice systems in America. One for white America and one for black America. And we can't have that. So I think today is definitely the starting point. This change is long overdue in this country. This can go all the way back to Rodney King. As my uncle said, a blind man can see this.
Yes, sir.
A blind man can see that that was murder. Despite anything that they say about my uncle, that was murder. So either they weren't trained and qualified to do their job, or they intended on taking his life. Either way, we need justice.
Yes, sir.
And I think throughout this whole trial, that's one word that you'll hear me and my family say a lot. Justice. Somebody needs to be held accountable.
Yes, sir.
You mean to tell me if he didn't encounter Derek Chauvin that day, that he would have still died?
No.
Anybody out here standing here today believe that it's still a problem in America?
Yes, sir.
A problem that needs to be addressed, and addressed today. No, we can't get George Floyd back. But what we can do is make sure that no family feels this pain and suffering that we feel. His daughter won't have a father in her life. His brothers won't have a big brother to love and protect in the way that he did. Somebody needs to be held accountable.
Yes, sir.
And we're going to demand that. Thank y'all.
And the last brother you will hear from hails from New York. That's Terrence Floyd.
Peace, everybody. Peace. Like my brother, like my family said, this is a very trying and hard time for us, you know. But thank you, everyone, for your prayers, your love, your support. It really strengthened us. And this is different because all the cases we saw before, I can name two. Like I said, I'm from New York, so I named Sean Bell. I actually lived around the corner from where he got shot. And I was actually asleep and I heard the gunshots. And when I woke up in the morning, everybody was saying what had happened around the corner. You know, and I have friends. I have friends that went to school with Sean Bell. You know, so to see that, no justice in that situation, it made me furious. Then you came to New York. You came with Eric Garner, and we watched that. Even more furious, but it's just it hit different right now because we on the other side of the fence. You know, that was my brother, and it just feels very different to just sit there and watch the video. And I've watched it numerous times, and some people say, why are you doing that to yourself? Why are you doing that to yourself? Because just like a person has a voicemail, and they lose a loved one, but they call that voicemail just to hear their voice, I was watching the video, not to discuss myself or get myself furious. That was the last time I could hear his voice. You know, so I watched it. Every time I watched it, it seemed like it just got me, it made me stronger because I knew, yeah, they murdered him, but we still Floyd strong, and we still here. So we gonna hold it down for him. You know what I'm saying? And they say trust the system. They want us to trust the system. Well, this is your chance to show us that we can trust you. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Terrence. And to all his family, his sister Bridget, and his daughter Gianna, and everybody, his sister Latanya, his sister Jaja, and the whole Floyd family. Thank you all for being dignified and graceful in your fight for justice. You know, America, this is the opportunity. This is the opportunity. Last night, our national civil rights leader, a person who's been with the family since the beginning, Reverend Al Sharpton, the National Action Network, had a prayer vigil, Justin Miller, because they understood that we needed to pray for this family. But also, we needed to pray for America, because this is a seminal moment, a landmark moment in American history. And so we need to pray that America can live up to its high ideals. We need to pray that America can continue to be the beacon of hope and justice for all the world to marvel, because the whole world is watching. In America, we so desperately want to believe that marginalized people of color will get the same constitutional rights as all other American citizens enjoy. But historically, we have not seen that America. That has not been our reality. So George Floyd galvanized cities all across America and all across the world when that video of torture was viewed millions and millions of times. So America, this is the moment. This is the moment to show the rest of the world that you are the standard bearer when it comes to liberty and justice for all. The whole world is watching. The whole world is watching. The whole world is watching. And so it's befitting and appropriate that we will have our civil rights leader today for America, my mentor, one of our co-counselors, even though he's not a lawyer, the man who answers the bell all the way from Sean Bell and Rodney King, Attorney Ramanucci, all the way up to Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, Jacob Blake Jr., Anthony McClain, Andre Hill. I mean, I'm just talking about black people who were killed by police in 2020. I ain't talking about Trayvon and Mike Brown and, you know, Sandra Bland and Alton Sterling. I'm just, even here in 2020, think about how many hashtags were created during the COVID-19 pandemic when everything was shut down in America, seems like, Rachel, except implicit bias and police brutality. So that's why we need his moral leadership now more than ever. The Reverend Al Sharpton.
Thank you, Attorney Crump. Let me say that last May, when this nation and world witnessed a lynching by knee of George Floyd, we are here to see the case of a man that used his knee to lynch a man and then blamed the man for the lynching. First of all, what was George Floyd being even approached for by police that would warrant you using the force that you used? What was the reason that he was apprehended in the way he was apprehended? And why is the attempt being made by the defense to talk about what was the stimulants that may have been in George Floyd? What would be the stimulant that would make a man hold his knee on a man's neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds?
Yeah.
I have asked people around the world to join us today at 8:46 in a few minutes. The family and attorneys and I are going to take a knee for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. When I did the eulogy here in Minneapolis of George Floyd, and we had people stand that long, people tweeted all over the world, after 3 minutes they were tired. What kind of venom, what kind of hatred do you have that would make you keep pressing down that long while a man is begging for his life, while a man is asking for his mother? At what point does your humanity kick in? At what point does the letter of the law kick in? At what point do you say, wait a minute, the guidelines kick in? This was not 8 seconds. This was not a flash of anger. It became intentional and deliberate. And justice must be intentional and deliberate in this courthouse. Yes, sir. So just like we came last year to be with this family, we told them we'd be here to the end, and we will be in and out until the end, and we want it to end for justice. But make no mistake about it, Chauvin is in the courtroom, but America's on trial. America's on trial to see if we have gotten to the place where we can hold police accountable if they break the law. The law is for everybody. Policemen are not above the law. Policemen are subject to the law. And that's what's going on in this courtroom. And that's why we're here. The other thing that we are dealing with is that there is a law that has already passed the House of Representatives called the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act. It is now headed into the Senate. We are asking the Senate to pass that law so that the federal law can be there to prevent George Floyd from happening again. We stand with this family in the shadows of this courthouse to say there's a jury in here and there's a jury in the U.S. Senate. And the U.S. Senate needs to make federal law in the name of George Floyd that would deal with all of this, that would supersede these state laws that give escape routes to policemen. I was in the room in Houston, Texas, where then candidate Joe Biden met with this family and promised that if he became president, he would fight for justice. He has supported this bill. Mr. President, Madam Vice President, Majority Leader Schumer, they're going in this courtroom having faith in a system that has been broken for Eric Garner, whose mother's here. That's been broken for Perdue, whose family's here. That's been broken for others. We will stand up with dignity with this family. We need the Senate to stand up for dignity with the people in this country. Make no mistake about it. There were videos before.
All right. Yes, sir.
And you didn't give us justice.
Tell it, brother.
There was a video with Rodney King.
Yeah, it was.
And they went to straight court and let those police become acquitted. There's a video with Eric Garner. Never got to court. You have the opportunity to make it right this time and make it right for the country. You will never be able to bring this family's brother back. You will never fill that hole. But you can, in his name, stop this from continuing to happen over and over again. And let me say to all of those that have marched down through the last several months, many with us, many on their own, white, black, old, young, doesn't matter. The intergenerational, interracial communities that have marched is the reason we're in this courtroom. It was the reason that there is even a shot at justice. And we thank them for marching. Are we at 8:46? 36. So we've got 30 seconds. Let us prepare to take a knee. And we're taking a knee for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. And we want you to think of during that time why Chauvin didn't in that time get his knee up.
Down in front. Down in front.
Everybody down in front.
Move that.
Oh.
Get it down.
Down in the front.
Photo down.
Down in the front.
Head down. Take it down.
Relax, man.
Down.
Still photographer.
Down, Fred.
Hey.
Everybody's in the trap, right?
This one?
Yeah.
Still down.
Down, guy.
One, two shots and move out.
in the car, Brad.
Come on.
Still photographer standing up. Can you get out of the shot, please? How many pictures do you need? That's it, you. Could you sit down, sir?
1 minute.
Thank you. I know you're listening.
Down in front.
Come on, photo.
2 minutes. 2 minutes. Tired already. Think about this. You ain't even halfway there and you're ready to get up. Oh, yes, sir. Down in front.
Hey, down in front.
Down in front.
Yes. I'm going to walk in front.
That's why I got on the plane. That's right. Love you all, man. Down in front.
You can't come and stand in front of that shop. Get out of there.
Get out of here.
Hands up. Three minutes. This on. Shave and then switch me. That is it. I hated this thing. Nothing hated this thing. Just imagine. Yeah. Good point. Hold down, please.
Photo down.
4 minutes. 4 minutes. And remember when Colin Kaepernick kneeled, America got outraged, but Colin didn't kill nobody. This on. Thank you. That's right.
How many do you need?
Yeah. 5 minutes, 5 minutes. This on? Man. That's what it seemed like. Yeah, man. Trying to think about it. Six minutes. Yeah. That's right. That's right. Get down here for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. Yeah. Like you said, had to be. You had to make up your mind. You were going to stay there until there was no car.
Down.
7 minutes. Exactly. You gotta get paid.
Down.
Hey, can y'all please get down? We really can't see that.
Hey, but the problem now is but I got 2 people in this motherfucker.
8 minutes. 8 minutes. 8 minutes.
Red jacket. Red jacket down. Black jacket down.
Hey, down.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No justice,
no peace.
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 That gave you an idea of how long Chauvin had George Floyd down.
Down.
It had to be intentional. That's the case we make. With that taking of the knee, the family goes in this court seeking justice for all of us in America. Let us pause in a minute of prayer as we prepare to lead the family inside for these deliberations. Let us pray in silence. Amen.
Amen. And Reverend Al, it is appropriate to acknowledge that this was intentional. I mean, just think about how intentional we had to be to stay down there for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. And just how it is intentional for people to do evil. It is intentional for people to do good. And so we want to thank the activists, the leaders, and the city leadership, Mayor Fry, Council President Bender, Vice President Jenkins, Councilman Ellison, and others who were intentional in trying to right this wrong. Because George Floyd life matters, Black Lives Matter, and justice matters. So let's be intentional in achieving justice today.
Do you trust the system, sir?
I'm sorry?
Do you trust the justice system?
Well, right now, this is a referendum if we're going to continue to have 2 justice systems in America, one for white America and one for black America. The goal today is equal justice for the United States of America.
Mr. Trump, how confident are you you're going to get the justice you desire you're seeking today?
Well, I think as his brother Filona said, he is optimistic that we will get justice, full justice. We've gotten civil justice under the 7th Amendment. Now we're looking to the 10th Amendment, state powers. The state of Minnesota has the authority to hold criminals accountable for committing criminal acts. You can't look at that video and say that wasn't a criminal act that killed George Floyd. And so the only question that remains, can black people in America get full justice and not just partial justice?
Is this a tipping
What
point?
happens if justice isn't done?
Yes, sir. How about?
Okay.
Spelling your name.
No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! George Floyd! 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 George Floyd!
This way, where are we going? Where are we going? This way, hello?
George Floyd! Say his name! 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 George Floyd! Watch your step! Watch your step! Watch your step! Watch your step! Say his name! Say his name! George Floyd! 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 Hey, I'm gonna tell y'all like this. I'm sorry, I just see you. If Derek don't get second-degree murder, I'm not worried about no settlement. We not worried about nothing. We're about straight pressure for the city. People gonna show up in our city when it's time to get on this camera. They gonna show up when it's time. They turning down other cases because there might be a benefit in this case. But for those who are seeing the bodies on the north side, for us that's seeing the bodies on the south side, for us that's in these streets when the blood get cleaned up and the police laughing, when we gonna get justice for that? We see these same people in our cities all across the nation, and ain't shit changed. We got people that's working with the government leading movements. I do my research. I reported Jordan.
Say his name! Say his name! Say his name! Say his name! George Floyd! George Floyd! George Floyd! George Floyd! George Floyd!
This morning, and I believe Mr. Frank, are you going to argue that?
We had a good idea to move the podium, but for now it's a little awkward. I apologize, Ron. We filed this motion just to clarify some points, particularly in light of opening statements. The court's ruling we thought was clear and we understood it, but just wanted to make sure that in opening statements the parties stick to the court's ruling as well, so that something isn't said that's contrary to the court's ruling and could be heard and by the jurors. So we're really, I think our motion is self-explanatory. The statements about Mr. Floyd have to be based on the objective reasonableness standard rather than the subjective intentions of Mr. Floyd and reasonable officers' analysis of that situation. That's the relevant
And can you give
issues.
me an example of what you think should not be said?
That Mr. Floyd was trying or wanted to resist arrest, that he was trying to fight with the officers intentionally, that he was faking or malingering his medical distress. Those are the types of things that relate directly to his subjective state of mind.
Right.
And we've written our motion in a way that we realize those strictures apply to both parties. We acknowledge that, certainly. But it's really to clarify what we see as a potential problem with opening statements. And so I think it's rather self-explanatory. Wanted to bring it to the court's attention so we could deal with it here this morning and just be clear about it.
And the other part of that being, as far as Mr. Chauvin's intent or knowledge, or vis-a-vis that policy that you attached to your motion.
Right. Again, it's an objective officer standard about his perceptions and how they would be dealt with by an objective officer. What he intends to do, right, is relevant because, of course, there's an assault charge and other intent is an element of some of these crimes, and so his intent is relevant, but his conduct is still judged by an objective, reasonable standard.
All right. Mr. Nelson, anything you want to add?
No, Your Honor. I mean, I essentially agree as long as we can.
Hold on. I gotta get you. Okay, go ahead.
Again, Your Honor, it's just simply stating the objective observations of the police officers and of the people who were there. I don't have an issue with that. I agree that, per the court's ruling, that Mr. Floyd's subjective internal process is off limits.
All right. And maybe I can give an example, because like most of the judges on this bench, I'm fairly strict regarding no argument in opening. As far as Mr. Floyd, obviously description of appearances, I think even to the point of saying he appeared to not be complying, I think that's permissible because someone will testify to that, but they cannot say he was resisting, he was, especially in opening. Those are conclusions, those are inferences drawn from his behavior. So when witnesses are testifying, expect that they will talk about what they observed as far as appearances. Sometimes it has to lapse into it appeared to be resistance or non-compliance. But to say that he was is an inference from the behavior. I know this is a fine line, but just so you know kind of where I would draw it. As far as Mr. Chauvin, at the scene, there's this policy in place. Certainly it is permissible in opening to talk about the policy and how an officer on the scene has to follow this policy, make an assessment. And I think if you get to the point of saying the word should is where you get into inferences. For example, if in opening you were to say, Mr. Chauvin should have made this evaluation, that's argument. But to say this is the policy, this is what every officer on a scene should do, that I think is objective, and it is and then you can talk about the behaviors on the scene. It sounds like I'm splitting hairs a little too thinly, but I think you kind of get the gist of it. Any inferences you draw are argumentative, and so that shouldn't be done. But a description of the policies that were in place that bound any officer who's out on the street responding to an arrest, all that is appropriate in opening and as far as testimony. Anybody need any clarification beyond that? Okay. A couple things. We are going to try and stick as much as we can to the 9 to 9:30 is going to be to argue any legal issues that come up, because invariably legal issues come up. I don't want to move up too much the jury start time because of the process of getting here into the building is a little complicated. So I'd prefer that we continue with the 9 o'clock. Plus we will go to 12:30 each day in the morning. And if you do the calculations between our argument on legal issues from 9 to 9:30 and that with our 20-minute break, that allows for essentially 2 hour-and-a-half blocks of time in the morning. And in the afternoon, obviously, I'll tell the jury that we'll be going generally from 1:30 to 4:30, possibly 5 o'clock. If it's possible to keep a witness from having to come back the next day, I would prefer to go later in the day than to have them come back the next day. But we can talk about that, and we can have chambers conferences. Generally, I'll be here by 8:30, at least by 8:45, if you just want to have a chambers conference about logistics, nothing substantive on the record. So I'll be here if you want to come back at that time during the daily schedule. Other than that, since we have our jury waiting, we might start today at 9:15. Now, having said, I want to stick at 9:30. Since we have all 15, we're going to be cutting one loose. I think we can get started around more 9:15, but I'll give you all a break until, let's say, 9:20, and then we'll see if we can get the jury set and get rolling. All right, we're in recess.
motherfucking name. I don't want to say another motherfucking name. What's his name?
George Floyd.
What's his name?
George Floyd.
What's his name?
George Floyd.
Whose lives matter?
Black lives matter.
Whose lives matter?
Black lives matter.
All lives matter where Black lives matter.
All lives matter, then Black lives matter. It is our duty to fight for freedom.
It is our duty to fight for freedom.
It is our duty to fight for freedom.
We must love each other and support each other. We must love each other and support each other. Guys, I'm going to say that. We must love each other and support each other. We have nothing to lose but our change. It is our duty to fight for our people.
It is our duty to fight for our people.
It is our duty to win.
It is our duty to win.
It is our duty to fight for our freedom.
It is our duty to fight for our freedom.
We must love each other.
We must love each other.
Support each other.
Support each other.
We have nothing to lose but our change.
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 What do we want?
Justice.
And what do we want it?
Now.
What do we want?
Justice.
And what do we want it?
Now.
And what do we want?
Justice.
And what do we want it?
Now.
No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
Say his name.
George Floyd.
Say his name.
George Floyd.
Say his name.
George
Get the fucking bootstraps off our back and we get out here and provide for our family.
Black lives matter.
All right. Oh, you can see, sir.
Black lives matter.
Black lives matter.
Black lives matter.
Say his name.
George Floyd.
Say his name.
George Floyd.
Say his name.
George Floyd.
Black lives matter.
Black lives matter.
Black lives matter.
Black lives matter.
What do we want?
Justice.
And what do we want it?
Now.
What do we want?
Justice.
And what do we want it?
Now.
If we don't get it,
Shut it down.
if we don't get it,
Shut it down.
If we don't get it,
Shut it down.
If we don't get it,
Shut the shit down.
If we don't get it,
Shut the shit down.
If we don't get it,
Shut the shit down.
Say his name.
George Floyd.
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 Okay, let's go. Let's go, girl. Moving.
Why they calling us
Here, do you want me
niggas?
to take that back up?
Go to the other side why they calling us niggas. That side. Why they said fuck Black Lives Matter on the other side. That's where all the drum at. Yeah. The other side.
George Floyd. 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 No peace. No peace. No peace. No peace. No peace. No peace. No peace.
Oh, she's coming. no justice, no peace. Take it to the street, convict the police, no justice, no peace. Take it to the street, convict the police, no justice, no peace. Take it to the street, convict the police, no justice, no peace. Take it to the street, convict the police, no justice.
Excuse me, could I ask one of you a question? Could I ask you a question? Thank you. So first, how would you say Minneapolis is today for Black Americans?
I chose not to, even though I might have to go home.
has a car that they can leave their signs in. Who's coming at 5? Yeah, and has a car that they can leave their signs in.
Yes.
Okay, Sandy, I have a ton of Sandy, thank you, Sandy. I'll take Okay, I'm taking it. Okay, she just like started. Okay, wait, she got over there.
Yeah.
Okay, so she got over there. No. Randy came over here with us, right? Randy came over here. She left that class. Yeah, she was here.
Hey, bye, guys. Bye. See you later.
Bye, everybody. I'm sorry.
She had to take a sign for her.
Mariah's coming with us.
reasonableness of their testimony in light of all the other evidence, and any other factors that bear on the question of believability and credibility. In the last analysis, you should rely on your own experience, good judgment, and common sense. Now, you have been given notepads so that you may take notes during the trial. You should not, however, feel required to do so. The most important thing is that you give full attention to the testimony as you hear it. Now, to protect the privacy of your notes, I would suggest you write your random juror number, which we will keep the same, and put that on the first sheet, and then begin taking notes on the second sheet. We also have extra pads if you run out of space. Now, we will collect and keep your notes secure at the end of each day, so you can leave them on the chair during breaks and at the end of the day. At the end of the trial, you will be allowed to take your notes with you into deliberation, and I will instruct you further regarding the use of those notes at the end of the trial. Keep in mind also that I cannot give you a trial transcript at the end of the trial. No such transcript can be prepared for your deliberation. We count on the jury to rely on its collective memory and the exhibits submitted to you. Now, during the trial, an objection may be made to some evidence, and I may sustain or overrule the objection. If I sustain the objection, it means that the question may not be answered. In that case, you should simply ignore the question and any answer that might have been given. If no answer was given before the objection was made, you should not speculate about what the possible answer might have been. Similarly, if I instruct you during the trial to disregard some statement that a witness or attorney has made, then you must disregard it. If I overrule the objection, it means that the question may be answered. In that case, you should treat the answer like any other answer. Similarly, if an exhibit is received despite an objection, you should treat that exhibit like any other evidence. From time to time during the trial, the attorneys will need to discuss issues of law or scheduling matters with me. If these discussions are brief, the lawyers and I will use the wireless headsets while the white noise is on. If the discussions are lengthier, I may take a recess. Please understand, we are not attempting to conceal anything from you which it is necessary for you to hear. I ask that you be patient when we have these discussions, even though they may interrupt the case. And just as an aside, we are scheduled to have the time between 8:30 and 9:30 every morning set aside for the lawyers to argue legal issues. So hopefully we can handle most of that before we start again at 9:30 each morning. Now, when I turn on the white noise, that's your indication that the conversation is not for you. So please, do not attempt to listen in, and please come to order when I turn the white noise off. And I'm also giving that instructions to anyone who's a spectator here. The white noise is a private conversation, usually about scheduling, nothing exciting, between me and the attorneys. You can use that opportunity, however, if you'd like, to stand up, stretch, talk to your neighbor, but if you could, make sure you don't, there's a piece of black tape in front of you. Please don't cross that line. We've taken great care to make sure you are never on camera. And so as long as you stay behind that black line and even stretch in the aisle between, you should be just fine. Now the cameras have been angled so that, as I said, you'll never appear on video. To assist in that, do not cross the black tape, and when entering and departing from the courtroom, please use the aisle between the two rows of seats. And do not get out of your seat until the deputy is at the door waiting to escort you back to the other room. Now, there are things you should not do during this trial. As I said during jury selection, you are not investigators. You are not to go out to do any looking, and you are not to ask people about this matter. You are not to use the internet to look for information about this case or about the law. You should avoid all news if possible, but at the very least, you should avoid media coverage of this case. Remember, you must not talk to anyone who is involved in the case, the attorneys, the witnesses, or spectators. Do not be offended if they do not speak to you. They know that it would be improper to contact you during trial, and they will confine themselves to a brief greeting. You should not discuss the case among yourselves. At the end of the trial, you will have as much time as you need to discuss it, but that is at the end and not during the trial. You can talk to each other, just don't talk about the case. When you go home during the trial, family and friends will be curious as to what you are doing. You may tell them you are sitting as a juror in a criminal case, and that is all you should tell them. I have to be realistic and tell you that you can tell your immediate family and your household what you are doing, because they will probably have figured it out by now. But in any case, feel free to share with them, but no one else. As I stated before, since this is all you should tell family and friends, that is all you should tell the general public. So during trial, please refrain from using Facebook or Twitter or any other social media to comment on this trial. You may access such internet apps and tools, but please do not publish any information about this case or your thoughts about this case. Please avoid news coverage, as I said, about this case, whether it's in newspapers, radio, television, social media, or any other media. Please disable any news feeds that might show up on your social media accounts that might report on this case. As I told you during jury selection, this case is being televised, but you will not be shown on video. Now, there are certain things you should do during trial. First of all is to be on time to report for court. We cannot begin unless every participant is present. And while waiting for court to begin, please wait in the other courtroom until one of my clerks or a sheriff's deputy brings you into this courtroom. As I've said, the time that we have set aside for the lawyers and I to discuss legal issues from 8:30 to 9:30 means that we'll start with you at about 9:30 every morning. Nevertheless, there still might be unexpected delays. We'll do our best to keep on this schedule, and generally we will go with the jury from 9:30 to 12:30 with a 20-minute mid-morning break. And we'll take your orders for lunch because we will be providing you lunch throughout. Court will usually start again at 1:30 or 2 p.m. and go until about 4:30 or 5 p.m. with a 20-minute mid-morning or mid-afternoon break. To some extent, this may seem leisurely, but before and after court and during the breaks, the attorneys are preparing for the next session of court. Please turn off all electronic devices such as cell phones and computers while the court is in session. You may use such devices outside this courtroom when you are on a break, but please remember to turn them off while in this courtroom. I will allow you to bring water, coffee, or other beverages with you during the trial. But to keep noisy distractions to a minimum, please open any containers before we resume court and not while evidence is being taken. Now, if a problem should arise during trial, or you observe what you believe might be improper conduct, and you need to bring this to my attention, please contact my clerk or one of the deputies. They will communicate your concerns to me, and we will do our best to handle the situation. Make a mental note of the seat in which you are sitting right now, and please keep that seat throughout the trial. We will begin with opening statements. In the opening statements, the attorneys may describe for you what they believe the evidence in this case will be. Evidence is what the witnesses say and any exhibits submitted to you. What the attorneys say, however, is not evidence. Anything shown to you in opening statements is also not evidence unless and until it is actually received in evidence during the trial. You should keep an open mind about all the evidence until the end of the trial, until you have heard the final arguments of the attorneys, and until I have instructed you on the law. It goes without saying that this case is important to all the participants, and you should give your undivided attention to this case while trial is in session. I thank you in advance for your service. In taking on your role as jurors, you provide an important and central service in the administration of justice. Mr. Blackwell, do you wish to open? You may proceed.
May it please the court, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. My name is Jerry Blackwell, and I apologize for talking to you through this plexiglass, but it's probably the least of the gifts that the pandemic has given us. You're going to learn in this case a lot about what it means to be a public servant and to have the honor of wearing this badge. It's a small badge that carries with it a large responsibility and a large accountability to the public. What does it stand for? It represents the very motto of the Minneapolis Police Department: to protect with courage, to serve with compassion. But it also represents the essence of the Minneapolis Police Department approach to the use of force against its citizens when appropriate. A sanctity of life and the protection of the public shall be the cornerstones of the Minneapolis Police Department's use of force. Compassion, sanctity of life, cornerstones, and that little badge is worn right over the officer's heart. But you're also going to learn that the officers take an oath when they become police officers. They take an oath that I will enforce the law courteously and appropriately, and as you will learn, as applies to this case, never employing unnecessary force or violence. And not only that, I recognize the badge of my office as a symbol of public faith, and I accept it as a public trust to be held so long as I am true to the ethics of police service. Symbol of public faith, ethics to police service, sanctity of life, all of this matters tremendously to this case, because you will learn that on May 25th of 2020, Mr. Derek Chauvin betrayed this badge when he used excessive and unreasonable force upon the body of Mr. George Floyd, that he put his knees upon his neck and his back, grinding and crushing him until the very breath, no, ladies and gentlemen, until the very life were squeezed out of him. You will learn that he was well aware that Mr. Floyd was unarmed, that Mr. Floyd had not threatened anyone, that Mr. Floyd was in handcuffs, he was completely in the control of the police, he was defenseless. You will learn what happened in that 9 minutes and 29 seconds. The most important numbers you will hear in this trial are 929. What happened in those 9 minutes and 29 seconds when Mr. Derek Chauvin was applying this excessive force to the body of Mr. George Floyd. We have two objectives in this trial, ladies and gentlemen. The first objective is to give Mr. Chauvin a fair trial. Mr. Chauvin has a presumption of innocence. He is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty. We plan to prove to you, beyond a reasonable doubt, that Mr. Chauvin was anything other than innocent on May 25th of 2020. And our second objective, ladies and gentlemen, is to bring you the evidence, which I'm trying to preview this morning. We are bringing this case, this prosecution against Mr. Chauvin, for the excessive force that he applied onto the body of Mr. George Floyd, for engaging in behavior that was imminently dangerous in the force that he applied without regard for its impact on the life of Mr. George Floyd. So let's begin by focusing then on what we will learn about this 9 minutes and 29 seconds. And you will be able to hear Mr. Floyd saying, "Please, I can't breathe. Please, man, please." In this 9 minutes and 29 seconds, you will see that as Mr. Floyd is handcuffed there on the ground, he is verbalizing 27 times, you will hear, in the 4 minutes and 45 seconds, "I can't breathe. Please, I can't breathe." You will see that Mr. Chauvin is kneeling on Mr. Floyd's neck and back. He has one knee on his neck, and the knee on his back is intermittently off and on his back, as you will be able to see for yourself in the video footage. You will hear Mr. Floyd as he's crying out. You hear him at some point cry out for his mother when he's being squeezed there. He's very close to his mother, you will learn. You will hear him say, "Tell my kids I love them." You will hear him say, about his fear of dying, he says, "I'll probably die this way. I'm through. They're going to kill me. They're going to kill me, man." You will hear him crying out, and you will hear him cry out in pain. "My stomach hurts. My neck hurts. Everything hurts." You'll hear that for yourself. "Please, I can't breathe. Please, your knee on my neck." You will hear it, and you'll see at the same time while he's crying out, Mr. Chauvin never moves. The knee remains on his neck, sunglasses remain undisturbed on his head, and it just goes on. You will hear his final words when he says, "I can't breathe." Before that time, you'll hear his voice get heavier. You will hear his words further apart. You will see that his respiration gets shallower and shallower and finally stops when he speaks his last words, "I can't breathe." And once we have his final words, you'll see that for roughly 53 seconds, he is completely silent and virtually motionless with just sporadic movements. You're going to learn those sporadic movements matter greatly in this case because what they reflect. Mr. Floyd was no longer breathing when he's making these movements. You will learn about something in this case called an anoxic seizure. It is the body's automatic reflex when breathing has stopped due to oxygen deprivation. We'll be able to point out to you when you'll see the involuntary movements from Mr. Floyd that are part of an anoxic seizure. Not only that, you're going to learn about something that's called agonal breathing. When the heart is stopped, when blood is no longer coursing through the veins, you will hear the body gasp as an involuntary reflex. We'll point out to you when Mr. Floyd is having the agonal breathing, again, as a reflex, involuntary reflex to the oxygen deprivation. So we learn here that Mr. Floyd at some point is completely passed out. Mr. Chauvin continues on as he had, knee on the neck, knee on the back. You'll see he does not let up and he does not get up. For the remaining, as you can see, 3 minutes and 51 seconds. During this period of time, you will learn that Mr. Chauvin is told that they can't even find the pulse of Mr. Floyd. You'll learn he's told that twice. They can't even find the pulse. You'll be able to see for yourself what he does in response. You will see that he does not let up and that he does not get up. Even when Mr. Floyd does not even have a pulse, it continues on. It continues on, ladies and gentlemen, even after the ambulance arrives on the scene. The ambulance is there, and you'll be able to see for yourself what Mr. Chauvin is doing when the ambulance is there. You can compare, you'll be able to compare how he looks in this photograph to how he looked in the first 4 minutes and 45 seconds. Same position, doesn't let up, and you'll see he doesn't get up. The paramedic from the ambulance comes over. You'll be able to see this in the video. He checks Mr. Floyd for a pulse. he has to check him for a pulse, you'll see, with Mr. Chauvin continuing to remain on his body at the same time. Doesn't get up even when the paramedic comes to check for a pulse and doesn't find one. Mr. Chauvin doesn't get up. You will see that the paramedics have taken the gurney out of the ambulance, have rolled it over next to the body of Mr. Floyd, and you'll be able to see Mr. Chauvin still does not let up, doesn't get up. And you will see it wasn't until such time as they want to move the lifeless body of George Floyd onto the gurney. Only then does Mr. Chauvin let up and get up. And you'll see him drag Mr. Floyd's body and unceremoniously cast it onto the gurney. And that was for a total of 4 minutes and 44 seconds. You can see here that for the first 4 minutes and 45 seconds, you'll learn that Mr. Floyd was calling out, crying for his life. And ladies and gentlemen, not just Mr. Floyd. You're going to hear and see that there were any number of bystanders who were there, who were also calling out to let up and get up, such that Mr. Floyd would be able to breathe and to maintain and to sustain his life. But then for the remaining 4 minutes and 44 seconds, Mr. Floyd was either unconscious, breathless, or pulseless. And the compression, the squeezing, the grinding went on just the same for the total of 9 minutes and 29 seconds. You're going to learn in this case quite a lot about the Minneapolis Police Department's use of force policy. What you're going to see and learn a lot about is what is the standard for applying force against individuals, the use of force policy. You learn that Minneapolis Police Department employees shall only use the amount of force that is objectively reasonable in light of the facts and circumstances. The force used shall be consistent with current Minneapolis Police Department training. What you learn, ladies and gentlemen, is that the use of force must be evaluated from one moment to the next moment, from moment to moment. What may be reasonable in the first minute may not be reasonable in the second minute, the fourth minute, or the 9th minute and 29 seconds. That it has to be evaluated from moment to moment. You'll also learn that the Minneapolis police are precluded, not allowed, to use any more force than is necessary to bring a person under their control. They can't use any more restraint than is necessary. You're going to meet an expert. His name is Jody Steger. He's a Los Angeles Police Department sergeant and a use of force expert. He's going to tell you that the force that Mr. Chauvin was using was lethal force. It was force that was capable of killing a human or putting his or her life in danger. The evidence is going to show you that there was no cause in the first place to use lethal force against a man who was defenseless, who was handcuffed, who was not resisting. That there's no cause to use that force in the first place. You're going to hear from Minneapolis Police Sergeant David Pleger, who's going to come and talk with you. He was the officer on the scene, so he arrived at the scene after this took place. He is going to tell you that the force against Mr. Floyd should have ended as soon as they put him on the ground in the first place, meaning that the 929 should not have been even a 1, much less the 929. And that went on for way too long. He will tell you in terms of the restraint on the ground and the manner of the restraint for Mr. Floyd. You're also going to learn about another very important policy in the Minneapolis Police Department that's a core principle of policing. You will hear this phrase that police have to live by in terms of how it is they relate to the public. In your custody is in your care. In your custody is in your care. Meaning that if you as an officer have an individual, a subject that's in your custody, it is your duty to care for that person. And you will learn that caring, ladies and gentlemen, is not a feeling. It's a verb. It's something you're supposed to do to provide care for that person. You are going to hear from any number of police officers who will talk about this duty to provide care. Officer Nicole McKenzie, who is the Minneapolis Police Department Medical Support Coordinator. You'll hear from Sergeant Kerr Yang, the MPD Crisis Intervention Coordinator. In your custody, is in your care. You're going to learn that when Mr. Floyd was unconscious, that when he was breathless, when he did not have a pulse, that there was a duty to have administered care, to let up and get up. You will learn. You listen to Minneapolis Police Commander Katie Blackwell, no relation to my knowledge, but you will hear from Katie Blackwell, and she's going to tell you about the training that Mr. Chauvin received. You're going to hear that he was a veteran on the Minneapolis Police Department for 19 years, had been trained in CPR multiple times at the time. And you'll be able to see for yourself that when Mr. Floyd was in distress, Mr. Chauvin wouldn't help him, didn't help him. But you're also going to see that he stopped anybody else from being able to help him. You will learn that amongst the bystanders was a first responder, a member of the Minneapolis Fire Department, who was trained in administering first aid and emergency care. She's going to come and talk with you. Her name is Genevieve Hansen. She wanted to check his pulse. She wanted to check on Mr. Floyd's well-being. She wanted him to let up and get up. She did her best to intervene, to be able to act, to intercede on George Floyd's behalf, and you'll be able to see for yourself when she approached Mr. Chauvin on top of George Floyd with both of his knees, reached for his mace in his belt and pointed in her direction. So she couldn't help. She'll come and talk with you about that experience. Now you're going to learn that in the aftermath of this, that Mr. Chauvin's last day of employment with the Minneapolis Police Department was on May 26th of 2020. The Minneapolis Chief of Police, Chief Arredondo, is going to come here to talk with you. He was the police chief at the time. He's the chief today. He is going to tell you that Mr. Chauvin's conduct was not consistent with Minneapolis Police Department training, was not consistent with Minneapolis Police Department policy, was not reflective of the Minneapolis Police Department. He will not mince any words. He's very clear. He'll be very decisive that this was excessive force. So ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, what was this all about in the first place? Well, you're going to learn that it was about a counterfeit $20 bill used at a convenience store. That's all. You will not hear any evidence that Mr. Floyd knew that it was fake or did it on purpose. You will learn from witnesses we will call that the police officers could have written him a ticket and let the court sort it out. You will learn that even if he did it on purpose, it was a minor offense, a misdemeanor. So in terms of the charges that we are bringing, we're going to prove to you that Mr. Chauvin's conduct was a substantial cause of Mr. Floyd's death. We've charged him with murder in the second degree, murder in the third degree, and manslaughter for using excessive force against George Floyd. You will learn that the use of excessive and unreasonable force against a citizen is an assault. In this case, we will show you that this was an assault that contributed to taking his life, an assault. We're going to show you that putting knees on somebody's neck, Mr. Floyd's, putting a knee on his back for 9 minutes and 29 seconds was an eminently dangerous activity, and he did it without regard to what impact it had on Mr. Floyd's life. We're going to show you that also. Putting him on the ground, we call that the prone position, on your stomach, face down. Putting him in the prone position, handcuffed like this in the first place, was uncalled for and was an excessive use of force, let alone for 9 minutes and 29 seconds. Now, how are we going to prove these charges? We're going to prove it, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost by witness testimony. We're going to bring in some of those bystanders that I've referred to, normal folks. They'll tell you what they saw. They'll tell you why they stopped. They'll tell you why they were concerned. They'll tell you from that witness chair. We'll bring them in here. You're going to hear from any number of police officers responsible for training, responsible for what the officers learn around first aid, coming to the care of others. We'll bring in a number of police officers, including the chief of police. But we're also going to bring in various professionals and experts, medical experts, experts in police conduct. You're going to meet any number of them. You'll have here a forensic pathologist, Dr. Thomas, who studies the tissues of the deceased as a forensic pathologist to determine the cause and manner of death. You're going to hear from a pulmonologist, Dr. Tobin. He's a lung specialist, cardiologist, heart specialist, critical care physicians, emergency medicine physicians, internal medicine, and also from toxicology. We're also going to bring in the court Dr. Andrew Baker, who's the Hennepin County medical examiner, who will tell you about what he found. So we'll also bring him in. But we'll also bring in experts who will prove that the use of force here was not reasonable. I mentioned earlier Jody Steger, Chief of Staff for the Inspector General, LA Police Department, and Seth Stoughton. You'll hear from both of them. Now, I've spent a few minutes talking to you about what this case is about. There are any number of things that this case is not about. Maybe an infinite number of things the case isn't about. But one of those things is this case is not about all police or all policing. You will learn from Chief Arredondo when he comes that police officers have difficult jobs. They have to make split-second decisions. They sometimes have to make split-second life and death decisions. In this trial, you're going to meet any number of the men and women from the Minneapolis Police Department who do a fantastic job. They're committed, take very seriously preserving the sanctity of life. I mentioned already Commander Katie Blackwell, Sergeant Carrie Yang, Officer Nicole McKenzie, to name a few. This case is about Mr. Derek Chauvin and not about any of those men and women, and it's not about all policing at all. And this case is not about split-second decision-making. In 9 minutes and 29 seconds, there are 479 seconds, not a split second among them. That's what this case is about. You are going to hear from one of the bystanders, Charles Mcmillan. And Charles Mcmillan is going to talk to you about the excessive force that he saw Mr. Chauvin displaying on May 25th. And he will tell you what he experienced in the way that Mr. Chauvin looked at him and the other bystanders who were calling out for Mr. Floyd's life. He will tell you what he saw in terms of Mr. Chauvin never letting up or getting up on his body. You will be able to observe Mr. Chauvin's body language for yourself in the video and determine what that language says to you. So I'm going to show you in a moment one of the videos that you're going to see in this trial, just to kind of tee up for you what will be the essence of what we will be focused on in the trial. I need to tell you ahead of time that the video is graphic, that it can be difficult to watch. It is simply the nature of what we're dealing with in this trial, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to see any number of videos from the police officers who had body-worn cameras on. But you're also going to see videos from the bystanders, normal folks, the bystanders. You're going to see these bystanders, a veritable bouquet of humanity, these bystanders. You'll see here a little girl who's wearing a green shirt on the right with the words love on the green shirt. I won't say her name now because she's a minor, but she is going to come and talk with you about what she saw. Next to her in the blue pants is her cousin, who at the time was also a minor. So I won't tell you her name, but she's also going to come in and talk to you. Cousin was taking the younger one to Cup Foods to be able to pick up candy and snacks when they came upon what was happening with Mr. Chauvin and Mr. Floyd on the ground. Next to the young woman in the blue pants is Genevieve Hansen, the first responder who tried to intervene to check his pulse and to check on Mr. Floyd. She's going to come and testify to you. Next to her is a young man named Donald Williams, trained in the security background. He's also trained in mixed martial arts, who was very excited and alarmed about what he saw in the exchange between Mr. Chauvin on top of George Floyd. He's going to come in and testify to you. So any number of these bystanders, and others also, will be coming in to talk with you. And so they come from the broad spectrum of humanity, different races, different genders. You have older people, younger people. But you will see that what they all had in common as they were going about their business is that they saw something that was shocking to them, that was disturbing to them, and it made them stop and take note. Stop and take note. They tried to first, you will learn when you meet them, to intercede on what was happening with their voices. They tried to interject, to exhort, to please stop, to try to get into what we call good trouble just with their voices, because something there was concerning to them. And when that didn't work, you can see any number of them pulled out their cameras to document what was happening, such that it would be memorialized, such that it would not be misrepresented, such that it could not be forgotten. What we'll see this morning will be the footage taken from one of these bystanders in just a moment. And you will learn, with respect to these bystanders, that none of them knew who George Floyd was. They didn't know his history. They didn't know anything about him. All they knew was they came upon an individual that they saw was in some serious distress under the knees of Mr. Chauvin, and it alarmed them. Let me show you what the scene looks like, just briefly. Here in Minneapolis, this takes place at the intersection of Chicago Avenue and 38th Street at Cup Foods. If you can see the image of a squad car on Chicago Avenue, that is ultimately where Mr. Floyd was being restrained on the ground, under the knees of Mr. Chauvin. We will spend quite a bit more time with this map during the trial, but just for now, I just wanted to try to set the stage for what you're going to see. So with that, I'm going to show you the video evidence. And the video evidence, I think, will be very helpful and meaningful to you because you can see it for yourself without lawyer talk, lawyer spin, lawyer anything. You can see it for yourself.
Look how they throwing people out here. Got him laid on the ground. He crying and shit. That is sick.
Please. Please. Please, I can't breathe. Please, man. Please, somebody help me.
Well, you got him down, man. Let him breathe, at least, man.
I can't breathe.
I've been trying to help out. So let him breathe a little bit more. Neck, man. One of my homies died. He ran with the back phone.
I'm about to die, just say.
Relax.
Man, I can't breathe in my face. Just get up.
What do you want?
I can't breathe. Please, the knee in my neck. I can't breathe shit.
Bro, get up, get in the car, man.
I will.
Get up, get in the car.
I can't move.
I've been waiting the whole time, man. Get up, get in the car.
Mama.
Get up and get in the car right.
I can't.
I gave y'all the opportunity to get in, bro. I told you, you can't win.
My knee.
You can't win, man.
I'm through.
I know you is never, you didn't listen.
That's for me. My stomach hurts. My neck hurts. Everything hurts. There's some water or something. Please. Please. I can't breathe all the time.
Shut up.
They gonna kill me. They gonna kill me, man.
Bro, with your feet on his neck, man, you get off the
His nose is bleeding. Like,
yeah,
come on now.
That's wrong right there with his feet on his neck.
Look at his
You
nose.
see your knee on his neck. Yeah, you got your feet right on his neck.
I cannot breathe. I
I cannot breathe.
You just a grown, you're a tough guy. You're a tough guy, huh? I say you're a tough guy. You're not even resisting arrest, bro.
His whole nose is bleeding.
Fight with him? Bro, but why you just sitting there? He ain't doing nothing now. Put him in the car.
How long y'all gotta hold him down?
This is why you don't do drugs, kids. It ain't about drugs, bro. Y'all understand that?
Y'all don't gotta put y'all
his neck, bro.
right.
He is human, bro.
His nose is
What I'm saying, you
bleeding.
can put him in the car. That's a
We
bum
tried
ass
that
shit.
for 10 minutes.
That's some bum ass shit, bro. That's some bum ass shit, bro. Y'all know that. You don't gotta sit there with your knee on his neck, bro.
He's talking, he's fine.
Bro, he ain't crying, bro.
Alright, we're done.
You circle like in the jiu-jitsu move, bro. You trapped in his breathing right there, bro.
Okay.
Like, you don't think that what it is, bro? You don't think nobody understands that shit right there, bro? I trained at the academy, bro. That's some bullshit, bro. Right, that's bullshit, bro. That's bullshit, bro. You fucking stopping his breathing right there, bro.
Okay, he's talking.
He's talking. Bro, but you could get him off the ground. You been a bum right now. You could get him off the ground, bro. You could get him off the ground. You been a bum right now. He enjoying that. He enjoying that shit. He enjoying that shit. He a fucking bum, bro. He enjoying that shit right now, bro. You could have fucking put him in the car by now, bro. He's not resisting arrest or nothing. You enjoying it. Look at you. Your body language explains it. You fucking bum.
Bro, get the fuck off of here.
It's the whites. They love
But
them.
no, I already know that, bro. I trained with half of these bum ass dudes at the academy, bro. You know that's bogus right now, bro. You know it's bogus. You can't even look at me like a man because you a bum, bro. He's not even resisting arrest right now, bro.
His nose is bleeding.
You fucking stopping his breathing right now, bro. You think that's cool? You think that's cool
really
though,
not.
right? What's your oh man, what's your badge number, bro? You think
Honestly.
that's cool right now, bro?
You'll call police on another police.
You think that's cool though, bro? You're a bum, bro. You're a bum for that. You're a bum for that, bro. You getting mad. You just sitting there stopping his breathing right
Look
now.
at
The dude
him.
about to go out right now, bro.
Look at
Bro.
him. Get off of him now.
You gonna choke him like that?
What the fuck? He got mace. He got mace. He cannot breathe. Get over here. No, first of all.
Bro, look, well, you can check on him. He's not responsive right now. He's not responsive
Look at him.
right now. He's not responsive right now. He's not responsive right now. He's not responsive right now, bro. No, bro, look at him. He's not responsive right now, bro.
Check for a pulse.
Bro, are you serious? You gonna just let him sit there with that on
Let
his
me
neck,
see a
bro?
pulse.
Is he breathing right now? Check his
Hold on,
pulse.
we'll have this conversation.
Check his pulse.
Okay.
Check his pulse, Kyle.
I'm
Tal,
telling you
check
right
his
now,
pulse.
check his pulse.
Tal, check his pulse, bro.
Look at this dude.
Bro, pulse, bro. You bogus, bro.
Don't do
You
drugs,
bogus.
guys.
Don't do drugs, bro. What is that? What do you think that is? You call what he doing okay?
Get back
You
on the
call what
street.
he doing okay? You call what you doing? You call what he doing okay,
Are you
bro?
really a firefighter?
Yes,
Bro.
I am from Minneapolis.
Okay.
Bro, you think that's okay? Check his pulse.
Check his right
Tal,
pulse
check his
now.
pulse.
Get back on the
Check. The man ain't moved yet, bro. The man ain't moved yet, bro.
Where?
Minneapolis.
Okay.
Bro, you're a bum, bro. You're a bum, bro. You're
Check his
definitely
pulse
a
right
bum,
now.
bro.
Tell me what it is. Tell me what his pulse is right now.
Check
Swear
the
to God.
pulse. Bro, he has not moved not one time, bro.
He's off crack right now.
But yeah, bro, go back in the store, bro. You don't understand,
No,
bro.
I'm the reason.
Okay, that's cool. Go back in the store, bro. Go back in the store, bro. He's not fucking moving.
I see that.
Bro,
I'm trying to help y'all out.
Bro, you don't need to help me out, bro. I know your parents. I know everybody that owns the store. You don't need to help me the fuck out, bro. He's not fucking moving right now, bro.
I just saw that, man.
Bro, he was just moving when I walked up here.
And I know, and then that they did that to
You
him.
just got out. You just got back out here, bro.
I've been watching it the whole time
Bro, you
through
just
the
got
camera.
back out here, bro.
You guys right now.
Bro, he doesn't have it, bro. He's not fucking moving.
So, did they fucking kill him, bro?
Bro,
Did they
bro,
just kill him
what
or
is you,
something?
1087, bro? You're a
Oh
bum,
my
bro, or
God,
987, bro? You're a bum.
was just
First thing you
alive.
want to grab is your mace because you scared, bro. Scared of fucking minorities, you fucking bum, bro.
Fuck off him.
Like,
what are you doing?
bro, 3 minutes, bro. He's not fucking moving. Bro, he's not even fucking moving. Get off of his fucking neck, bro. Get off of his neck.
Still on him, bro.
Yes, look at that,
Back on
bro.
the street.
Are you serious? Bro, are you serious? And you gonna keep your thing on your neck? Yeah, I bet you.
Bro,
Hey, don't fucking touch him.
bro, I barely touched me like that, dude. I swear I'll slap the fuck out of both of y'all.
I didn't want to call the ambulance.
Bro, he's just gonna let him keep his hand on his neck, bro? You're a bitch, bro. Kyle, you gonna let him keep that like that? You gonna let him kill that man in front of you, bro? Huh? Huh?
Like what?
Bro, he's not even fucking moving right now, bro. He's not even fucking moving.
This is
Bro,
what it is. We gotta deal with this shit.
Bro.
They're not gonna help us, bro.
Right, he black, they don't care.
97 years
If it ain't they people, they don't care, bro.
You gonna just sit there with your knee on his neck, bro? You a real man for that, bro. He ain't handcuffed,
Look at him.
bro.
Just
you
no,
a real man, bro. You a real man, bro. I trained with these dumbass niggas,
The fact that you guys aren't checking his pulse and doing compressions if he needs that, you guys are on another
Oh my
level.
God, bro.
And then he just gonna pull him
They
up
just
there like
dragging
that,
him
bro.
like, come
Yeah,
on now.
and I have your name tag, bitch.
That's not very professional.
It don't matter. So what? Freedom of speech. Freedom of speech, bro. Don't touch him. I got this all on camera. Watch out.
Don't touch me yet.
You touched him. You went to him. So shut up. You went to him. Y'all always trying to start something.
Bro, don't touch me, bro.
I ain't said a word having that thing.
Like he's bogus, bro. He's damn near dead, bro. He's fucking dead, bro.
I appreciate you. You're wrong now, bro. You're wrong now, bro.
929, the three most important numbers in the case. 9 minutes and 29 seconds is how long that went on. For half of that time, Mr. Floyd was unconscious, breathless, pulseless. You will see in the videos, ladies and gentlemen, that Mr. Floyd from time to time was heaving up his right shoulder. There's a reason for that. Mr. Chauvin's on his left side, his back and his neck. He can't move that. His hands are behind his back. He's heaving up the right shoulder so he can get room for his rib cage to expand to breathe. Because at this point, you will learn he's pancaked with the hard pavement beneath him and Mr. Chauvin on top of him. In order to breathe, you have to have room for the lungs to expand in and out. And you'll see Mr. Floyd doing his best to kind of crank his right shoulder up, having to lift up his weight and Mr. Chauvin's weight on top of him to get a breath for as long as he could get a breath. And you will see and hear more about that during the trial. You will learn that a number of the bystanders there called the police on the police. Genevieve Hanson, the first responder, called the police on the police. You'll learn that Donald Williams, the young man who's very vocal, security background, mixed martial arts background, saw the pressure that was put on the neck. He called the police on the police. But not only that, you're going to learn that there was a 911 dispatcher. Her name is Jenna Scurry. Jenna Scurry is going to come to talk to you also. There was a fixed police camera that was trained on this particular scene, and she could see through the camera what was going on. You will learn that what she saw was so unusual, and for her so so disturbing, that she did something that she had never done in her career. She called the police on the police, a 911 dispatcher. She called Sergeant David Plinker, who's going to come in to testify. She called him to report what she saw because she found it just that disturbing. She will tell you that she felt that she saw a man literally lose his life. And you will hear her testify. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about intent. That is, what our evidence is going to be on the issue of intent. As I mentioned, we're going to show you that the use of force here was excessive and unreasonable. We're going to show you that it was not accidental in terms of what was happening there at the scene. That what Mr. Chauvin was doing, he was doing deliberately. Now, when we bring you the evidence of intent, it's not going to come in like a sandwich board that has a front side and a back side. And the front side says, this is our evidence of intent. And the back side says, yeah, you saw it. We will bring it to you, ladies and gentlemen, through the totality of all of the evidence, looking at it all together. You will, for example, hear from Nicole McKenzie, the medical support coordinator for the Minneapolis Police Department. She will tell you that the dangers of the prone position, putting people face down on the ground, have been known about in policing for over 30 years, that they train officers on it. She will tell you that arrestees, citizens who are under arrest, should never be put in the prone position except only momentarily to get them under police custody or control to get handcuffs on them, but never left in that position. You will learn that Mr. Floyd was in handcuffs already, so they didn't need to put him on the ground to get him under police control. And she will tell you that the reason that you don't put persons or leave them in the prone position that way, let alone with a man's body weight on top of them, let alone for 9 minutes and 29 seconds, the reason you don't do that is because of the potential to obstruct the airways. You're also going to hear from Lieutenant Johnny Mercer, the Minneapolis Police Department Use of Force Training Coordinator. He's going to tell you about what training Mr. Chauvin had received. But he's also going to tell you that he knows of no training that would suggest that kneeling on somebody's neck, as Mr. Chauvin was doing, was proper, according to Minneapolis Police Department training. You will learn that officers are trained to avoid putting pressure on areas that are above the areas of the shoulder, on the spinal column, on the neck, on the head. And that to do that is using deadly force, because if you are putting pressure or blows in those areas, you run the risk of seriously injuring the person or potentially even killing them. It can be deadly force. And so they're trained not to do that. But above all, you know, the police are trained in the side recovery position, that if you have to put somebody in the prone position to get them under control, you turn them over on the side as soon as possible so you don't obstruct their airways by having them on their stomach, where the lungs can't expand with the chest, let alone having a weight on your back. You put them in the side recovery position right away. And you will hear all about the importance of that. And we'll obviously bring you the evidence of all of the warnings that Mr. Chauvin would have received, not just from George Floyd himself, from the calls and crying out by the bystanders, from the approach of the ambulance, from the paramedics and so on, all of whom did their part to encourage him to let up and to get up. You'll be able to consider that too under the umbrella of intent. Now I want to talk with you a second about the evidence on causation, the medical causation, in terms of what was happening to Mr. Floyd while he was there on the ground. And if I had to give this part of the evidence, you're going to see a name, I would tell you that you can believe your eyes, that it's a homicide, it's murder. You can believe your eyes. And here's what you'll be able to see for yourself. You'll be able to see every part of what Mr. Floyd went through, from him first crying out, from his effort to move his shoulder to get his breathing, to get room to breathe. You'll be able to hear his voice get deeper and heavier, his words further apart, his respiration more shallow. You'll see him when he goes unconscious. And you'll be able to see the uncontrollable shaking he's doing when he's not breathing anymore, the anoxic seizures from oxygen deprivation. You'll be able to see when he's going through agonal breathing, the involuntary gasping of the body once the heart has stopped from oxygen deficiency. And you'll hear, and are well aware when there was a loss of pulse. You'll hear from a number of experts on the stand that putting a man in the prone position with handcuffs behind his back, somebody on his neck and back pressing down on him for 9 minutes and 29 seconds is enough to take a life. You will hear that also. You're also going to hear from other experts who will point to the significant evidence of the excessive force that was put on Mr. Floyd's body. You'll be able to see, ladies and gentlemen, the road rash on the shoulders from where he's been pressed into the pavement from the weight on top that stripped off layers of the skin. The same with respect to knuckles on his hand when he's pressing up trying to get room to breathe. The damage to his nose when he pressed his face into the pavement to try to get room to breathe, ladies and gentlemen. You will learn that the last 9 minutes and 29 seconds of Mr. Floyd's life, he was only alive for part of that period of time, but it matches the patterns of somebody who dies from an oxygen deficiencies. We'll be able to point to the video evidence. You'll be able to see for yourself. You're also going to hear and see certain evidence of what this was not. This was, for example, not a fatal heart event. This was not, for example, a heart attack. You will learn that there was no demonstrated injury whatsoever to Mr. Floyd's heart, as in a heart attack. You'll hear evidence that Mr. Floyd had an artery in his heart that was partially clogged. You will learn that there was no damage to Mr. Floyd's heart from an inadequate blood supply to his heart. That there was no clotting in his heart. You will learn that the medical examiner, when he was examining Mr. Floyd's heart after he had died, saw no injury, no evidence of heart injury, and it was so unremarkable he didn't even photograph the heart. You will learn that this was not what's called a fatal arrhythmia, that the heart beats rhythmically, and occasionally then the heart gets out of rhythm. And out of rhythm, the heart just may stop. In the case of a fatal arrhythmia, you're going to learn that when a person suffers that, they stop and they drop right there where they are. It's instant death. You'll be able to see for yourself that Mr. Floyd did not die in instant death. He died one breath at a time over an extended period of time. Does not at all look like the way that one dies from a fatal arrhythmia. It was instant death. And this was not an instant death. You'll also learn, ladies and gentlemen, that George Floyd struggled with an opioid addiction. He struggled with it for years. You will learn that he did not die from a drug overdose. He did not die from an opioid overdose. Why? Because you'll be able to look at the video footage and you see he looks absolutely nothing like a person who would die from an opioid overdose. You will learn that opioids are tranquilizers. And when a person dies from an opioid overdose, what do they look like? First and foremost, asleep, in a stupor. And they never come to again. And they simply pass away. Opioid overdose. They're not screaming for their lives. They're not calling on their mothers. They are not begging, please, please, I can't breathe. That's not what an opioid overdose looks like. Now, you will learn that Mr. Floyd had 11 nanograms of fentanyl in his system when he died, and they may say that's a fatal amount. Well, what you have to learn is something about tolerance. So for a person who has never been exposed to opioids or fentanyl, that may be lethal for them. But for others who have been struggling with it for years, then they have a different tolerance level. You will learn, for example, that 11 nanograms of fentanyl is in the range that you will find in people who might receive opioid for cancer pain, for example. Mr. Floyd had lived with his opioid addiction for years, and you can see on the video that his behavior is not consistent with somebody who dies of an opioid addiction. He didn't go into slumber. He was not non-responsive. He was calling out for his life. He was struggling. He was not passing out. Now, you're also going to hear from a forensic pathologist, Dr. Lindsay Thomas. And what she does as a forensic pathologist, she studies body tissues on autopsy to try to determine the cause and manner of death. She did this over a 35-year career as a forensic pathologist. Over that period of time, she had done medical examiner, forensic pathology work in some 37 Minnesota counties. Of the 87 we have, 7 counties in Wisconsin. She had done over 5,000 autopsies and determined cause and origin or manner and cause of death in thousands of others. She's semi-retired now and works as a consultant still in the field of pathology. She was one of the persons who helped to train the current Hennepin County medical examiner, Dr. Andrew Baker, when he was just getting started out in forensic pathology. Now, here's where Dr. Baker and Dr. Thomas agree as to the manner of Mr. Floyd's death, and I will show you the findings from Dr. Baker. When he lists manner of death for George Floyd, homicide. Now, I want to explain to you that when he uses homicide, it's not the way that we use it here in the courtroom. When the medical examiner says homicide, it simply means that the person died at the hands of another, is what that means. And I will show you what list that's chosen from in just a minute, and Dr. Thomas will come in and testify about that. But it means that he died at the hands of another. But you'll also learn that he listed a cause of death: cardiopulmonary arrest, complicating law enforcement subdual, restraint, and neck compression. Now, I'm going to translate that into English, and you'll hear this from Dr. Thomas. Cause of death: cardiopulmonary arrest. What you're going to learn is that every human being that's ever been on the planet has two things in common with every other human being. Number one is that they are born, and number two is that they die of cardiopulmonary arrest. Because all that cardiopulmonary arrest means is that the heart stops and the lung stops. It's simply another way of saying death. So, cause of death, death. Complicating, that is involving law enforcement, subdual, that is subduing George Floyd, restraining him, and compressing his neck under cause of death. And in how the injury occurred, decedent, George Floyd, experienced a cardiopulmonary arrest while being restrained by law enforcement officers. Now, in terms of the manners of death, where you see here it says homicide, here would be the standard list of the choices that medical examiners will look to in determining what the manner of death was. How the injury or disease leads to death is manner of death, and this is Dr. Thomas will talk to you about this. 5 manners of death. Natural causes. A heart attack is a natural death, you will learn. A fatal arrhythmia is a natural cause of death, you will learn. Accident. A drug overdose is an example of an accidental death. For example, car accident can be an accidental death. Suicide, homicide, which is when they chose death at the hands of another, or undetermined, that if you can't tell which it is or what it is, you indicate undetermined. And here you will learn that Dr. Andrew Baker and Dr. Thomas determined amongst these possible manners of death, it wasn't natural, not accidental, not suicide, not undetermined, it was homicide, death at the hands of another. But that's not all that Dr. Thomas is going to tell you. She's going to tell you something about the limitations of pathology, that is, looking at the tissues of persons after they have been deceased in trying to determine whether somebody died as a result of oxygen deficiency. There are limitations, because in over half the cases where somebody dies from insufficient oxygen, and when you know they died from insufficient oxygen, there are no signs in the body tissues. She will give you the example, for example, of somebody who's smothered by a pillow and they die that way. She said you may see nothing in the body tissues, but you know they died from oxygen deficiency because you know how they died. And here in this case, you will hear that on autopsy, they didn't see any objective things in George Floyd's tissues, but she says we have to look at all the evidence and we can see what happened at the scene. And we can see moment by moment that he had all the telltale signs of a person who's struggling and suffering from not receiving sufficient oxygen. She will say you have to look at all the evidence, and we'll show you that objective evidence as we go through. So finally, I want to talk to you about some of the evidence that you will hear, some of the facts that do not excuse this excessive use of force, but you will hear about them. We will tell you about them. For example, you will hear that George Floyd was a big guy. He was over 6 feet tall. Every police conduct witness we bring to you on the stand, every use of force expert will tell you that his size is no excuse for any police abuse. You're going to hear, obviously, that he struggled with drug addiction, that he had high blood pressure. They'll talk about heart disease, and we will tell you about that heart disease that he had. What you will learn is that George Floyd lived for years, day in and day out, every day, with all of these conditions until the one day on May 25th when he ended the 9 minutes and 29 seconds, and that was the only day he didn't survive. That he went into that circle of 9 minutes and 29 seconds is the only day he didn't come out again. You will learn that. It's not an excuse for what happened in the 9 minutes and 29 seconds. You will hear what happened earlier on the day on May 25th. You will be able to see how the police approached him in his vehicle over the fake $20 bill. You'll be able to see how when they approached his car, came to his window within seconds, they had pulled out their gun, were pointing it at his head, and were using the foulest of language. You'll be able to see them get him out of his car, put him right away in the handcuffs. You'll see them pat him down so that they know he doesn't have any weapons. And not only that, you'll be able to hear George Floyd, when he approaches the squad car, saying he is terrified to be put into that squad car. You hear him say, I think I'm going to die if they put me in there. I think I'll die if I'm put in that squad car. He was terrified. You'll hear him talk about that. He says he was claustrophobic. And then he asked to count himself. Let me count my way into the squad car. And he starts trying to count 1, 2, up. They manhandle him, shove him into the car with the handcuffs on, and you'll see how he freaks out from that. You hear him saying, I can't breathe in the back of the squad car, and we will show you in the back of the squad car where Mr. Chauvin at one point had his hands around Mr. Floyd's neck in the squad car, and another, his arm and elbow around his neck with Mr. Floyd's head here when they were pulling him out of the squad car, putting him on the ground in the prone position, and when the 9 minutes and 29 seconds begins. But you're also going to learn, ladies and gentlemen, at the time they put Mr. Floyd on the ground that way, there were 5 grown men, armed police officers who were on the scene over a fake $20 bill. There were 5 of them there. Mr. Chauvin and his partner, the 2 officers who shown up there earlier in the first place before Mr. Chauvin was there, and a member of the park police. There were 5 there. For a man who didn't threaten anybody, you will see committed no act of violence in any way, who didn't try to run away, and who was put in the prone position this way with 5 grown men, armed police officers present. None of that, ladies and gentlemen, we submit you will find to be an excuse for what happened in the 9 minutes and 29 seconds. We're also going to want you to learn something about George Floyd, George Perry Floyd. His family members call him Perry because he was not simply just an object of the excessive use of force of police. He's a real person. And I want you to learn something about it. At the time that he was killed, he was 46 years old. He was a father, a brother, a cousin, a friend to many. He's originally from Houston, Texas. Even before Houston, he was from my original home state, North Carolina. Fayetteville, North Carolina, before Houston, is where his family was from. He excelled in basketball and football, loved shooting hoops, even to the end, and kept himself fit that way. He moved to Minnesota from Texas for a fresh start. And the rest of this you learn about him. His work as a security guard, that he lost his job when COVID hit. He's a COVID survivor, George Floyd was. And he lost his job as his employer was forced to close given COVID. But the point to all of this is that we want you to know something about who George Floyd was as a person, because he was somebody to a lot of other bodies in the world. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to sit down in a moment this morning. We're going to show you through the evidence that there was no excuse for the police abuse of Mr. Chauvin. We're going to ask at the end of this case that you find Mr. Chauvin guilty for his excessive use of force against George Floyd that was an assault that contributed to taking his life, and for engaging in eminently dangerous behavior, putting the knee on the neck, the knee on the back, for 9 minutes and 29 seconds without regard for Mr. Floyd's life. We're going to ask that you find him guilty of murder in the 2nd degree, murder in the 3rd degree, and 2nd degree manslaughter. Thank you.
Mr. Nelson, do you wish to open at this time?
Yes, sir.
You may.
May it please the court, counsel, Mr. Chauvin, members of the jury. A reasonable doubt is a doubt that is based upon reason and common sense. At the end of this case, we're going to spend a lot of time talking about doubt. But for purposes of my remarks this morning, I want to talk about reason and common sense and how that applies to the evidence that you're about to see during the course of this trial. Reason is an idea that wholly permeates our law, our legal system, and it forms the foundation. And you will see and hear that repeatedly throughout the course of this trial. What would a reasonable police officer do? What is a reasonable use of force? What would a reasonable person do in his or her most important affairs? Is a reasonable doubt. As such, reason dictates and necessitates how the evidence must be looked at and analyzed in every single case. And common sense is exactly that. It's common sense. Common sense tells you that there are always two sides to a story. Common sense tells us that we need to examine the totality of the circumstances to determine the meaning of evidence and how it can be applied to the questions of reasonableness of actions and reactions. In other words, common sense is the application of sound judgment based upon a reasoned analysis. And that's what this case is ultimately about. It's about the evidence in this case. The evidence that you will see in this case during this trial. It is, I agree with counsel for the state, it is nothing more than that. There is no political or social cause in this courtroom. But the evidence is far greater than 9 minutes and 29 seconds. In this case, you will learn that the evidence has been collected broadly and expansively. Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension employed nearly 50 case agents, analysts, and technicians to investigate this case. The Federal Bureau of Investigation included at least 28 additional agents in their investigation. These agents combined have engaged in an extensive and far-reaching investigation. They have interviewed over 50 members of the Minneapolis Police Department, including the officers who responded to the scene after Mr. Floyd was brought to the hospital. They interviewed members of the Minneapolis Police Department command staff. They interviewed officers who oversee training and policy-making decisions within the Minneapolis Police Department. They have interviewed nearly 200 civilian witnesses in this case. Some of these witnesses saw the entire incident, some who saw a portion of the incident, many who saw nothing, and some who had some piece of information to give to the officers, and others who had nothing. These agents interviewed the numerous medical personnel who attended to Mr. Floyd, and they interviewed the numerous firefighters and paramedics who responded. Agents executed approximately a dozen search warrants in this case to gather information. And in the end, you will hear a term throughout, I believe, this case called the Bates stamp number. The Bates stamp system is a way for lawyers to keep track of the case, to make sure that we are working from the same set of documents, the same set of evidence, to preserve the integrity of the investigation. You will learn that we are approaching 50,000 Bates stamped items. So this case is clearly more than about 9 minutes and 29 seconds. As you all saw during jury selection, the witness list in this case neared 400 people. So how do we begin to analyze and organize this evidence? I suggest that you let common sense and reason guide you. I propose that every witness you will hear from and every piece of evidence that you will see or hear during this trial can be assigned to one of 4 basic locations: Cup Foods, the Mercedes-Benz, Squad 320, and Hennepin County Medical Center. So let's start at the first, Cup Foods. You will learn that on May 25th, 2020, shortly after 7 o'clock p.m., Mr. Floyd and his friend Maurice Hall entered the Cup Foods located at 38th in Chicago. While they were there, they ran into their other friend, or Mr. Floyd's ex-girlfriend, Shawanda Hill. and he offered her a ride. You will hear from Chris Martin, who is the store clerk at Cup Foods. Mr. Martin observed Mr. Floyd. He watched his body language. He interacted with Mr. Floyd in this moment, and Mr. Martin formed the opinion that Mr. Floyd was under the influence of something. You will see the actual video from inside Cup Foods. Mr. Floyd did use a counterfeit $20 bill to purchase a pack of cigarettes. Mr. Martin realized this, and first, along with another one of his co-workers named Bill Walter, went outside to the car where Mr. Floyd, Mr. Hall, and Ms. Hill were sitting. Mr. Martin asked Mr. Floyd to come in and either buy the cigarettes, exchange, or return the cigarettes. And you will hear from Mr. Martin that Mr. Hall and Mr. Floyd refused. You will hear that a short time later, Mr. Martin went back to the car a second time. He went back to ask them again, please come inside, give us the money, or return the cigarettes. And that second time, again, Mr. Floyd refused. So, at 8:01 p.m., a second clerk from the Cup Foods, named Omar Kamara, called 911 to report Mr. Floyd. During that call, Mr. Kamara, you will hear, described Mr. Floyd as drunk and that he could not control himself. He's not acting right. He's 6 to 6.5 feet tall. Accordingly, Minneapolis police officers Thomas Lane and Alexander King were dispatched to the scene and arrived at 8:08 p.m. They were driving Minneapolis Squad Car 320, and they faced parking southbound in the northbound lane of Chicago Avenue and were directed by store employees immediately to the second location, the Mercedes-Benz. During this trial, you will hear evidence of what happened in the Mercedes-Benz in the 20 to 30 minutes prior to the police arriving. You will hear from Mr. Floyd's friends, Shawanda Hill and Maurice Hall. This will include evidence that while they were in the car, Mr. Floyd consumed what were thought to be 2 Percocet pills. Mr. Floyd's friends will explain that Mr. Floyd fell asleep in the car and that they couldn't wake him up, that they kept trying to wake him up to get going, that they thought the police might be coming because now the store was coming out, and they kept trying to wake him up. And in fact, one of these friends called her daughter, Miss Hill, Shawanda Hill, called her daughter, Shakira Prince, to come and pick her up because they couldn't keep Mr. Floyd awake. At 8:09 p.m., Officers Lane and King approached the vehicle, and Officer Lane approached the driver's side of the vehicle, and Officer King approached the passenger side. During the course of this trial, you will see and hear the body-worn cameras of these officers that fully capture the entire interaction with Mr. Floyd and his friends. You will see Officer Lane draw his service weapon after Mr. Floyd failed several times to respond to his commands to show him his hands. You will learn that that is an acceptable police practice. You will see the officers struggle with Mr. Floyd to get him out of the Mercedes-Benz and handcuffed. And you will see and hear everything that these officers and Mr. Floyd say to each other. The evidence will show that when confronted by police, Mr. Floyd put drugs in his mouth in an effort to conceal them from the police. At approximately 8:10 p.m., Officer Peter Chang of the Minneapolis Park Police responds. He responds to the scene to assist Officers King and Lane, and he helps in detaining the passengers. You will see Officer Chang's body-worn camera, and you will hear his interactions. This becomes important as we learn about police practices, because what you will learn is that when an officer responds to what is sometimes a routine and minimal event, it often evolves into a greater and more serious event. You will see surveillance videos near Squad 320 from a local business called the Dragon Walk that capture the actions and reactions of everyone present at that location, including evidence of further concealment of controlled substances. During the course of the investigation, 2 search warrants were executed on the Mercedes-Benz. The first on May 27th of 2020, the second several months later on December 9th of 2020. BCA agents located various pieces of evidence during both of these searches, including 2 pills that later analysis by the BCA revealed to be a mixture of methamphetamine and fentanyl. This is what's called a speedball, a mixture of an opiate and a stimulant. You will learn that these pills were manufactured to have the appearance of Percocet. While standing next to the Mercedes-Benz, Officer King and Officer Lane both asked Mr. Floyd what he was on. And he says he is on nothing. Officer King and Lane escorted Mr. Floyd to the 3rd location, Minneapolis Squad 320. The evidence will show that as Officers King and Lane escorted Mr. Floyd to their squad car, a citizen by the name of Charles Mcmillan walked alongside them. He kind of joined them. And he was encouraging Mr. Floyd to cooperate with the officers. Get in the car, you can't win. The evidence will show that Mr. Floyd and the officers began to struggle as they attempted to get him in the squad car. And you will learn that Officers Derek Chauvin and his partner Tu Tao arrived to assist Officers King and Lane at 8:16 and 48 seconds, almost 8:17. Upon their arrival, the first thing that Officer Chauvin sees is Officers King and Lane struggling with Mr. Floyd. Mr. Chauvin asked the officers, "Is he under arrest?" Yes. And then Officer Chauvin began to assist them in their efforts to get him into the squad car. You will see that 3 Minneapolis police officers could not overcome the strength of Mr. Floyd. Mr. Chauvin stands 5'9", 140 pounds. Mr. Floyd is 6'3", weighs 223 pounds. You will learn that because of this intersection at 38th and Chicago is considered a high crime area, the city installs what's called the milestone video system. It's a camera that sits high atop a pole and can surveil the entire intersection. When you see these videos pulled back from afar, you will be able to see the Minneapolis police squad car rocking back and forth during this struggle. So much so that it catches the attention of the 911 dispatcher, Jenna Scurry. This was not an easy struggle. As the struggle continues, you will see and hear both what Mr. Floyd was saying to the officers and the officers' responses to him. Mr. Floyd does end up on the street and appeared to continue to struggle to these officers, so much so that they considered applying what's called the maximal restraint technique. It used to be called the hobble or the hog tie. Mr. Chauvin used his knee to pin Mr. Floyd's left shoulder blade and back to the ground, and his right knee to pin Mr. Floyd's left arm to the ground. Officer King was placed below Mr. Floyd's buttocks, and Officer Lane was at the feet. And you will see and hear them continue to struggle with Mr. Floyd as he's attempting to kick. You will see and hear that a crowd begins to develop, watching and recording officers, initially fairly passive. As the situation went on, the crowd began to grow angry. But here's what you will also see and hear. You will see and hear the conversation between the officers behind the squad car. The crowd is not aware of what they are saying and doing. You will learn that several bystanders, including Donald Williams and Genevieve Hansen, they grew more and more and more upset with these officers. You've seen it this morning. But you will also see it from the perspective of the police officers. As the crowd grew in size, seemingly so too did their anger. And remember, there's more to the scene than just what the officers see in front of them. There are people behind them. There are people across the street. There are cars stopping, people yelling. There is a growing crowd and what officers perceive to be a threat. They're called names. You heard them this morning. A fucking bum. They're screaming at him, causing the officers to divert their attention from the care of Mr. Floyd to the threat that was growing in front of them. At this location, questions emerge about the reasonableness of the use of force. And this will ultimately become one of the decisions that you have to make. To answer these questions, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, the evidence will show that the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension investigated the Minneapolis Police Department's training and policies. You will learn about things such as the authorized use of force, proportionality of force, excited delirium, defensive tactics, including prone handcuffing, neck restraints, maximal restraint technique, the swarm technique. You will learn about rapidly evolving situations and the Minneapolis Police Department's decision-making model. You will learn about crowd control, medical intervention, de-escalation, procedural justice, crisis intervention, and the human factors of force. That is, what happens to a police officer or any person when they are involved in a high-stress use of force situation. And you will learn that Derek Chauvin did exactly what he had been trained to do over the course of his 19-year career. The use of force is not attractive, but it is a necessary component of policing. The evidence will again demonstrate that the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension conducted 2 searches of Squad 320. You will learn that in the second search of Squad 320, agents recovered several pieces of partially dissolved pills. You will learn that these pills were again analyzed, were again shown to be consistent or similar to the pills found on the Mercedes-Benz, in that they contained methamphetamine and traces of fentanyl. Moreover, these pills contained the DNA and saliva of George Floyd. Which leads us to our final location, Hennepin County Medical Center. The evidence will show that officers made 2 calls for emergency help. Those calls were within 1 minute and 30 seconds of each other. The first call, officers called for paramedics to arrive code 2 because Mr. Floyd had a nose injury. He was bleeding from the nose. That occurred during the struggle. Mr. Floyd banged his face into the plexiglass partition of the squad car. You will see the blood evidence in the squad car. That first call came at 8 o'clock, 20 minutes, and 11 seconds. The second call was what's called a stepped-up call, or a code 3 call, meaning get here as fast as you possibly can. That call was made and placed at 8 o'clock, 21 minutes, and 35 seconds. You will learn that paramedics arrived on scene at 8:27 and 18 seconds, just 19 minutes after Officers King and Lane arrived, within 6 minutes of it being called a code 3, and they did what they refer to as a load and go because of the crowd. They came, they picked up rather than attempting to resuscitate him or treat him on the scene, they loaded him into the ambulance and they drove to a location several blocks away to begin their resuscitative efforts. And you will hear and learn that Officer Thomas Lane accompanied them for part of that time. You will learn ultimately that Mr. Floyd was transported to the emergency department at Hennepin County. Efforts to save Mr. Floyd were made at the direction of Dr. Bradford Wankeed Langenfeld. Again, he took important tests. He ran blood samples and blood gas samples. He took certain obtained very important pieces of information. And you will learn that later that evening, Mr. Floyd was pronounced dead. The evidence will show then that Dr. Andrew Baker of the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office conducted the only autopsy of Mr. Floyd. And you will hear of several interviews that Dr. Baker had with law enforcement, where he discusses the cause and manner of death and what that actually means according to what he saw present in Mr. Floyd's body. And some of this evidence is extremely important to the final determination of Mr. Floyd's cause of death. The medical findings include things such as the blood gas test that was taken at HCMC that revealed Mr. Floyd had an exceptionally high level of carbon dioxide. Dr. Baker found none of what are referred to as the telltale signs of asphyxiation. There were no bruises to Mr. Floyd's neck, either on his skin or after peeling his skin back to the muscles beneath. There was no petechial hemorrhaging. There was no evidence that Mr. Floyd's airflow was restricted, and he did not determine to be a positional or mechanical asphyxia death. At the time Mr. Floyd was in the hospital, a femoral blood draw was taken. That blood draw was analyzed by a lab. The results of Mr. Floyd's toxicology screen revealed the presence of fentanyl and methamphetamine, among other things. And it will be important to know the difference between fentanyl and methamphetamine. The autopsy revealed many other issues, including coronary disease, an enlarged heart, what's called a paraganglioma, which is a tumor that secretes adrenaline, swelling or edema of the lungs. And the state was not satisfied with Dr. Baker's work. And so they have contracted with numerous physicians to contradict Dr. Baker's findings. And this will ultimately be another significant battle in this trial. What was Mr. Floyd's actual cause of death? The evidence will show that Mr. Floyd died of a cardiac arrhythmia that occurred as a result of hypertension, his coronary disease, the ingestion of methamphetamine and fentanyl, and the adrenaline flowing through his body, all of which acted to further compromise an already compromised heart. At the conclusion of this evidence, you will be instructed as to the law, the elements of the offense, and the court will give you detailed instructions on what you must find to convict Mr. Chauvin of these charges. But when you review the actual evidence, and when you hear the law and apply reason and common sense, there will only be one just verdict, and that is to find Mr. Chauvin not guilty.
Members of the jury, we're going to take our morning recess at this time until about 11:15. I want you to keep in mind that these breaks, we try and keep as much as we can to time, but if bathroom needs and other needs are important, we can expand it a little bit. So I don't want you to be nervous about making sure all of your personal business is done within the 20 minutes. But keep in mind the 20 minutes is what we'll try and stick to for our morning and afternoon breaks. And so now, Deputy will take you back to the other courtroom. We're in recess until 11:15.
Pour les armes? Oh, non, on va pas comme on va plus essayer de la cour. On va commencer par là. On va commencer par là. Ah ouais, c'est
Derek Chauvin, il sera encore vivant aujourd'hui. Donc écoutons un extrait de ce que le procureur, M. Blackwell, a dit ce matin.
C as in Charlie, U-R-R-Y.
Mr. Frank.
You want the witnesses to leave their mask on or off? What's the preference?
Actually, I prefer you take your mask off so we can hear it, if you don't mind. There we go.
Thank you, Ms. Curry. Can you tell the jurors what your occupation is?
I am a Minneapolis 911 dispatcher.
And so who is your employer?
City of Minneapolis.
And how long have you been doing that?
Almost 7 years.
Can you tell the jurors what kind of training goes into being a dispatcher?
A lot of training. We go through close to 2 years of training, starting with call taking, where citizens are calling 911 with their emergencies. Also speaking to non-emergencies and how we can direct those. We then work with police and fire on sending them their calls and prioritizing those, and also with the police officers on their off duties and warrants and lost children. So there's a multitude. There's about 4 different positions that we work.
Yeah, and maybe I should start first with, what all is involved in your job as a dispatcher? What are the kinds of things you do?
Specifically as a dispatcher, I take the calls that are from 911 as they are prioritized and send them out to the police officers or the firefighters to handle.
And do you also, for instance, have to answer provide information out?
Yes.
Okay. And is this just for police calls or fire calls, or what kind of calls are involved?
We have two different dispatches. So we have police dispatchers who will take the calls from 911 and the information and give it out to the officers over the radio. And we have fire dispatchers who would then do that specifically for the fire department.
So there are kind of 4 different aspects to your job, right?
Correct.
What can you just describe for us what those 4 really are?
The first one, 911 call taking, again, where the citizens would call in, giving their emergencies. We help with prioritizing those or getting them to non-emergencies lines. We then have fire dispatch, where those dispatchers specifically send over fire rigs to fires or medical runs. Channel 7 would be where we log in our off-duty officers, deal with lost children reports, warrants. It's called our information channel because it is a lot of where information questions happen. And then our police dispatching, where we take those calls from 911 and then send them out to the officers based off of priority.
So a lot of people think of a dispatcher as getting a call from somebody and then just calling a police officer and saying, go answer this call. But it's more to it than that.
A lot more to it.
Okay. And when you're working a typical shift, describe for the jurors, like, what's around you? What's your office look like when you're a dispatcher?
My office, our center is currently located in a basement. We have walls similar to like this, covered with carpet. It's a large center. You'll have all the call takers together, similar to how the jurors are set, but you'll have 5 to 6 different screens around you. And then in another room, you'll have your fire dispatchers to give them some silence so they can work around that and be on the radio and listen to the firefighters. Across the room, you will have our Channel 7 that is closely located to our dispatch group, which is approximately 4 people that are giving out all the calls to the officers.
So when you say the fire dispatchers are somewhere different, why is that?
It's just the layout of our center. Police dispatch is also across the room away from the call takers. It gives them the ability to be louder if they need to, if someone's hard of hearing or anything like that. The chatter also gets, with everybody together, gets pretty loud, so we have our own different areas for the ability to be on the radio without all of the background noise.
So in any particular shift, there are some people taking calls and some people dispatching calls.
Correct. We are not doing the same. I am not taking a 911 call and then dispatching it.
Why is that?
Minneapolis is very busy. We have dedicated 911 call takers at that time. We wouldn't be able to do it all at the same time.
And then fire dispatches their own fire units for a particular call?
Correct.
Okay. Now you mentioned having 5 or 6 screens in front of you. What are all those screens about?
Those screens have different resources on them. One of my screens is a telephone that has hundreds of numbers in it that I can use to call whoever I need to for any given reason. I also then have a city computer that I can utilize. If I need to find an address because someone may not know it, I can use Google or any other resources I need from the internet. I then have a radio screen that has all of our radio channels on it, along with other public answering points, so we can listen to their chatter in case something is coming into Minneapolis that we need to be aware of. And then I have 3 screens dedicated to the calls that are coming in, the calls that are assigned to police or fire, and it'll tell me all of the units I have available or who is signed in for different things.
Sounds like a lot of information.
It is a lot of information.
How long did it take you to really become a master at your job?
Every day is a learning day. I can tell you that I can learn something new that I didn't know yesterday. To be completely comfortable with police dispatching, it took me about 3 years to get comfortable there.
And as part of your training for that job, did you have to learn about how the City of Minneapolis Police Department divides up the city for coverage?
Yes, that's all geography for us, based off of the precincts and then how the precincts break down into different sectors.
And can you describe for the jurors then, and by police coverage, you're talking about how officers are assigned, correct?
Correct.
And so how is the City of Minneapolis divided up for police coverage?
There are 5 different precincts in Minneapolis, 1 through 5. Within those precincts, they all have different sectors. Those sectors are given to the officers. They have specific sectors that they belong to. And based off of the geography of the call, you would assign a certain unit to a different call, or to that call. And if you don't have a unit to cover that area, then you would have to take a unit from a different sector to cover that, leaving the sector they came from available.
So can you describe for the jurors, let's take, for example, the 3rd precinct. Are you familiar with the 3rd precinct?
I am.
And describe for the jurors generally what the 3rd precinct is.
The 3rd precinct has 4 sectors in it. The first one being 310. That is the top of the precinct. It goes down to Lake Street. And then the middle would be 320, and the lower half being 330, the east side being 340.
And so what generally in the area of Minneapolis are we talking about?
For the 3rd precinct would be South Minneapolis, east of 35W.
And when you use these terms like 310 and 320, what is that really referring to?
It refers to their sectors to correspond with the call signs that they use.
And so on a typical shift, how many officers would be assigned to each sector?
Typically you have 1 per sector, and then you have a sector squad or a precinct-wide squad that would be assigned to the whole precinct.
And so when officers are assigned to that sector, they're known by that sector number, not their names or their badge number or anything like that?
Correct.
So when you're dispatching, you dispatch to 320 because they're the 320 car.
Correct.
And so if you dispatch a call and that sector car is not available, what's the process there?
You move to that 360 number. It is a precinct-wide squad. If there is not one available, then you move to the most closest available squad.
So somebody has to go out of their sector to respond to that.
Correct.
And what's a priority call?
A priority call is a incident where someone calls in within 10 minutes of the situation happening, or there's the suspect that is still on scene.
So what's the significance of calling that a priority call in terms of dispatch?
The significance, we would want to get someone there as soon as possible. It's no longer, it falls still into the, how would I say this? It's still happening. There's possibility of the person still being on scene. It's not a report call that they would go not code to.
And so describe for us then what code 2 means.
As far as I understand, code 2 would be not using lights and sirens. They're going without those.
So it sort of makes sense for a call to be priority if you've got a suspect still there, want to get an officer there right away.
Correct.
And so code 2, from your training and experience, means proceeding without lights and sirens. Are there other codes that are used as part of the dispatch process and the policing process?
We have code 4, which would be scene safe. Okay. If we're working with other agencies, such as EMS, and they're staging in the area, which means they're not going in unless police have deemed it safe for them, police would let us know that the scene is code 4, and then they would proceed in.
And so between 2 and 4, is there a code 3?
There is a code 3.
And what does that mean?
Code 3 means emergent. So they need them as quickly as possible.
Okay. I'm going to back up a little bit. In your job as a dispatcher, you do a lot by hearing what's going on, getting calls. Is there also some things that you can do visually in terms of seeing what's going on outside of in the city of Minneapolis?
The majority of our job is all through listening. From the first call that comes into us to dispatching it to radios between dispatch and the responders. At some times we do have cameras available to us. They can be up simply for the fact to know what time of the day it is, to know what the weather might be out or at that time, to keep us as up to date so we can understand how or what questions to ask our callers depending on the day or what it looks like. But we do have cameras available to us if needed.
So explain where these cameras are. What do you mean that there are cameras?
As far as I know, they are around the city. I don't specifically know where each one of them is, but they are up and we do have access to them. Not specifically the dispatchers, but they are cameras that are available for usually camera operators, which are some police officers that operate cameras to use, and then we can use them as well.
So how do you see them, when you're working as a dispatcher? How do you see the video from those cameras?
Just like the TVs in this room, they're on the wall for us to use. There are approximately, I believe, 6 TVs.
And so it's a way for you to see what's going on out in the streets?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Okay. And, how often in your job do you think you look up at those and see what's going on?
It depends. Depends on how busy we are. Sometimes we are going from call to call to call, and you start at 5 o'clock and somehow it's already 9 o'clock in the afternoon and you don't know how you got there. Sometimes we can look up and see what it's like outside, and you can watch the people walking by. It all depends on the day.
So in communicating with police officers who are out working, there are different ways that you can actually communicate with them and talk to them.
Correct.
What are the different ways that you can do that?
First, we use our radio. That is our formal way of communication with giving out calls and information. We also have our CAD system, and that is the computer system that allows us to take the calls from 911 operators. They come over to us at dispatch, and then when we dispatch the call, we're also giving that same call to the officers or the firefighters to their computers so that they have the same information that we're giving out. Through that, we also have what would seem as an email system, and we can use that to send messages to if needed.
Can you also make phone calls to officers?
We can.
And so you may have sort of already answered my question, but just to be clear about it, tell us the typical process when a citizen makes a 911 call, how that comes through the call center and becomes a call to police officers for assistance.
So everything is, the first question we ask is, what is the address of the emergency? It's the most important thing so that we can send help right away if needed, but it also allows the calls to be coded to the correct dispatcher. We have 3 dispatchers working all at the same time, and they're in charge of different precincts. My channel, which was channel 1, is precinct 3 and 2, and the other channels involved have different precincts. So the address allows us to give it to different dispatchers so they can disseminate that information.
And so a call goes to a call taker.
Mm-hmm.
They give information to you to do the dispatch out.
Correct.
And so were you working on May 25th of last year?
I was.
Okay. What was your shift? Do you remember that day?
My shift was a middle shift. I started at 14:30, which is 2:30 in the afternoon, and I worked until midnight 30, which is 12:30 at night.
And I think you told us your responsibility then was which areas of Minneapolis?
Channel 1, which would be precinct 2 and precinct 3.
So then the other channels have the other precincts.
Correct.
And so what was your assignments? What were your job duties on May 25th of 2020?
As a police dispatcher, it was to take the calls that came in from 911 and to dispatch them to the police officers.
And incidentally, I think I may have forgot to ask you, is there always a sergeant on duty when you're serving as a dispatcher, a sergeant on duty out in the streets in each precinct?
Yes.
How many sergeants are there generally on?
It depends on their shift. Minimal of one.
And as part of your duties, do you often have contact with those sergeants about calls and other matters?
Yes.
Now, on that date, May 25 of 2020, did you dispatch a call to officers to a location known as Cup Foods?
Yes.
And did you receive that 911 call?
I did not.
And but you dispatched a call about that?
Correct.
Are you familiar with that location, Cup Foods?
Yes.
And do you know the intersection where that's located?
38th in Chicago.
And is that in the city of Minneapolis?
Yes.
You know what county that's in?
Hennepin.
Okay. And why are you familiar with that location?
It's a place where I've been in the area before. Excuse me, sorry. And also it's part of our geography to know certain landmarks that stick out. It's a place where we have to be ready to understand where it is. So if someone tells me they're at Cup Foods, I know where that is. It's 38th in Chicago, and I can use my computer system to get that address.
You're fairly familiar with the city of Minneapolis.
Yes.
And were you aware at the time if there was one of these street cameras for that area?
I did not.
Okay. Did you subsequently learn that there in fact is a camera there that could show the incident you had called?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you also then look at some video for this incident at that location?
Yes.
And we'll come back to that in a little bit. Prior to coming into court, did you have a chance to look at what we've marked as Exhibit 151? You don't know that, but it's the VisiNet or CAD printout from part of this call, correct?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, can we turn on just the witnesses screen, please? Can you put up 151, please? I'm showing you what we've marked as Exhibit 151. Do you see it on your screen?
No. Oh. Oh.
Now do you see it?
Yes, I'm using the judge's computer.
Okay. First of all, do you recognize what this document is?
Yes.
And how would you refer to it so I get it right?
It is the printout version of the call that it came in from 911.
So as calls are processed through the center, a record of that is made that looks like this.
Yes.
And is this kept in the ordinary course of the business of the call center and keeping track of what it does?
Yes.
And have you on prior occasions relied on something like this to recall what happened during a call?
Yes.
And is it something that you're able to see even sometimes during your shift?
Yes.
And would this come up on one of the multiple screens that you have if you wanted to?
Yes. Everything looks different. It would take a lot of explaining, but yes, we see all of this information.
Your Honor, then I would offer Exhibit 151.
And you did.
151 is received.
Now, Ms. Scurry, I'm going to ask for 151 to be put up on the screen so we can all see it. And starting here with the first page of this document, and I'll represent to you that we have not included the entire document, right? This is just a portion of that information, correct?
Correct.
So what I'm going to ask you to do here with the first line is tell us, run us through that first line and tell us the information on that very top line.
The first line is from the call taker. It is a query of the plate that's in the call, and then we use a lot of abbreviations for quick hand information to the dispatchers, and it would say outside on 38th Street reporting that there is a male provided a counterfeit bill to the business. The suspect is a black male, 6 foot taller, sitting on top of a blue Mercedes ML320 SUV, license plate boy Robert John 026.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have this blown up a little bit so it's easier for everybody to read along with you, and at least the first couple lines, just so that it's bigger for us all to see. So the first column on the left, self-explanatory, that's the date.
Correct.
And then the time, also probably self-explanatory. What does user mean?
User would be how you identify different persons involved. This person, you can tell, is a call taker. It's the first two letters there, and then it has their ID number. We all have our own ID numbers.
And so what's your ID number?
Mine is 1230096.
But this first user number that starts with a CT, you're familiar with who is assigned that number, or generally who has that number?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
It's given to our certain, everybody has their own specific one. If I needed to query that to find out who it was, it would tell me who their name is. But I also know that that's a call taker based off of the first two letters.
And then type, what does type mean?
It's the response.
So that's outgoing information.
Yes, I believe. I don't exactly know what that means actually right there.
Okay. So that first line, query, somebody's asking to run a license plate, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then the next line, can you describe for the jury then what we're seeing here, all that, if that's in capital letters?
So everything we write is usually in capital letters, but the first three letters are OTS. It's our short term for outside. And then just on 38th Street, it's providing the information of where. We try to be as clear as possible and paint a picture. So outside on 38th Street, reporting that there's male provided a counterfeit bill to the business.
And so is this the information that the call taker provided to you to make the dispatch to officers?
Yes.
And as part of this process, does that information also go to the officers in writing?
Yes, all of this information is sent to them when they're assigned the call.
So this is available to them in their squad car as well?
Correct.
And we see then there's a description of the vehicle, correct? Blue Mercedes?
Yes.
And then there's an address?
Yes, that is the query information. That goes in there so we can... Sometimes plates don't match vehicles. It is the reason why we ask, along with the license plate, what kind of vehicle are you seeing? So when we run that plate, we can say this is a stolen vehicle and it doesn't match, or the plate doesn't match because it might just be wrong.
So here, cleared at 2419 on Avenue North, what does that mean?
That is the registered owner's address.
Of the vehicle that's described there?
Yes.
All right. And so then the next line, no screening questions asked, what does that mean?
Due to the pandemic, we have certain questions that we ask, and there were no screening questions asked based off of the person not being the person they're calling about. So the caller, as far as we know, they're not going to have contact with But no screening questions were asked to let the officers know that we don't know if they've had any COVID contact or symptoms.
So then, taking this information, then did you dispatch a squad car to respond to this call?
Yes.
And who did you, well, first of all, if you could tell us which sector of the 3rd precinct, I assume this was the 3rd precinct, correct?
Correct.
Which sector would this fall in?
This falls in 320 sector.
And did you in fact dispatch then to 320?
I originally dispatched this to 330.
And why is that?
320 was not available.
And you knew that from your work previous that day?
Yes.
Okay. And so then you, did you make an actual dispatch to 330 to respond to this call?
Yes.
And so when you do that, make that oral dispatch, you base it off this information that you're reading right here?
Correct.
All right. And prior to coming to court, did you have an opportunity to listen to a copy of that call?
Yes.
And we played that for you?
Yes.
And did that appear to be an accurate recording of the actual call that you made?
Yes.
And we've marked that as Exhibit 10. And Your Honor, we would offer Exhibit 10 at this time.
Any objection? 10 is received.
Can you play Exhibit 10, please?
On April 4, 23, May 25, 2020.
3:30 empty to start is the only available out of your sector to Cup Foods on Chicago, 3759 Chicago. On 38, they are reporting that there's a person who used a counterfeit bill at the business. Suspect is a black male, 6 foot or taller, sitting.
Just so we're clear, that's not quite the end of the call, is it?
No.
All right. We will try again and see if we can get the whole thing to play.
Mr. Frank, you want to take a moment?
So in your call out then, you passed along essentially the same information as in the written part we saw in Exhibit 151.
Correct.
Slightly different based on just what you're reporting out, correct?
Correct.
Also, inside record.
so Ms. Scurry, thank you for bearing with us and everybody, but we'll try Exhibit 10 again. And just before we play it, so the first thing that records is actually not your voice. That's just an electronic voice marking the time of the call, correct?
Correct.
All right, so we'll try Exhibit 10 again.
T0423, May 25, 2020.
At 3:30. 3:30, yes, you could start as the only available out of your sector to Cup Foods on Chicago, 3759 Chicago. On 38, they are reporting that there's a person who used a counterfeit bill at the business. Suspect is a black male, 6 foot or taller, sitting on the hood of a blue Mercedes. License plate boy, Robert John 026, possibly intoxicated as well.
Copy. Squad 320, could you put this call in pending priority 9? We can take that forgery.
Copy. 30 option clear.
Copy. Cancel times 20.
So that is the total dispatch you had regarding this incident with the officers out on the street, correct?
Correct.
All right. So I'm going to back up and run through this a little bit. And if you can tell us, Cup Foods is in which sector?
It's in Sector 320.
Okay. And you initially called this out to 3:30, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall who was working in 3:30 that day?
I don't specifically know.
Okay. And so when you start your shift, you just know there's a car out there that's 3:30, you're calling to them.
Correct.
And after that, 3:30 called back and said copy, correct?
Correct.
And what does that mean?
It means they acknowledge that they've been given a call.
Okay. And subsequent to that, there was a call from 320, correct?
Yes.
And what was the substance of that call?
They said they would take their call.
Okay. So based on what you knew about 320 being busy, what did you take from that exchange that 320 was now calling in?
That they were able to at least put their call in pending and they could come back to it and then take their call.
They also mentioned pending priority 9. What does that mean?
That means that I didn't clear them from their call. Sometimes I will clear a squad for whichever reason. If it's report, advised, sent, there's a multitude of different reasons. And I instead just put it back in pending so they could pick it up later to finish whatever they needed to do.
And then 3:30 ended up calling and saying cancel, thanks 20, correct?
Correct.
All right. And what did that mean?
That they were no longer going to be going to the call and to thank them.
And so when you're making, when you're doing that dispatch, at some point did you ask to send additional officers there?
In the initial one, no.
Correct. But did you eventually?
Yes.
All right. So if we can go back to 151, please. And again, we'll expand that first page so we can see it easier. You'll see a line at 201008. So that would be 81008, correct?
Correct.
And that's your identification number, correct?
Correct.
And so tell us what that line is about.
These are the actions that I did to back the squad 320 up with 330 and then 830.
And so when you're saying backed up 320 with 330, what does that mean? What do you...
Additional squads are en route.
And so did you request that, or was that information you got that they were going to back up 320?
I backed them up.
Okay. Do you recall why?
I believe, I don't remember specifically, that I heard something loud in the background and asked for additional squads until code 4.
And you did that as well with 830, correct?
Correct.
And what does 830 refer to?
Squad 830 is a park squad.
And by park squad, you mean what?
They're a Minneapolis park officer.
So it's the park police work for the city of Minneapolis as well.
Correct.
And so they can respond to calls in Minneapolis, even though it's not in a park.
Correct.
And so then can you tell us a few lines down at 201102? Do you see that line?
Yes.
And describe for us what is listed there.
They are taking one out.
Okay. And what does that mean?
They are taking a person out of the vehicle.
Is that customary for officers to call that in?
Yes.
And then right below that is a license plate number, correct?
Yes.
And we have removed the identifying information from that, correct?
Correct.
That's why there's a gap there.
Mm-hmm.
And though there is a street address in Minneapolis, correct?
Yes.
And that's on Ilion Avenue?
Correct.
Where is that in Minneapolis generally, do you know?
That is in the 4th precinct.
So which side of Minneapolis is that?
That is on the north side of Minneapolis.
And so this information has gone out to the officers as well, that address?
Correct.
And then following down to 2012-21, do you see that entry?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jurors what's depicted on that line?
It is Squad 320 is code 4.
And so that means what to you?
Scene safe.
And incidentally, this 2012 is military time. That's 8/12, correct?
Correct.
I suspect you're far more accustomed to translating that than the rest of us.
Very much.
Yeah. And then the next line down, can you describe for the jurors what's there?
It says 8:30 is out with Squad 320. That is when the squad arrived.
That is when the, what, I'm sorry?
The 8:30 park squad is now with Squad 320 at that location.
Okay. And then if we move down to the next line, a whole bunch of stuff there.
Mm-hmm.
Not really concerned. That's just all coding for some information requested, I assume.
Yes, that is 8:30 put something in the call.
Okay. So then we'll move to the next page, and we'll expand this so we can see it. And actually, these 2 pages, we'll probably pull up both at the same time so we can look at them as we go along. Drawing your attention to the second line at 2020-11. Do you see that?
Yes.
And can you describe what's listed there, what that line is about?
I believe I heard EMS code 2 for a mouth injury requested by the squad.
And so that's 320 calling in for that, correct?
Correct.
And so code 2, you told us earlier, means what?
Non-emergent.
And then describe for us then what's depicted in the next line at 2021-35.
Squad 330 requested EMS code 3.
So this is now
upgrade.
330 upgrading the call to code 3.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And so they're asking for the ambulance to come quicker.
Correct.
And just to be clear, when we talk about EMS, we might think of that as an ambulance, right?
Correct.
All right. And then the next line at 2027-21, can you describe for the jurors what's depicted there?
It was information for the paramedics that police had the male restrained on the ground.
And incidentally, are you able to tell, who called that in, whether it was, or which squad it was?
I would be able to if I read the portable number.
Okay.
But I did not.
But not on this, printout, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then, the next line down at 2028-36. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jurors what that line has there?
So we first start out with a different number, so the long numbers with all the zeros, and then that is a paramedic writing into the call, and it says Rig 412 is requesting fire code 3, so we're adding additional agency to that.
Now explain why, is EMS different than fire?
Yes.
How so?
EMS, we have 2 different EMS companies we work with, North and then Hennepin County, Hennepin EMS. And this is them writing in here adding the additional fire. Fire is clearly firefighters, but they are medically trained. They can be anywhere in the city close to within 4 minutes.
So this is the paramedics calling in
additional support
for support from the fire department.
Correct.
And then if we skip down 2 lines to 2031-12, tell us what's listed there.
Per engine or rig, this is the paramedic rig. 412 EMS is now located at Park and 36, so they no longer are on scene.
And so for those last 2 lines we've looked at, the EMS people are sending information to you or to this call center.
Everything's shared.
Okay.
So we have a shared computer system that we use. And when you start adding additional agencies, everybody gets the same information so that everybody can be informed on what's going on.
And so this information then as well goes out to the fire department?
Correct.
Is it a separate thing you have to do, or is it automatic as part of the sharing?
It is an automatic thing once you are adding the agencies.
Okay.
So fire would not be able to see that unless they had their own call.
And so the line above that is the multi-agency fire is adding fire in?
Correct.
And so skipping down a couple lines now to 2033-02, can you describe for the jurors what's in that line?
It says via Metcom, EMS would like the fire department for patient condition at the requested location.
And this is something you dispatched out?
Correct.
And so that's, what's the import of this information? What's being communicated here?
I no longer knew what was going on. And I asked our partners, our agency, other agencies, via Metcom. It is a resource group that we have that we can connect radio to radio instead of phone to phone. It's faster. And I asked them what was going on, and that's what they told me, so I put it in the call so that everybody had that information.
And the next line down at 2034-10, can you describe where that information is coming from?
It's coming from the paramedics, and it says full arrest.
Okay. So that's something they're reporting into this shared system, full arrest.
Correct.
Right. And the next line after that, 2034-30.
Again, coming from paramedics, or they said engine or rig 412, the paramedics are working a full arrest.
And the next line down, again, now is you calling in, or you handling this information, correct?
Yes.
And what are you dispatching out there?
Adding information that the fire department is en route to Park and 36.
And then the next line down, 2036-07.
That is a different ID number, and it starts with F, which means it's coming from one of our fire dispatchers. It says engine 17, fires 2 minutes out to 36th and Park.
And the next line down, if you could just describe that for the jurors, the 2048-23.
That is EMS transporting to HCMC.
And then finally, this last line at 2055-06, in the column after the time, 3:30, correct?
Yes.
So what does that mean with that code being there?
The information that they provided?
Right. So is this 3:30 calling in?
They didn't call in. This is information they put directly into the call.
All right. How do they do that? What is
they have their computers. It's a laptop, I believe, in their cars that they're able to provide information that way too.
And so on this line, it references the status of the AP. Do you recognize the abbreviation AP?
No.
Okay. You don't know what that refers to?
No.
Okay. And so this is really a timeline of what happened during these calls, correct?
Correct.
So during this call, you know why we're here today, of course, because of this incident, correct?
Correct.
You have since learned the identities of the officers involved?
Correct.
On May 25th of 2020, did you personally know any of those officers?
No.
And during this time of this call, did you have some opportunities to look at the street video from this location?
I did.
And can you describe for the jurors how you came to see that?
While working at my position, we have 2 cameras or 2 TVs on our walls, one on both sides of the walls, so either side of the room can see. While I was dispatching calls, because this call was not the only call that I had to dispatch to officers in different precincts, I noticed that the cameras were up at 38th in Chicago and that we were able to see what was going on.
And did you recognize what was depicted in the video?
To the best of my knowledge.
And was Cup Foods in the video?
Yes.
And did you recognize that as Cup Foods?
Yes.
And was that consistent with what you knew to be 38th in Chicago?
Yes.
And so did you also, when you observed that, see some police officers?
Yes.
And can you just describe, when you first looked up there in general, kind of what you saw?
When I just saw the squad car. I didn't see the police officers.
And did you watch this video feed for a period of time?
I went in and out of the camera and being able to pay attention to it. I did not watch the whole video. Or as it was happening, I did not watch the whole time.
And why not?
I still had calls to take care of and things to give out to the police officers.
So we've marked a copy of that video. Did you have a chance to view that before coming into court today?
Yes.
And you understand that we cropped it in the sense of, on one side of the video there's a huge sign that kind of obscures that whole area, but the rest of the video, does it fairly and accurately depict what you were able to see?
Correct.
So, Your Honor, we would offer what's been marked as Exhibit 11.
Any objections?
Sidebar, Your Honor.
Yep. All right, 11 is received.
All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to start showing Exhibit 11, and I'm going to let it run for about 15 seconds, and then I'm going to pause it, okay? All right, so if you could do that, please. All right, so I'm going to ask to pause it right here. Now, as I said, other than cutting out the big sign on the right side, does this fairly depict what you were able to see when you looked up at the screens on May 25th of 2020 regarding this incident?
Correct.
And you said when you first saw it, there were no officers. Now we obviously have seen some officers walking into view. Were you still able to watch it when they did walk into view?
I was in and out of this video, so I do not remember them walking to the car.
All right. And what do you remember, seeing the next time that you looked up?
I believe they were getting into the back of the squad car.
And do you remember then the next time that you were able to see it, generally what was depicted?
I believe they were still trying to get into the back of the squad car. It was moving a little bit, and then I went back to my screens.
And I think what I'd like to do is have this run, and if you could just watch the video and tell the jurors, when you were able to look up what parts that you remember seeing that day during your shift, okay?
Okay.
All right.
I believe this is close to where I started watching.
So obviously you can see some police officers here. Did you recognize them individually?
No. And then I know I didn't watch that much, and then the next time I looked, they were opening the door. I do remember that.
Okay. Which door do you mean?
The driver's side back seat. This is what I remember seeing.
And so for the record, we see the officers now trying to put Mr. Floyd into the back seat, correct?
Correct.
The timestamp on the top, for the record, reflects about 8:17 and 10 seconds when you said that, approximately.
Yes.
Now the officers have opened a rear passenger door. Do you remember seeing this part of the video?
Yes. I remember seeing the squad move.
And what do you mean by move?
So like now you can see the squad is moving back and forth.
It's not like being driven, but moving back and forth.
Right.
And for the record now, the timestamp at the top is 8:17:50 approximately.
And I know I wasn't able to watch all of this.
So at some point here you had to turn away and do your job?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you remember what was the next thing you remember seeing?
The next time I remember looking up is they had moved from the back of the squad to the ground.
Right. And so when you see that, let me know, and we'll just make a reference to it at that time, okay?
Okay. I don't exactly know when they moved to the ground. I just know that when I looked up,
Right.
we were no longer in the back seat.
Because you've told us that you remember seeing them on the ground with him, I want you to point out the time in the video that looks familiar to what you remember seeing when you say that you saw them on the ground with him, just so that we know, okay?
Okay. I believe this is when I started watching again.
So for the record, the timestamp at the top reflects 8/19/25. So this is what you mean by them having him on the ground?
Correct.
Do you recall how long you were able to watch around this time?
No, honestly, I was in and out of looking at the cameras and then going back to my screens to make sure I wasn't missing anything, added remarks, getting out calls, and then would go back to the screen again.
Now, and actually I think what I'll do is just pause it here. After seeing this, at some point, then did you look back to the screen?
To back to working?
No, back to this video of the
Yes,
scene.
I was in and out of looking at this screen and then my work.
And at some point then, did you go back to this and how did it appear at that time when you went back to it?
It had not changed.
And what do you mean by that?
They were still on the ground. The whole situation was still the same.
Had there been other changes to the scene? Were there other people in the...
I didn't pay attention to the surroundings of what was going on. I just know that they hadn't moved.
All right. But at some point, did you see other citizens in the video?
I cannot remember seeing them. I just remembered looking up and seeing that the situation hadn't changed.
Do you recall approximately how long that was?
No. It was long enough. It was long enough that I could look back multiple times.
Okay. And so when you did look back, still on the ground, like depicted here, essentially.
Correct.
And what did you think about this when you looked back and saw that it hadn't changed?
I first asked if the screens had frozen.
Why did you ask that?
Because it hadn't changed.
Okay. And did you find that it had frozen?
No.
How did
well,
you
I
know?
was told that it was not frozen.
Did you see the screen change yourself?
Yes, I saw the persons moving.
So what did you start thinking at that point?
Something might be wrong.
Why?
We don't get these videos often, or video at all, unless it's looking at the bridge or just looking at people walking. We very rarely get incidents where police are actively on a scene. And they had changed. They had come from the back of the squad to the ground, and my instincts were telling me that something's wrong. Something is not right. I don't know what, but something wasn't right.
In what ways were you thinking that something was not right?
It was an extended period of time. Again, I can't tell you the exact amount of time. And they hadn't told me if they needed any more resources. It's a multitude of different things that ran through my brain, but I became concerned that something might be wrong.
Wrong with what? What are you thinking?
It was a gut instinct of, in the incident, something's not going right. Whether it be they needed more assistance, or if there just something wasn't right. I don't know how to explain it. It was a gut instinct to tell me that now we can be concerned.
And what did you decide to do?
I took that instinct and I called the sergeant.
And do you recall who the sergeant was that you talked to?
It was Sergeant Pluger.
And why did you call a sergeant?
The sergeant is the police officer's supervisor.
You're not a Minneapolis police officer.
No.
You haven't gone through like the use of force training.
No.
But in your experience, you felt something was wrong here that a sergeant needed to know about.
Correct. If this was a form of use of force, I was calling to let them know.
Why would you involve a sergeant in a call that might involve the use of force?
Sergeants are usually always notified for use of force.
And so did you in fact call Sergeant Pluger?
I did.
Have you ever in your career before called a sergeant for something like this?
Multiple. For an incident like this?
Right.
To be exact, no.
Okay. Where you had this instinct and felt something was wrong and you needed to call a sergeant about it. Have you ever had that incident or that situation before this incident?
If something was wrong with a call, yes. And not, I don't know how to say this, not if, I can call the sergeant for anything because they are a resource, and if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. But I can call them regarding calls if something doesn't look right in a call, if there's a caution note, if there's something that they can do beyond the scope of the call, I can call them.
And have you had a chance to listen to a recording of that call you actually made?
Yes.
And that recording is made as part of the business of the call center, records that traffic.
Everything's recorded.
All right. And we played a recording of that for you previously?
Yes.
And was it an accurate recording of your call?
Yes.
And we've now marked that as Exhibit 12. In Your Honor, we would offer Exhibit 12.
No objection.
12 is received.
And at this time, we'll play that call, all right?
2030-44, May 25, 2020.
Hey, this is Jenna with Channel 1. Hey, what's up? Hey, so just wanted to let you know about the person with a knife at 2602 Bloomington. And then, I didn't know, you can call me a snitch if you want to, but we have the cameras up for 320's call. Oh, did they already put him in the, they must have already started moving him. And 320 over at Cup Foods.
Okay.
I don't know if they had used force or not. They got something out of the back of the squad, and all of them sat on this man. So I don't know if they needed you or not, but they haven't said anything to me yet.
Yeah, they haven't said anything unless it's just a takedown, which doesn't count, but
Okay.
I'll find out.
No problem. We don't get to ever see it, so when we see it, we're just like, well, that looks a little different. All right, thank you. Bye.
Good, bye.
2031-33, May 25, 2020.
So I'm going to walk through that just a little bit. At the very beginning, you spoke kind of fast and you identified yourself. You just described for the jury what you were saying there.
I told them my name was Jenna and that I was Channel 1 dispatch.
So that's meaning the dispatch for 3rd Precinct.
Correct.
And then you talked about something involving a knife. Is that related to this case at all?
No.
That was from some other call?
Correct.
And then you use the term snitch.
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
At that moment, it was a word that just came out of my mouth, but it's out of the scope of my duties to call a sergeant if there was any use of force.
And so that's what the purpose, well, tell me, what was the purpose of making that call to him and giving him that information?
Voicing my concerns. Like I said, we don't see incidents. My job is mainly all listening.
And by the time you made that call, you said something to Sergeant Pleager about, oh, did they take him already? By the time you made that call, were you still able to see the video from the street camera?
Yes, the video was still up.
And what did you see at the time that you were making that call?
That nobody was there.
So you were aware an ambulance had come to the scene?
Yes.
But the ambulance was not in the video at that time?
Correct.
So is that the reason why you made a reference to them being gone?
Yes, so I was speaking to the rest of my team over there and asking a question to them while still on the phone with the sergeant.
So probably a better time for me to ask this question, but have you ever, prior to that date, made a call like that to a sergeant?
No.
In your job? Your Honor, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Nelson, should we take our lunch break, or would you like to do short cross-examination?
No, I think we should take our lunch break.
All right.
If there is one matter I'd like to discuss with counsel on the court.
All right. Members of the jury, we'll take our lunch break. Lunches should be delivered to your room soon, so we'll see you at 1:30. All right, be seated. All right, you can be seated. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just noting for the record that with respect to the exhibit containing the milestone cameras, I have not previously seen the redacted or edited version of that, and I think this may come up a few times during the course of this trial. Even the CAD report was redacted. So I don't know how, for cross-examination, my copies of these exhibits are different from what's being admitted. And so my concern is I'm asking the court to either instruct the state to give me copies of these redacted things so I can control them, or to utilize the state in terms of pulling some of these things up for cross-examination.
Okay. Mr. Frank, Mr. Slisher?
If I may, Your Honor, anticipating that, I've asked that a drive be prepared. Hopefully we'll be able to deliver that to counsel over the noon hour to have exactly what he's requesting.
All right.
All right. Anything else for the record before we take our lunch break?
Not for the state, thank you.
All right, we're in recess until 1:30.
right there.
just around.
Get on this side. This side is the road. That's on the track. Just drive over. You'll be good. Normally I'm used to seeing you guys in like your yellow vests, all set up, ready to go, blocking the streets, radioing in.
No, we're not yet today.
Yeah.
We have the event side. Seems like you got the road shut down.
My wife was watching the baby, so I had to come. I was like, I'm going back down. She's like, what do you mean? I'm like, it's actually day one of the trial, but I'm going back down. I know Tanya and Gabriel, they're chilling at home right now.
Yeah, they've always
Yeah, they've been standing around.
Wasn't trying to go to jail. I'm saying there was the thing was keep taking no disrespect.
And everybody else doing their protest. And then sure enough, Jonathan comes down with his bike. Him and some security guy were taking. And he goes straight down to the main. He goes straight to the media. And I'm like,
Did you see like the Floyd standards walking around a few times? The fans walking around a few times. I don't know which brother we saw. I don't know.
I think I think
I too am helping a little bit. Must be.
was a pretty easy spot.
It's hard. Honking and shouting can be good or it can be bad. Yeah, the folder? Yeah, nice. Ah. That makes sense. I was sit down and get the shit together. I'll be here. Well, I'll be here.
They'll kidnap me. Seen it.
brother?
1:30. No, they're on lunch break. Well, they already got the first witness up. 911 camera dispatch. Take 10 all the way past Minneapolis, 169 north. Like you go through Oak River, I'm like 50.
Shut the fuck up! Damn, what she say? Stupid bitch. That's the way to do it. Alright, that's why she went that way, right? Dumbass. Sit down. Don't get what the fuck we want. Just, so that's what will happen. Every day. I brought her down here to protest with me. She was yelling at the police with the microphone. We was out here. Everybody had left. We was the only ones out here. I was like, fuck it, you still yelling at the police. I heard you all the chants I told her. And I was eating that shit with her. She had the microphone yelling at her. She don't get out here now, really. Niggas don't get out here. Didn't the light we did. Raise your back. This type of shit. We're gonna get changed progressive way. Hey, bro, you gonna go no goof ass. He gonna get hit by a train. Yeah, it's goofy as hell.
Now that train sure ain't gonna stop. Here,
hey, can you look like a white? Yes. Fuck the captain. Hey. I know motherfuckers gonna start hunting. We gonna shut the street down. I know that much. You better start hunting. Alright, I'm gonna count 20 cars. I'm gonna count 20 cars. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. You can start over with what? Okay, that's two. We're gonna shut this motherfucker down. Y'all got too much privilege right here. Okay, okay. I'm telling you, bro. Fuck you. Start hunting. I'm telling you.
Really has no room.
Really close. Shut this shit down. Honk your horn. Okay. No, matter of fact, everybody got to get a pass. Everybody got to get a pass. You feel me? It's like they got to pay a fee. They don't hope they stop this motherfucker. Honk your horn. There you go. Honk your horn. Honk your horn. Honk your horn.
justice. justice.
Why we're trying to get them to go down this road. No, it's public. Fight.
Hold up, we want freedom, all these racist ass cops, we don't need us, hold up,
No.
You have been a 911 dispatcher for approximately 7 years at this point, is that correct? And I just kind of want to roughly go back over, you described sort of 4 areas that you do, correct?
Correct.
So as I understand it, the first area is there are days or shifts where you have, you may be the actual call taker, is that correct?
Correct.
And so as a call taker, a citizen calls 911, you pick up the phone and respond to whatever that call for service is that correct?
Correct.
And then you'll type it into a system, that information will get sent over to a dispatcher, correct?
Correct.
And the dispatcher is the person who is in charge of communicating with and assigning officers to calls, correct?
Correct.
And there are days when you show up for work and you're assigned to be the dispatcher, correct?
Correct.
You also described a third part of your job is to be the fire dispatcher, which is separate from police.
Correct.
Now, in preparation for trial, I believe on March 2nd, you met with members of the prosecution team, correct?
Correct.
And you made a statement, apparently made a statement that police is more fluid than fire. What did you mean by that?
Correct. So when fire calls come in, let's start over. There are most generally not times where the fire department comes upon an issue. It doesn't happen often, but it does happen where we can assign a rig that's come across someone who might be down on the ground or anything like that. But when a structure fire comes in, it's not because they were out driving around. It's because someone called soft flames or smoke, whatever prompted them to call, and then we send the rigs to where they need to go.
Okay. So basically, whereas police, they may be driving around and they may just see 2 people fighting on the corner, stop and have to deal with it, right?
Correct.
And so dispatching to police officers is a different process than dispatching to fire.
You are correct.
All right, so we've got the call taker, the dispatcher, the fire dispatcher, and what was the 4th aspect again?
We call it our Channel 7. It's an information channel. We mainly use it for officers coming in for off duties.
Okay.
Or when someone reports a lost child, we have different computers that we use to make sure we can log them appropriately in our national database.
Okay. So the Channel 7 responsibilities may include, when you say off duties, those are police officers who are hired as security at local businesses, things of that nature?
Yes.
So even though the officer is not on duty as a Minneapolis police officer, a business hires them and they still act as a police officer, correct?
Correct.
Now, and then there are those other, the lost children, things of that nature.
Yes.
Right? You also described that the city of Minneapolis is comprised of 5 precincts, correct?
You are correct.
First precinct being downtown, is that correct?
Yes.
And downtown is broken into 2 sectors, correct?
Correct.
And then you have the 2nd precinct, which is the northeast, right?
Correct.
The 3rd precinct, which is the southeast, right? The 4th precinct, which is the North Minneapolis, northwest side of the city, right?
Correct.
And the 5th precinct, which is the southwest side of the city.
You are correct.
All right. And each of those 5 precincts, like the 1st precinct has 2 sectors. The 3rd precinct, you said, had 4 sectors, right?
Correct.
And so essentially, there would be 2 squad cars downtown, 4 in southeast Minneapolis, and that's the totality of the police force in those 2 parts of the city. I mean, as far as patrol.
Patrol. At certain times, it can be more. It depends on the shifts and when they're on.
So there may be an event or a concert, and they may bring in extra people, or something's going on where they would need extra officers?
Correct.
And oftentimes, there are fewer officers than are assigned sectors, correct?
There's usually always at least 1 squad per sector.
Okay. But those, like, officers call in sick or they go on training, and so the numbers of officers on the street at any time shifts from time to time.
Correct.
And it's fair to say that as a dispatcher, you're not a police officer, correct?
Correct.
You have not been through the police academy, through police training, things of that nature.
Correct.
But you don't know all of the police officers in the city of Minneapolis, right?
No.
Okay. Now, in terms of your previous testimony, You indicated that listening is a big part of your job.
Yes.
You said that the majority of your job is done by listening. Can you explain what you mean by that?
We are in a room with no windows. We work off of a phone and a radio the majority of our time. The other times would be only if we had some kind of video to show us, anything like that. Then other than that, we are always on a phone or radio.
Okay. Now, you said that there are 6 televisions, you believe, in the dispatch room? Is that right?
Throughout the whole center, there's 6 on the walls, 2 large ones on the ends, and then there's 1 in fire.
Okay. So
9 total.
9 total. Sorry, I had to do some quick math. And I'm just trying to get this set back up here, if I may have just a minute, Your Honor. There we go. Okay. Those televisions don't have the City of Minneapolis cameras up all the time, do they?
No, they do not.
Those televisions may have other information up. They may be off. I mean, they're not constantly on all the time.
They're always on, but you are correct. They're not always on cameras. We have other information that we put on those screens that we can have constantly running as reminders. We also have other screens that we utilize throughout the day too.
All right. And then in front of you, you have 4 or 5 different computer screens itself. It sounds like it's a very, moving job, right? Now, how you testified that it's very rare that you actually see an incident that you've dispatched on these city cameras.
Correct.
Like, does it happen once a year? Like, is this the first time you remember it ever happening? How rare would you say it is?
I can't be specific, but there might be, in the whole time that I've been a dispatcher, maybe 3 to 4 calls that I've seen on our TVs.
Okay. And usually, correct me if I'm wrong, the reason that may be brought up is because there's something that triggers someone to operate that camera and put it up, right?
Correct.
So you don't control the cameras.
You are correct.
You don't have access to the cameras through any of the screens in front of you. Is
Correct.
that right? Someone else who maybe like a manager or a supervisor has to do that?
Correct.
All right. But this incident was specifically brought up on the cameras, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, I got this all. You also were previously interviewed in connection with this case by Special Agent Brent Peterson. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was back on June 9th of 2020 at approximately 1 o'clock, right?
Yes.
And that was at the FBI field offices, or where was that?
It was over the phone. I was not in town.
Okay. So you had a phone interview with Agent Peterson, and I believe you had your union lawyer or something with you as well, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you, on May 25th, you were Channel 1 dispatch. That covers both the 2nd and 3rd precinct, correct?
Correct.
And there were, again, the 4 sectors of the 3rd precinct, Squad 310, Squad 320, Squad 330, and Squad 340, right? And you didn't necessarily know who the officers were assigned to those cars.
Correct.
Have you subsequently learned who the officers were who were assigned to those squad cars?
Yes.
So who was assigned to Squad 320?
Officer Lane, and I do not know how to correctly pronounce the other officer's last
King.
name. King.
All right. And Squad 330 was Officer Chauvin and Officer Top, correct?
Correct.
And the other cars did not come, right? Squad 310 or 340 were not on scene, right? And ultimately, 830, did you identify who Squad 830 was for the Park Police?
I didn't.
Now, when this call initially came in, you again were not the call taker this day. You were the dispatcher, right?
Correct.
And so the call taker comes in, takes the call. You see the information that the call taker puts into the computer system, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that that information is also being seen in the squad cars of a Minneapolis squad car, right?
Correct.
So when the call taker types in this information, it's visible to the officers in the squad car.
Yes.
And it allows them to respond as well. You can respond. Lots of people can respond to various calls, right?
Correct.
All right. I am going to go back to, with the court's permission, I believe this was Exhibit 151, which was the computer-aided dispatch. Can you see that in front of you?
Yes.
All right. See if I can get rid of some of this stuff here. All right. Okay, so the call initially comes in at 8:02 and 13 seconds, correct?
Correct.
And as you described, that the caller reported that outside the reporting party that there's a male provided a counterfeit bill to the business. Suspect is a black male, 600 plus, that means 6 foot or higher.
Yes.
Okay. Sitting on top of a blue Mercedes-Benz ML320 with the particular license plate. And it also noted that it appears this person is under the influence, right?
Correct.
So at the time that the call came in, you would have seen that this person was suspected to be under the influence by the caller, right? As would the officers in their cars.
Correct.
And so you indicated that you had initially did you say you radio dispatched Squad 330 to this call?
Initially, yes.
Right. And that was because, and do you recall where they were at the time you dispatched them?
No.
Excuse me. Back in June 9th, when you spoke with Officer Peterson, or Agent Peterson of BCA, would you dispute me if I said you told him that they were at the precinct at the time of the call?
I would not dispute you.
Okay. And so it's, at that time, you believe that Squad 320, which was the sector car, was tied up, but they had not cleared something from the computer? Is that right?
Right. They were still on the call that they had been working on.
So let's talk about when an officer finishes a call. Is there something that an officer is supposed to do to say, hey, I'm done with this call, I'm on to the next one?
It is, they can either clear over the radio with us, clear me whichever reported by sent, whatever, there's a multitude of things, or they can clear themselves. On my screen, I have a status screen that shows me when a car is clear, when the car is en route, when they're on scene, and when they're code 4.
Okay. And so on one of these screens that's right in front of you, you have some sort of representation of each of the sector cars that you're responsible for dispatching. So if, for example, you have a call in Sector 310, and 310 is already occupied with some other call, you can send 320 or 330 or 340, or even somebody from a different precinct or sector, correct?
From a different precinct, it requires more conversations with a sergeant to pull response cars. It's a policy of calling people and getting their permission to use their cars. But yes, if someone is busy and I don't have a 360 or whichever precinct 60 car to use, then I have to go to the closest available. Or if there's no one who's close and I only have one squad available, that's the person that has to go.
Okay. So when you are looking at your computer screen, do you see all of the precincts' cars and their availability, or do you only see the second and the third precinct?
I only see the second and the third.
Okay. Now, so you indicated that ultimately Squad 320 kind of took the call back, right?
Correct.
They said, hey, we're clear. We're going to go handle this call at the Cup Foods, right?
Correct.
And you're familiar with the, you said you were familiar with the 38th and Chicago intersection?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And does it get a fair number of police calls to that area?
That I don't have the statistics for.
Okay.
And I wouldn't be able to rattle off of a yes or a no.
Okay.
In the last year, yes. before that, I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Okay. Now, squad 30 was ultimately squad 320 was ultimately backed up with squad 830, the park police, and squad 330, Officer Chauvin's squad car, right?
Correct.
And again, do you recall why you backed these officers up?
Initially, I believe I heard a loud something in the background. I would have to be reminded of what exactly I heard, but it was loud. And so until they were code 4, I started a squad to back them.
Okay. So correct me if I'm wrong. You can't just hear what an officer is doing at any given time. Listen in on their calls, right?
No, they have to radio us to let us know what's going on.
All right. So when an officer pushes his button on his radio, or however they do it, it opens up the air or the microphone, so to speak. And that's what you're talking about. You're trained to listen, right?
Correct.
And when you spoke with Agent Peterson, do you recall telling him that you heard lots of yelling and things of that nature at one point when Squad 320 said they were taking one out?
I don't remember specifically. I believe I told him that because that was the reason why I asked for assistance.
Right. Squad 320 didn't call in and say, hey, we need help. You heard something that was concerning to you and you sent help.
Correct. And then when they said they were taking one out, had they said that first, I would have also started it then.
Right. And so Squad 830 was the first to respond?
Yes.
And I believe that they responded, let's see, at 8:10 and 38 seconds, right?
These actions right here, the one with my numbers where it says backed up with 320, or 320 with 330 and 330 with 830, that is me using my tools at dispatch to just back them up. I don't see the arrival times on here.
Okay. So this, you see here, 525 at 20:12:21, 320 C4. That's code 4.
Correct.
Meaning all clear, right?
To my understanding, yes.
And then 830 out with 320 at 20:12:55. So roughly 40 seconds or 34 seconds later, Squad 320, or excuse me, Squad 830 is out with 320,
Correct.
right? And then there was an inquiry to get some information, right? And ultimately then at 8:20 and 11 seconds, there was a code 2 call for a mouth injury, right?
Correct.
Meaning code 2 again, meaning just come in the matter of due course and no need to rush.
Routine, yes.
Routine, right. And then at 20:21:35, so again, about a minute and 24 seconds later, Squad 330 EMS code 3.
Correct.
So someone assigned to Squad 320, either Officer Chauvin or Tao, called EMS and stepped them up to code 3.
Squad 330.
Squad 330, right, which would be Officer Chauvin or Officer Tao.
Correct.
All right. And they, code 3 means get here as quickly as you possibly can, right?
Correct.
Lights and sirens.
Correct. Sorry.
Now this particular document, Exhibit 151, does not have the arrival times, correct?
Not printed on it, no.
All right. Are you familiar with other documents or other printouts that would show various arrival times?
Yes.
And it would show other people who are associated with the case? Like what time, like who is assigned to which particular squad car?
Yes.
Okay. If I may have just a minute, if we could take this down, Your Honor. Mr. Frank, I'd be referencing Bates stamp 7438 for your information. Would it refresh your recollection, or would it help you to identify arrival times if you were to look at what's called an incident detail report?
Yes.
Ask you if you can show this screen to the witness. This hasn't been offered, Your Honor. I'm sorry?
I can't kill those screens, but not that one.
If I may have a minute. All right. Now, the incident detail report has a much more detailed time of like first keystroke, of when somebody starts typing, what time officers arrive. Every single time is documented very closely, correct?
Correct.
Now, would you disagree if I told you that the phone was picked up from the 911 caller at 8:01 and 15 seconds?
I can't disagree with that.
Okay. And I know that you don't have this right in front of you, but because of some redactions, I just have to walk you through these times.
Okay.
Would you agree or disagree, or would you agree that the first unit was assigned at 8:04 and 28 seconds?
Yes.
And that would be squad 330 was en route at 8:04 and 28 seconds.
Correct.
Then 320 took the call at 8:05 and 11 seconds and indicated that they were en route. So very short time, right?
Very short time.
Would you agree that if I told you that squad 320 arrived at Cup Foods at 8:08 and 10 seconds?
Correct.
Squad 330 being assigned to Derek Chauvin, Tu Tao. Squad 830 being assigned to Peter Chang of the Minneapolis Park Police. Squad 320 being assigned to Officers King and Lane.
Correct.
Now, in terms of
We're going to go back to old school methods and print out some paper. We'll get there.
To your honor.
To them to speed this process up.
Mr. Nelson?
That's fine, Your Honor.
All right.
So for purposes of stipulation, EMS code 2 for a mouth injury was called at 8:20 and 11 seconds. EMS code 3 from squad 330 was called out at 8:21 and 35 seconds. The arrival time of EMS is 8:28 and 36 seconds. Am I reading that correct? So 8:28 and 36 seconds EMS arrives, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then EMS didn't stay on scene, right?
No.
They left. And they indicated that they went to 36th and Park, right?
Correct.
And they didn't go to 36th and Park, did they?
EMS? That's where I believe they were.
Okay. So to your belief, they went to 36th and Park because that's what they called out, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall fire having trouble finding EMS at 36th and Park?
Yes.
Okay. Because they didn't go to 36th and Park, they went to 36th in Chicago, correct? Or do you not know?
I actually don't know. After those comments, I did not know that's where they went.
Okay. So ultimately there was some confusion between fire and EMS about where EMS actually was. And you heard that radio chatter.
I asked the questions on Metcom, which is reflected in there, and then relayed the information that I had of 36th and Park, which was also added into the call. Other than that, I didn't know their locations.
Okay. Now, ultimately, you said that you were watching this video, and you were still watching your rest of your work, right?
Correct. I was actively still working.
So you look up for a couple seconds, look down, do your work, look up, look down, from time to time throughout the course of this incident.
You're correct.
All right. And so it's fair to say that your attention wasn't necessarily focused directly on the cameras and what you were seeing.
Correct.
But it was concerning enough to you what you did see that you called Sergeant Pfluger of the Minneapolis Police Department 3rd Precinct, right?
I was concerned. Yes, because of the time of the length of the incident had not changed.
Okay. So you called, we listened to your video, or the audio of your call with Sergeant Pfluger, and you called Sergeant Pfluger at 8:30 and 44 seconds.
Is that the time of the call?
Correct. 20, 30, 44.
Yes, then that's the first time we spoke.
So the first time you spoke was at 8:30 and 44 seconds. And in fact, during that phone call, you must have looked back at the camera and saw that they were all gone at that point, right?
Correct.
Because you said something to the effect of, oh wait, they're all gone, right?
Correct.
And your time that you had called into the Metlink was at 8:31 and 12 seconds. Does that sound right to you?
For the Metcom hail?
Right.
Correct.
Then ultimately Squad 330 indicated that they were going out to check on the status, and it says AP of the AP. That's something that Squad 330 typed into the system.
Correct.
And that was at 8:55:08, right?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Now, again, you were concerned because of the length of the time that you saw this incident unfolding, right?
Correct.
And I think you said that at one point you thought maybe the camera had even frozen.
Correct.
Right? Because it seemed to be kind of prolonged, right? You can't hear anything on that video, could you?
No.
You had no idea what officers were talking about amongst each other or what they were talking about with others who were present, right?
You are correct.
And again, you, not being a Minneapolis police officer, are not familiar with the use of force requirements, correct?
You are correct.
All right. But you are aware that when uses of force are made or used, sometimes you'll hear dispatch, the officer call for a sergeant because they need someone to review a use of force, right?
Right.
And you, at the time you called Officer Pluger or Sergeant Pluger, you hadn't received any sort of a dispatch from Squad 320, Squad 330, or Squad 830, hey, we need a sergeant to review the use of force.
You are correct.
Now, every single time the Minneapolis Police Department uses force, do they go through the dispatch process?
Of using the radio?
Well, to get to the sergeant to report the use of force.
As far as I know.
Okay. So you don't know whether someone called up Sergeant Pluger on a cell phone and said, hey, we need you down here.
Correct.
And so, because at 8:30, when you called Sergeant Pluger, you had not yet heard that dispatch, right?
Correct.
And sometimes when a use of force incident occurs, that call may be to the sergeant to review the use of force, may be fairly quick, and sometimes it may take a few minutes, right?
Sure.
And
Yes.
it just depends on the circumstances and the situation, right?
Correct.
Now, you indicated that there were these TVs. There are more cameras within the city of Minneapolis than 6 or 9 TVs worth, right?
Yes.
Are the televisions, like, are they split screen where you can see 5 or 6 cameras at one time, or is it one big TV with one big camera?
It is split screens, and then you can go into different camera views.
Okay. Looking back through my notes, when you watched the video here in court, you said that it was similar to the video that you had watched previously, right?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that the video that we just watched in court seemed to be moving very slowly in terms of kind of choppy
Pace. Yes.
Right. So an incident that you watched it in real time, subject to a few seconds of delay for the signal to get through, right?
Correct.
So I'm going to see if it makes a difference if we look at it on my computer. If we could, this is Exhibit 11. Yep, it should be plugged in. Can we put it up? There we go.
Once it wasn't me.
It's day one, Your Honor. So. All right. So now when you watch this same video, it seems to be moving in a little faster time.
Correct.
Because these cameras actually transmit real-time occurrences.
Correct.
And you said that you first kind of took notice based on your estimate at 8:17. So I'm going to just skip forward here a little. This is 8:17 and 38 seconds. Back it up here a little. So this is 8:17 and about 30 seconds, and this is when you first sort of took notice of these cameras on the squad car, right?
Correct.
Or at the call center. Now, in terms of the pacing of this, is this more consistent with real time?
Yes.
And one of the things you ultimately told Agent Peterson was how you noticed how the squad car was rocking back and forth during the struggle.
Correct.
And if you could just watch this and tell me when you start to see that happen.
Well, it's currently shaking. And now currently shaking.
And by rocking back and forth, the car is actually going forward, a little backwards, and it's happening over and over and over again, right?
Correct.
And it's happening pretty much consistently during the course of the interaction of the officers, right?
Correct.
And that back door is opening and closing on the officers, right?
Correct.
Now, the other things that you notice when you look at this intersection, this is a pretty busy intersection, right?
Correct.
Lots of cars coming by, lots of people wandering about. This was May 25th, pretty nice spring day in the middle of, or not long after being cooped up inside here.
Correct.
So now ultimately, you observed and you saw these officers using force, right? Or what you believe to be force.
With taking him out of the squad?
Right. Or putting him in the squad.
Yes.
And there was, what you observed was a struggle between officers and the person they were arresting, right?
Correct.
And that the struggle ultimately resulted in that squad shaking back and forth.
Correct.
And when you ultimately called Sergeant Pluger, you said, I don't know if this is a use of force or not, right?
Correct.
And Sergeant Pluger told you that it could be just a takedown.
Correct.
And a takedown wouldn't require a supervisor.
Correct.
Ultimately, you know that Sergeant Pluger responded to the scene, right? And is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
It's okay. And that's confirmed in the computer-aided dispatch or the incident detail report, right?
Correct.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Mr. Frank, can you redirect?
Mr. Gray, just a few follow-up questions. I'm going to put 151 back up on the screen for you because I think in the questioning, I think counsel had asked you about MetLink, I think was the term he used. I just want to clarify that 2 points. So if we could put and I want to just clarify those times as well. So if we go down to the time of 20:31:12, and if we could just expand that out so we could all see it a little better, please. I think counsel had asked you about this 20:31:12, and that being the Metcom call. Having looked at this, what time was your Metcom call?
So the information I added was at 2033 for the Metcom. That is our resource that we use radio to radio in the metro, so we can be quick and be able to get information back and forth.
So that 203302, what is the purpose of that entry right there? What are you reflecting?
I'm asking basically what is the reason why fire was added. I got on there and asked, what do you need fire for? Because there were no additional comments of saying why they were needed code 3.
And so what you've typed in there via Metcom is, and you sent out, yes?
Yes.
Is to tell what?
The information that I got via Metcom was that EMS would like the fire department for patient condition at the requested location of Park and 36th.
So that's the answer you got, is that that EMS wanted them to go there.
Correct.
Right. And so that was information you received before 203302, but you sent out at that time.
Correct.
Okay.
There's the time of me typing and putting it in there.
When you have referred to your work duties that day, you can take it down, thank you, as Channel 1, how does that signify you from other dispatchers?
We have 2 other channels. There's Channel 2, which is in charge of the north side, and then there's Channel 3, who has downtown in the 5th precinct, and then we have a relief dispatcher who's there to help us when we take our breaks or when we need to get up for any given reason.
So when you dispatch over Channel 1, does that go citywide or just precinct-wide?
Just on those 2 precincts. I have my own dedicated channel.
Having been questioned by opposing counsel about your call, as you sit here today, have you changed your mind about the reasons why you called Sergeant Pleeger when you did?
No.
You were asked about the number of screens that you have up, looking at all this, and still being able to see what was going on in this call from the city camera. That's been your work setup for about 7 years, correct?
Correct.
Something you do on a daily basis is keep track of all these moving parts.
Yes.
And that video that's up there, when it's not sending out work messages, can put up these city cameras, correct?
Correct.
But you don't control that.
Correct.
Do you know who or what office controls that?
It can change. Sometimes the supervisors at our center can pull up cameras. Like I said, sometimes we put them on there just to see what the weather is. Especially if we have inclement weather, if there's storms coming through, we can see actually how severe they are when people are calling in. Sometimes they put them up for incidences if we can see anything, and those cameras can be taken away from us. to the fact that the base, which is the precinct desk, has control over them and can move them to wherever they need to when they need to.
So what you're saying is that those cameras, where they're pointed and when they're available to you, can be controlled by members of the police department?
Correct.
And in your 6 years by this date and 7 years now, it's a rare incident for somebody to put an incident up on the screen like that.
Correct.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Gurry. You may step down.
Thank you, sir.
Statement called. Next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state calls Alicia Euler.
Stand right behind your chair to start. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
All right, have a seat. And just to make sure that we can hear you, we're going to have you take your mask off. I'm going to leave mine on, and before you begin, and so we can test out the microphone, could you give us your full name, spelling each of your names?
Like my whole name?
Yep.
Alicia Marie Euler, ALISHA, MARIEEOYLER.
And I think I'm going to have you pull up just a little closer to the microphone. Perfect. Thank you. Mr. Slisher.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. And Ms. Euler, the key I'm going to give you is that when you speak, you should be able to hear your own voice over the speakers, all right? So just lean close enough to the microphone to be able to do that, all right? So first, I'm going to ask you a few questions so we can get to know you a little better. How old are you?
23.
23. And are you originally from Minnesota?
No.
Where did you grow up?
No, I'm from Arizona.
You can kind of pull back. You're actually speaking.
I'm sorry. I don't like this. Okay.
Yeah, I just need you to speak closer.
Okay, are we good? All right.
Thank you. And you can even pretend you're yelling at me if you want to, or make your voice hit the back of the room, all right?
Okay.
So you said that you grew up in Arizona, is that right?
Yep.
What part of Arizona?
Just Arizona.
The whole state?
Yep.
Okay. When did you make your way over to Minnesota?
I don't know. A while ago.
Were you still in high school?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you attend any schools when you moved to Minnesota?
Yeah.
Where did you go to school?
Red Wing.
In Red Wing, Minnesota. Where else did you go?
St. Paul.
St. Paul. Okay. What's the last grade you completed through high school?
11th.
Okay. Can you tell the jury the different cities or towns that you've lived in since coming to Minnesota?
I guess Minneapolis.
Okay. Minneapolis, and I assume Red Wing for one?
Yeah, St. Paul.
And St. Paul. Okay. Are you currently employed?
No.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about the types of jobs that you've held?
I used to work at Speedway.
And which Speedway do you recall the location?
38th in Chicago.
Right. What did you do at Speedway at 38th in Chicago?
I'm a shift lead.
Shift lead? What does that mean?
Like Not like a regular employee, but not a manager, like kind of in the middle.
Okay. So not a lot of us have had the experience of working as a shift lead at Speedway, so I'd like you to just tell the jury a little bit of what's your day-to-day job like when you have that job.
I work at a cash register. I do paperwork. If a customer has an issue, I handle the issues.
Okay. You also work as a cashier.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have to train other people or supervise other cashiers?
Sometimes.
How long did you have that job, Ms. Euler?
About a year.
Did you start as a shift lead, or did you have a
Yeah.
different position? You started as a shift lead? Can you tell the jury a little bit about the types of hours you would work there? It was a full-time job?
Yep, I work 40 hours a week.
Okay.
Well, I did.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay. When did you typically start your shift?
Between 2 or 3 to closing, 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock was closing?
Yep.
Was it a pretty busy store?
It has its moments.
Okay. Well, I'd like to see if you recognize the area. First, I'd like to show just the witness what's been marked for identification as Exhibit 1. Oh.
All right, Mr. Fisher.
Thank you. Ms. Euler, we're ready for you now. I'm going to show you, first I'm going to offer Exhibit 1. And then I'm going to show you Exhibit 1. If you can take a look at the screen, just the one in front of you.
Oh.
All right. Do you recognize what's shown in Exhibit 1?
Yeah.
Do you see the speedway where you used to work?
Yeah.
I need to speak up a little bit.
Yep.
All right. So, do you have something that looks like this in front of you? A little stylus? All right. What I'd like you to do is just take this and see if you can draw a circle around the speedway where you used to work. Thank you. All right. And the name of the store directly across the street, were you familiar with that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
What's the name of that store?
Cuff Foods.
You ever go in that store? Were you a customer there?
Not really.
Not really? Just a place across the street where you worked?
Yeah.
Okay. And then do you see what's directly across the street if you cross 38th Street from Cup Foods?
Yeah.
Do you recognize that building?
Yeah, I didn't know that's what it was, though.
What did you know it as?
I never really paid attention to it.
Okay. Well, do you recall whether or not you were working on May 25, 2020, Memorial Day?
Yeah.
And where were you working?
At Speedway.
At Speedway, all right. And do you recall when you began your shift?
About 3 o'clock.
And do you recall specifically what you were doing at the Speedway that day?
Ringing up customers.
And at the cash register?
Yeah.
Can you just, again, using your stylus, point or maybe put a little X around the area in front of the store where the cash register would be?
right here.
Okay. Are you able to see the outside across the street from the cash register?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes? And you said you began working at 3. I'd like to draw your attention to a little after 8 o'clock in the evening that day. Do you recall something that caught your attention outside of the Speedway?
Yeah.
You tell the jury what caught your attention.
The police, like in that area, it's always police.
When did you first notice, or where did you first notice the police?
I would say like on the corner, right, like diagonal, like across the street, like right here. Oops.
Okay. And so, for the record, that's across from Cup Foods across 38th Street in what is labeled on Exhibit 1 as Dragon Walk. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right. Please tell the jury in your own words what it is you saw that caught your attention.
Just the police, try not to cuss, just them messing with someone.
Okay. And when you say messing with someone, and thank you for not cussing, but when you say messing with someone, could you please describe what you mean by that?
Like, I don't really know how to explain it, just like disturbing somebody before we found out who it was.
Okay. Now, did you eventually find out who the person the police were disturbing, in your words?
Yeah.
Who was that?
George Floyd.
Had you ever met this person before?
No.
To your knowledge, he'd never been a customer in the Speedway?
No.
Okay. Can you please describe for the jury what you saw after you first noticed the police having this interaction with the person you now know to be Mr. Floyd?
Can you say that again?
So can you just describe, after you first noticed the police having this interaction with Mr. Floyd, what did you see happen?
Him in handcuffs.
You saw. Where was Mr. Floyd when you saw him in handcuffs?
Over here, across the street.
Okay. In the area where you first indicated, by the Dragon Walk?
I believe so, yeah.
And then what did you see happen after Mr. Floyd was in handcuffs?
I don't remember.
What's the next thing you do remember?
Oh, God.
Are you a little nervous today?
Yeah.
Well, that's okay. Just take your time. And we have plenty of time to get through this, okay? And so, just backing up, you'd indicated that Mr. Floyd was in handcuffs. And just think to yourself what you next remember seeing after you noticed he was in handcuffs.
I think they ended up putting him in the police car thing.
And which police car? Where was the police car that you saw?
The one right across from Cup Foods.
Okay. Now, before you saw that, did you see the police take Mr. Floyd across the street?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes? All right. So after you saw him in handcuffs, you saw him being taken across the street and then placed in the car right outside of Cup Foods. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And you owned a cell phone, correct?
Yeah.
You owned a cell phone at the time. Yes?
Yes.
And did you do anything with your cell phone as you began to notice this incident involving Mr. Floyd and the police?
Well, as you guys seen that on the security thing that I had my phone.
You right. You had your phone. Did you do anything with your phone?
Like recording it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'd like you to do first, before we get to the point where you start recording, just explain to the jury what you saw after you noticed the police officers putting Mr. Floyd in the car.
I don't remember.
Okay.
I can't think right now.
Well, you indicated that you began recording with your cell phone. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And during the time that you've been speaking to the police about this, you've provided your cell phone recordings to law enforcement. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
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 All right. And there were a total of 7 cell phone recordings that you personally took. Is that correct?
Yes.
You've reviewed each of those cell phone recordings, correct?
Yeah.
And those cell phone recordings, do they fairly and accurately depict what you saw on the street that day?
Yeah.
And 2 of those cell phone recordings were actually made from inside the store, correct?
Yes.
And then the rest were outside of the store.
Yeah.
Now, those cell phone recordings, the individual clips, have been marked and disclosed to counsel as exhibits 2 through 8. You wouldn't know that, but they have. And at this time, I'm going to offer exhibits 2 through 8. Yeah.
Any objection?
No, you're
2 through 8 are received.
And then, Ms. Euler, you also had an opportunity to review a surveillance video. Is that right?
Yes.
And the surveillance video, for the record, is Exhibit 11. Having reviewed that video, did that video, fairly and accurately capture things that you observed when you were working at Speedway on the 25th?
Yes.
Okay. And then you were able to review that surveillance video in a format in which all of your cell phone videos, or I guess I should say 6 of the 7 cell phone videos, had been spliced into or put next to the surveillance video, correct?
Yes.
And that kind of gives a perspective of when those individual videos were shot. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then the combination of the 6 videos that we've just received and Exhibit 11, which has been offered and received, would that composition better help you and assist you in explaining your testimony to the jury?
Yes.
All right. And that, for the record, is Exhibit 9. I offer Exhibit 9.
Any objection? 9 is received.
And at this time, I'm going to go ahead and publish Exhibit 9. I ask you to take Exhibit 1 down. And when I say publish, I mean I'm going to play it, and at times I'm going to stop and pause and have you explain some things. All right?
Okay. Okay.
All right. If we could begin publishing Exhibit 9, please. And I believe we're paused at 7 seconds. At this point, you can see, and I'm going to place a circle around the officers. You see them there?
Yes.
And are those the people that you saw interacting with the person you now know to be Mr. Floyd?
Yep.
And your first interaction that you noticed was actually across the street by the Dragon Walk. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, as Mr. Floyd's being taken over the car, I think that we will soon hear your first recording. So if we can resume play.
Always some shit going on over there.
After you made that short recording, and that was you, I suppose, narrating?
Yes.
Okay. After you were narrating that portion, you continued to watch?
Yes.
Now, at this time, Ms. Euler, did you notice any bystanders, anybody in the street
No.
We're going to be approaching 8:16 and 30 seconds. Ms. Euler, were you continuing to watch the events as you were working the cash register at Speedway at this time?
I believe so, yes.
Now we've paused at about 8:17, and at some point did you notice some other police officers arrive on the scene?
I think so.
Well, let's resume play here. Okay, and let's pause. Now, at this time, I'm showing you two other individuals who are joining the first two officers that you saw. You noticed those?
Yeah.
And what did you see those two officers do after they arrived?
I don't remember.
Let's continue. Now, from your vantage point inside the Speedway, were you able to hear anything outside?
No.
All right, let's pause here for a moment, and we're at 8:18 and 10 seconds. Now, as best you can, describe for the jury what you recall seeing the officers do with Mr. Floyd prior to getting to this point.
Before this point?
Before this point. For example, did you see Mr. Floyd get into a vehicle?
Like off of what we just watched?
What do you recall seeing with Mr. Floyd and the squad car just before we get to this point?
Like when they drag him out?
Okay. All right, let's resume. Now we're paused at about almost 8:19. I asked you previously about bystanders and noticing bystanders. At some point, as you made these observations, did you see a crowd of bystanders gather?
Not till like after.
After what?
Like after they did yeah.
Okay. So at this point, you're not seeing a crowd either in the immediate area or across the street at the Speedway?
I'm trying to remember. I don't remember.
Okay. Well, let's resume play. No, you can keep going. I'm going to pause here. And this is at 8:20 and 20 seconds. Can I ask you some questions about some people, again, some bystanders in the area? Do you know who this person in the lower left corner wearing sandals and shorts and a black shirt is?
No.
Don't recognize him, never seen him before?
No.
Do you know the person in the dark shirt, hooded sweatshirt, and the blue pants?
No.
You never met her before either?
No.
Okay. Or how about the child behind her in the green shirt?
No.
Not familiar with her either?
No.
Okay. If you please resume. I'm going to pause for a moment here. Do you recognize that person, that officer? Do you recall seeing an officer interacting with a group of bystanders who would later gather?
I think so.
Can you physically describe that person as best you can remember?
I don't really know. It's been so long.
Do you recall previously talking about a bald police officer?
I think in one of my videos I was talking to a person.
Okay. A bald officer. Do you recall as you sit here today what the bald officer did?
I think he was like yelling at people. Like before or after this?
Do you also recall describing a tall officer?
Yeah.
What did the tall officer do?
I think he was like, I don't remember. There's so much.
Let's resume play.
There's always some shit going on.
Pause for a moment. Now, what we heard there that was imposed at the same time as the surveillance video was your second recording. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And again,
Yes.
that was your voice when you said there are always some...
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Had you continued to watch these events out the window that entire time?
Did I watch it outside?
From inside?
I think I went outside to smoke a cigarette.
All right, I'm going to ask the play to resume and ask you to pay particular attention to your video on the right side, okay? Freeze. Yeah, go a little bit further. Stop. All right. Now, I'm showing you what appears to be a reflection.
Mm-hmm.
You recognize that?
Yeah.
Who's that?
That's me.
Okay. So that's you recording the events reflected in the window, correct?
Yep.
So based on that, would you agree that you were inside the speedway at the time this particular recording was made?
Yes.
Resume, please. Pause. Now, can you please explain to the jury why did you continue to record what you were seeing here?
Because I always see the police, they're always messing with people, and it's wrong and it's not right.
I'm going to then direct your attention to the right side of the screen as well. You say that you briefly turned your camera away from the officers in the squad car towards the area that's right by the Dragon Walk. Is that right? Yeah. And can you tell the jury what you see here?
I see people standing there, but that's not why I shifted the camera.
Can you explain why you shifted the camera?
Because that's where it started from.
Okay, so when you say that's where it started from, I think your description initially was that there were some officers who were, to use your words, messing with Mr. Floyd.
Yep.
Okay, and this is the area in which they were messing with Mr. Floyd?
Yep, when it started.
I'd like to resume play again, please. Let's pause for a moment, and you can see that your that would have been your second recording has stopped. And at this point, we're continuing to watch the surveillance video. Please resume. We could freeze here. Let it go just a little further. Stop. All right. So again, I've already asked you about some of the people in the crowd, and you said you didn't know them. I want to add some of folks. There's a person in a white T-shirt. Do you recognize that person?
I don't know that person.
Never seen that young woman before?
Not before like this.
And then I think walking by, I don't know if you noticed, there was a couple with a child. Had you ever seen them before?
No.
And then there's a gentleman here in a dark hooded sweatshirt. Had you ever seen that person before?
No.
Please resume. Now, at some point, you indicated that you'd gone outside of the store to smoke a cigarette. Is that right?
Yep.
You continue to watch these events unfold as you were outside of the store?
Yep.
As you were watching from outside the store, did you see any of the bystanders interact with police officers?
I think they were like yelling at each other. I don't really know what they said. I was kind of too far away.
Couldn't make out any specific words?
No.
Do you recall seeing a woman with a black shirt and a white headband?
No. This was like a year ago, a long time ago.
Go ahead and resume. All right. If you could pause. All right. I'd asked you about seeing a woman with a black shirt and a white headband. I'm wondering if now looking, if this refreshes your memory at all about this person.
No.
All right. From outside, then, at your vantage point, outside of the Speedway, you began what is now your fourth recording, and I think for the record, that starts at about was it 8:25:26? Please resume.
What happened? I don't know. I know that the tall dude that's leaning on his feet, they had him in the other side of the car, and then he pulled him out on the ground.
You could pause for a moment. Right. Whose voice was that?
That was mine.
Okay. And were you describing to someone who was standing next to you what you just witnessed earlier?
Yeah.
Okay. If you could resume, please. Pause. It seems that you've spent a lot of time watching this encounter.
Yeah.
And you were continuing to occasionally record.
Yeah.
Okay. If you could resume, please. You can pause. Did you hear that ambulance in the background?
Mm-hmm.
At some point, do you recall an ambulance actually arriving?
I believe so, yeah.
As best you can remember, can you describe what you saw after the ambulance got there?
I think the person was going on a stretcher.
If we can resume, please. Stop. And at this point, you can see that the ambulance has arrived, and there's a ambulance worker coming out of the passenger side of the vehicle. Is that right?
Yeah.
In the time that you've been watching up to this point, did you see this individual ever get up from the first position he was in when he first went down?
I don't remember.
Please resume. Stop. All right. So you see that the street camera has now changed positions, is that right?
Yeah.
And
yes.
Do you recognize that person?
That's me.
That's you. Okay, so that's you, and you're holding your cell phone?
Yep.
And that's you recording, so we can give the jury a good idea of where you were at the time you were taking that footage. Okay. And that's when the ambulance arrived. You continued to observe. Please resume. Do you ever personally observe the officers get up off of George Floyd?
I don't think so. I don't know.
If you could pause, back up about 2 seconds.
I think I was more so like I was recording it, but I was also like trying not to get hit by the cars coming in the gas station.
All right, understood. All right, if you could resume then, please. If you can pause, you can see the stretcher is fully out here. Is that right?
Yeah.
And then I want to draw your attention again to the last officer closest to the head of the individual on the ground. Did you see him change position at this point?
No.
Okay, please resume. Your final recording as Mr. Floyd was taken from the ground, loaded onto the stretcher, and placed in the back of the ambulance. if you could pause, please. And then you see that at approximately 8:29 and 29 seconds p.m., Mr. Floyd is fully placed into the back of the ambulance. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. Please resume. And at that point, if you would pause, please, at 8:29 and about 52 seconds, I believe, 52, 53 seconds, you stopped recording. Is that right?
Yep. Yes.
Okay. And you can take that down now. What did you see after the ambulance pulled away?
There was just a bunch of people yelling and fighting, and I didn't really understand why, but now obviously we know why.
What did you do after you stopped? After you stopped watching outside?
I went back to work.
And that would have been around about 8:30.
I don't remember.
Do you remember when your shift ended?
10 o'clock.
And so you worked up until 10 o'clock.
Yep.
Do you recall what you saw after you left work that day?
Tape. There was a bunch of tape everywhere, and they made me like, instead of going down Chicago to go home, they made me like go around and like down the street, like all the way down, I think like 35th.
Because the scene had crime scene tape around it, and you weren't able to access it. Did you make another recording of that crime scene tape?
I think I did.
And at this time, I believe we've already received Exhibit 7, and I'd like to publish Exhibit 7, please. Yeah, that'd be good. Well, you know what? I'm almost finished here.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if we could just publish Exhibit 7. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's Exhibit 8. All right. If you could pause, please. And Ms. Euler, you described the scene being taped up with crime scene tape and you weren't able to access it.
Mm-hmm.
Does this show the area where the crime scene tape was?
Yes.
All right, if you could resume play, please. And stop. All right, and you can take that down. What did you do then after you made that recording?
I went home.
And at some point, you were contacted by police officers, is that right?
Yeah.
They talked to you about what happened, took a statement from you?
Yeah.
And you voluntarily provided the videos to them, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Council's going to have some questions for you, but I think we're going to take a break first.
Let's take our 20-minute break. Let's reconvene at 3:25.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I don't know if that's you or me here. So I'd like to ask you a few follow-up questions, if that's okay.
Okay.
If the court would, I'm going to show you Exhibit 1, as we had before. And I think that you indicated that you were about right there, right? When
Yeah.
you first observed everything?
Yeah.
All right. Now, can you just describe for me generally, like, the inside of the speedway? Like, would you have been facing customers, looking out the window to your right? Would you have been standing forward and looking out the window?
It would be like to my side.
Okay. So if you were in the subway area, or excuse me, the speedway area right here, in this area that you're talking about, like, your back would have been facing that way?
No. Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. And so when you observed what happened over in this area, you would have been looking back over your right shoulder.
Yes.
Okay. And that's when you first observed, oops. That's when you first observed the police interacting with Mr. Floyd, right?
Yes.
And you observed him get handcuffed or put in, he was in handcuffs at that point, right?
Yes.
And you observed them walk him back across the street towards the area here where the squad car was.
Yes.
Correct? Now, again, you said that you were working, you were taking care of customers, things of that nature, right?
Yep.
And obviously we know that you didn't film the entirety of the incident from the beginning to the end, right?
Right.
And that's because you were working, right?
Yeah.
In part, at least. And I think as we saw from your video, there were cars coming in to get gas, there were people coming into the store, that type of thing was happening, right?
Yeah.
All right. And you ultimately, you remember that you gave a statement to an agent with the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension.
Yeah.
His name was Brent Peterson. Would you disagree if I told you that that was on May 28th of 2020?
Okay. I don't remember the.
Sure.
Yeah.
We have no reason to, it was within a couple of days of this incident, right?
Yeah.
And do you recall telling Agent Peterson, one of the things that you didn't understand was why they took him back out of the car?
Yeah.
Because based on what you observed Mr. Floyd get into the car, both doors were shut, correct?
Yep. And
then all of a sudden, according to your video, the taller officer just pulled him out of the back of the squad car.
Yep.
All right. Now, you also, do you recall testifying or telling Agent Peterson that the people in this area here, there was a female cop?
I don't remember. Oh.
All right. Yeah, sorry. Do you remember a female police officer being there?
I don't remember. This was so long ago.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to review, well, did you ever have an opportunity to review a transcript or an audio recording of your interview with Agent Peterson?
Say that again?
Prior to coming in and testifying, were you ever given a copy of your transcript?
I seen it or heard it.
Did you read it?
No.
Okay. Would it help refresh your recollection to look at a copy of your transcript?
Not really.
Okay. So you don't remember ever telling Agent Peterson that there was a female officer on scene?
It could have been, yeah.
Okay.
There's a lot of officers.
All right. Now, you testified that you took the first two videos from inside the speedway?
Yeah.
And then at some point you went out into kind of in the middle of the parking lot area, right?
Yep.
Or the entrance where cars would be coming in to get to the gas pumps?
Yep.
You were out there on your break, right?
Yep.
And I think we saw, based on your video, that what you did is you sort of zoomed in so you could get a closer camera view, right?
Yep.
And you zoomed it to the maximum that your camera would allow you to zoom in?
Yep.
And from where you were standing, ultimately when you were outside, you had the opportunity to make observations about what the officers were doing with Mr. Floyd, right?
Okay.
I mean, would you agree with that?
Yep.
And you had the opportunity to make observations about kind of what else was going on, right?
Yeah.
In fact, one of the videos you actually had a conversation with someone else, right?
Yep.
So if you were standing across the street from where Mr. Floyd and the police officers were interacting, you would have one view, but you would agree that when we look at a camera, that's just kind of one perspective, right?
I mean, I guess, but there's multiple cameras though.
I understand. I guess what I'm saying is that when you're recording, your camera is only going to capture what's out in front, right?
Yeah.
But when you're recording, you said you were, looking, making sure you didn't get hit by a car, right? So you have the ability to turn your head from left to right. You can look up, you can look down, you can talk to people, and you can look around, right?
Okay, yeah.
But your camera is still in that one fixed position.
Yep.
All right. So you were able to make observations. As this incident progressed, would you agree that more and more people started stopping and watching what was going on?
Yes.
There were some people standing in front of you. There were some people standing to your right. Recall that?
Yep.
And then obviously there were the people that were closer over by where the officers were as well, right?
Yeah.
And then even on the kitty corner from where you were, right? There were people standing there watching.
Yeah.
And if you went to your right on the other side, there were people standing there watching, right?
I think so.
Right. And cars were driving by and buses were driving by, right?
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes cars, we see in your video, they would stop for quite some period of time and then drive off, right?
Yeah.
And would you also agree that as this incident progressed, the crowd of people started becoming more and more vocal?
Like, what do you mean?
Well, they started yelling more.
I think so.
Right. So, like that first video when you step outside and there's fewer people, there's not as many people yelling, right?
Yeah.
But by the end, when the ambulance takes Mr. Floyd away, there's a fairly large crowd out there, right?
Right.
And there's a lot of people yelling.
Okay.
I mean, would you agree with that?
Yeah.
And those people, some of those people, you could tell were upset, right?
Yeah.
I think you said that a lot of people were yelling and fighting, right?
Yeah.
So you can get a sense that people were angry.
Okay.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
And that feeling of anger is different when you're there and watching it than when it is when you're here talking about it in the courtroom.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I think if you're still upset about the situation, you're still going to be upset about it.
Understood. But in that moment, you would agree when there's people yelling and there's people driving by and there's people honking, right? That's a different feeling than, you may still be upset here today in court, but it's a much different feeling now than it is then.
Okay.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
All right. And ultimately, again, you took these various cell phone videos, you provided them to law enforcement voluntarily, right?
Yep.
And then you went back inside, you finished your shift, and then when you left, the scene was taped off because it was a crime scene, right?
Yep.
I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So when you saw the officers bring Mr. Floyd across the street, did you see Mr. Floyd struggle with or resist the officers?
No.
And when the officers first brought Mr. Floyd to the ground and you saw the 3 officers on top of him, there wasn't a large crowd at that time, was there?
I don't think so, no.
In fact, that didn't happen until much later, correct?
Yeah.
And you never saw the officers get up off of Mr. Floyd until after the ambulance arrived, after the stretcher was pulled out. Is that right?
Yep, that's what it said in the video. Well, shows in the video.
All right, nothing further.
All right, thank you. You may step down. Mr. Frank.
Your Honor, the state would call Donald Williams to the stand.
You can stand behind the chair for a second. Yes, sir. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm on the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do, sir.
Have a seat.
Yes, Your Honor.
And just to test out the microphone, if you could give us your full name, spelling each of your names.
Full name is Donald Wynn Williams II. D-O-N-A-L-D W-Y-N-N-I, or W-Y-N-N, last name W-I-L-L-I-A-M-S II.
Thank you. Mr. Frank.
Mr. Williams.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the jurors roughly how old are you?
33.
Okay. And what do you do for a living?
I'm an entrepreneur and a professional fighter. And a father.
And a what?
And a father.
And that takes up probably as much time as all the others.
Yes, it does.
So you, by entrepreneur, you have some of your own companies that you run.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Various businesses.
Correct.
And tell us, the jury, if you would, sort of where you live, not your address, but the city or town where you live.
I'm in a unique situation, but I do have a place in Roseville in South Minneapolis.
And your place in South Minneapolis, well, are you familiar with Cup Foods?
That is correct.
And how far is your place from Cup Foods, roughly?
Not too far from Cubs.
Good enough. Good enough.
So literally, yeah, like on the next block, not too far down.
So how long have you lived in the Twin Cities area, the Minneapolis area?
Minneapolis, Twin Cities, area for 33 years, pretty much, my whole life. I'm a city kid.
Okay. And Mr. Williams, well, before I forget to ask you, you've done some work in the security field.
That is correct. Been working in security for over 10 years.
And what does that mean? What do you do to work in security?
As far as security, private security, I worked at the clubs, at Pichaluches, different clubs downtown Minneapolis. Worked at Allied Security for a year before the situation as well. And I've done private security for the Mystic Lake kids as well. So I've been working security for quite a few years.
And so that means everything from, I suppose, being what we might think of as a bouncer to just keeping...
So from being a bouncer to a private security, like I said, being a door guy, to like escorting some of the high-profile athletes as well too. Some of the comedians that came into Minnesota, and like I said, some of the high-profile kids from Mystic Lake that families own Mystic Lake. I have done multiple private securities for them as well on different events throughout Minnesota.
So for doing that job, do you have to learn some use of force?
Correct. Well, my uniqueness is I'm a wrestler from high school that developed into a martial artist. So that's what gave me more of the opportunity to be able to do the private security and things like that, and just certain connections from the mixed martial arts world, from my previous manager to just different friends inside of my circle.
And When you're doing security, do you sometimes have the opportunity to work with Minneapolis police officers?
That is correct. I have worked side by side with Minneapolis Police Departments and Minneapolis Police since I was 21 years old. And again, I'm 33 years old right now. I work downtown. Like Peter Luce brought me in a couple of years ago when one of the top guys, Antonio, left to go to Vegas and work out in Vegas. Peter Luce reached out to me and put me at the door, and I was able to control my city because I have a relationship with both sides of the city. No matter if it's business, streets, friends, different areas. My connection is pretty broad to the Twin Cities, so I'm able to talk certain people out of certain situations downtown from there. So, yeah, that's fine. Yep.
Okay, so working security, you sometimes work with Minneapolis police officers who are also working security.
That is correct, off duty.
And sometimes when they're called in as police officers to an incident.
That is correct.
And since you mentioned the mixed martial arts, let's talk about that a little bit. You mentioned also wrestling.
That is correct.
And when did you start in the sport of wrestling?
I started in 7th grade, or 7th grade.
Yeah, I haven't earned that yet.
Yeah, right. Hey, soon.
Somebody might be upset if you start calling me. But so you started wrestling at a very young age.
Correct.
And wrestling as a sport, what kind of things do you got to learn if you want to be a good wrestler?
That is correct.
What kind of things do you need to learn?
You need to learn the mentality of being a wrestler. It's a hard pace, different grind. It's not really a sport; it's a lifestyle. You got to really learn the technique of wrestling, and then it's different. You got to learn the different atmospheres of wrestling as well. You could be the top guy wrestling in an arena where everyone hates you, and you're wrestling against someone that everybody wants you to win. So you got to be able to absorb all that and be able to move forward and perform. So those three things,
And how about the physical aspects of it? What kind of things do you need to do to be a good wrestler physically to beat your opponent?
Yeah, you have to be able to condition your body. You have to be able to do different circuits, different workouts, running, just conditioning your body to be able to be an elite wrestler.
Is there a lot of using your weight to control the other person?
That is right, correct. When you first start wrestling, you don't really understand the weight shifting. You're kind of like falling all over the place. But then eventually you learn how to control your weight off of someone else's movement and body movement and things like that. So you know the different pressures and different just movement. And it's called flow wrestling. You eventually learn how to flow wrestle when it comes to that, and it's just like not being so resistant to everything.
And so you're saying flow, F-L-O-W, not?
Like flow, F-L-O, flow, W.
Wasn't sure if you said float or flow. So.
Flow,
Got it.
F-L-O-W.
So would you tell the jurors then about your wrestling career?
Yeah, I wrestled Minneapolis Edison in high school. Again, I started in 7th grade, so I had to fast track and catch up to all the kids that was already better than me because most kids started at 4 years old. So coming into Edison, they were a really good program at the time, probably the best one since 2006. I was able to transfer in, crack the lineup at Edison, and I was a multiple-time state entrant, a couple times sections champs, and I went on and wrestled in college as well at DCTC. I wrestled there for 1 year, and then went over and wrestled at RCTC, which is another junior college. And from there, I've just been growing into wrestling, learning different wrestling. I coach youth programs since I got out of high school, and I currently coach my kids right now. They currently wrestle in different friends' kids as well, and help them develop their skills and to do different private lessons and things like that with them. So this all started from me being a 7th grader, playing in the backyard with some friends, and they. That's fine. He asked me to explain.
Yeah, but we're going to shorten it up a little bit. That's when you can ask him more questions.
Yes, sir.
It also helps a court reporter who is taking everything down on a stenographic machine.
Correct.
That way she can get a break between. So,
yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So I'm going to back you up a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Just to ask you a couple specific questions. You mentioned DCTC.
Correct.
Can you describe for us what that is?
Dakota County Technical College.
Okay, so it's like a junior college
yes,
wrestling.
Junior college, correct.
And the other was RCTC?
Yep, Rochester Community College.
Okay. And so you wrestled at the college level?
Correct.
And at some point, did you take up mixed martial arts?
Yes, about sophomore year at Rochester. I'm in a unique situation. I have my kid with me, so we kind of shifted towards getting our grades together and trying to create a plan to be able to wrestle in college eligibility-wise. And I end up finding martial arts from different friends like Marcus Levesters, Jack Jusila, Javari Veneer, and Carey, and things like that were my coaches that wrestled. And they wrestled and coached me, and they ended up jumping into martial arts. And I came back to visit and kind of fell into the martial arts world with them.
So let me just
bro,
cut you off.
Yeah. So
you've done a lot in mixed martial arts. Right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to try and walk you through it a little bit.
Yep.
But what year was it that you started seriously training in mixed martial arts?
About let's see, 22, like 09-ish, like 09.
Have you been involved in it ever since?
I've been involved in it ever since, correct.
Continue to be involved in it?
Yeah, continue to be involved in it. As of the last 9 months, I have not been training.
Okay. And ever done the mixed martial arts, what we call it, a fight, professionally?
Correct. Amateur. I got 10 amateur fights and about close to 20 professional fights.
So about 2009 you start?
Correct.
Through 2020, correct?
Correct.
How often during that time period are you in the gym training?
Monday through Friday. Like I devoted my life to mixed martial arts and my kids' life to mixed martial arts. So it's a 40 hours or more a week job at the Minnesota Martial Arts Academy. I was in there majority in the mornings from 10 a.m. to sometimes 3 in the afternoon training for hopefully a fight.
So the Mixed Martial Arts Academy, that's the business where you trained?
That is the gym I train at, correct.
And when you were training there, did you ever did you ever train with Minneapolis police officers who were there?
Correct.
Describe that for the jury, please.
Not everybody they don't always let you know that they're a cop or CIA agent or FBI agent, but we all kind of link together because they're trying to learn how to be able to defend different chokes or be able to detain different people. So Greg Nelson, which is the head professor there, he's a unique guy. He's been able to work close with the military and the Army and the combative team. So we get a lot of Army combative people coming in and training with us just so they can learn how to, defend themselves in war, I'm taking. And so I've been training next to some of them for, like I said, a decade.
And some of them are Minneapolis police officers training there.
Yep, that is correct. And they're not all Minneapolis Police Department. They're from all different precincts, all different backgrounds of the law enforcement.
So when you're training in mixed martial arts, is part of the ultimate goal to get the other person to submit?
Yeah, that's the goal of it. Everybody gets into martial arts for different reasons. As you're rolling and understanding it, yes, your whole thing is to be able to get the person to submit when you do put a choke or a different submission on them.
So let me talk to you about that. So you're trained on what are called chokeholds.
Correct.
And what kind of training do you receive to do a chokehold?
You go into a basic class. They teach you the basic techniques of jiu-jitsu, how to be able to defend yourself on the back, how to be able to defend off of a choke, and how to be able to put someone in a choke as well. And those are some of the basics that we learn from them.
So if we talk about specifically chokeholds involving the neck,
correct.
Did you also have to learn about the structures in the neck that can lead to a chokehold?
Correct. And different. There's air chokes and there's blood chokes and there's limb chokes.
So explain the first two.
Air choke is more of like choking someone. They still have air to breathe in there, and they're able to absorb it and feel it, and then you also have a choke where it's a blood choke where it specifically attacks the side of the neck and it specifically cuts off the circulation of your arteries and stops the different blood flowing from top of your head to the bottom of your head. And sometimes you could get in a blood choke and not know you're in a blood choke until you're unconscious.
In your training, have there been times when you've been rendered unconscious through a chokehold?
Correct. I have been submitted on a professional level in live matches, and I have over 30 probably 30s jiu-jitsu submission matches where I have got caught in a submission before on a rear naked choke and a front choke. Only have been only choked out twice in the jiu-jitsu side, but on my martial arts, on the fighting side, in a fight, I've been submitted maybe 3 times on a side choke.
So in that training, do they have to teach you what that's like so you know to avoid it?
Yes, correct. So it's a uniqueness. You have to kind of like be acceptable to being choked. You know, you can't just like it's not normal people can just really get choked. You gotta relax, you gotta be able to breathe, you gotta be able to let the choke happen, and you gotta be able to know when to actually tap out on the choke, because you're in practice, you're not trying to put this person to sleep, but you're trying to get them to understand how it feels to be choked. So we do go back and forth choking each other. Sometimes you'll see white stars when you get choked, and it kind of like helps you understand, you know, when you went too far, you know, and some people choke tolerance is higher than normal, you know, some are really low, where when you do put a blood choke, they're tapping right away, and some people will be able to absorb it and actually meditate there because they want to be able to be comfortable in the choke and be able to get out of it in a live action.
So you use the term tap out, and what does that mean?
So tap out would be, for instance, so if I have you in a submission and I feel like it's getting to a certain point where it's not comfortable for me, I just tap my opponent, and my opponent releases his choke, and then we're back to grappling again. And you know, I catch him in a submission, and if he's not comfortable, he taps. And this goes for the neck, limbs, and all that, so you don't harm each other during practice.
What can happen, have you learned through your training and experience, if you don't tap out, if a choke goes too far?
If you don't tap out, you can lose consciousness, and you can develop different, I'm not a doctor, but somnies from your brain to your body because of lack of oxygen and things like that.
So we talked about that a lot, but I appreciate you sharing that with us.
Correct.
We'll come back to that in a little bit.
Yes, sir.
I want to take your attention back to May 25th of 2020. You remember that day?
Correct, I do.
And on that day, at some point, did you go to Cup Foods?
Correct.
And prior to going to Cup Foods that day, had you done any activities with, for instance, your son?
Correct. Yeah. So earlier that day, I just went fishing with some wrestling friends, wrestling family, me and my son, and yeah, we caught maybe 3 bass. Throughout that whole day of fishing, it was a beautiful day during the day, so everybody was out on the lake. So we went fishing and caught 3 bass. After we got done fishing, rolled around a little bit, had to fish in a little bowl on the side, you know, the boat swimming around the water, uncomfortableness. And once we got done fishing, we had to, you know, drain the water, take our fish, and find somewhere to actually transport our fish back home on, you know, safe way, I guess, to their death. So we put them in a bag and tied them up, and we pretty much suffocated them on our way home for our ride.
So that you could enjoy them later.
Yeah, so we can actually cut them up, eat them, and freeze them, which are still in the freezer.
And so at some point then you decided to go to Cup Foods. Why did you decide to go there that day?
So I went to Cup Foods because I haven't cut a fish up in since I was about 23, working at a butcher at Solo grocery store. So me and the fish had we were going through some things of watching this fish actually die and watching him lose his air and watching his eyes actually roll back in the back of his head. So after we got done cutting them up, me and my son was actually watching on a YouTube channel trying to figure out how to actually cut the fish the proper way and make sure that we're doing it right, cutting the fins off, chopping the side of the head off, you know, filleting the fish. So after I got done doing that, I just needed air for myself. So I went to the store to go get something to drink at the time, and I kind of just snuck out from the family once I got done cutting the fish.
So did you drive there?
That is correct, I did drive.
Okay, I'm going to show you something we've already received as Exhibit 1 on the screen. Can you show Exhibit 1, please? Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Correct.
All right. And this is the intersection of 38th and Chicago where Cup Foods is, correct?
Correct.
And you will notice on the bench in front of you one of these little styluses, hopefully.
Correct.
And you can draw on this, and I'd ask you just to show the jurors where you drove up and where you parked.
Is it showing up? Do I gotta? Is it showing up on there or no?
I don't see it yet.
I don't see it either. Oh, there it goes. Came from that angle. So wow, I parked somewhere in here.
All right. So for the record, you drove down 38th Street towards Cup Foods and parked on 38th next to Cup Foods.
That is correct.
All right. And I'm going to show you some photographs to sort of help illustrate what you did that day, all right? And I'm going to first, Your Honor, offer Exhibit 18.
No objection.
18 is received.
Okay, can you put 18 up, please? Now, do you recognize this photograph?
Correct.
This is something we had shown to you before.
That is correct.
And who is that in the photograph?
That is Donald Wynn Williams II, which is me.
Okay. And is that you parked, the area where you parked on 38th?
That is correct.
And that's you walking up?
That is correct.
And can you describe for us what you're wearing, the sweatshirt that you're wearing?
Northside Boxing Club.
Okay. So that's not the academy where you train, that's just another club?
No, that is not. It's a youth gym for boxing.
And so when you decided to go to Cup Foods, did you get all dressed up and get ready for going out?
No, not at all.
Okay. This is just an outfit you threw on?
That is correct.
All right. When you were on your way to Cup Foods, did you grab your cell phone and take it with you?
That is correct.
You had it with you?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. And so after you got out of your car, as you walked up towards Cup Foods, did you notice any police cars in the area?
That is correct, I did.
Okay, describe for the jurors and kind of what you saw as you're walking up.
As you can tell by my face expression, I was kind of like, oh, the police is here. And I noticed that there was 2 police squad cars out there. And I just had a look on my face like, oh, we're in the city, something else is going on. Should I get back in my car or not?
Okay. And what did you decide to do?
My energy just kept pushing me forward, and I kept walking.
Okay. And so you kept walking towards the store?
That is correct. I started walking towards Cup Foods entrance.
And did you end up going into Cup Foods?
No, I did not make it into Cup Foods.
Why not? What stopped you?
My energy stopped me, the surroundings stopped me, the energy of the air, just me as a person, if people know me personally. It's just the energy was off. I couldn't get in the door for some reason, and then once I realized why.
So when you came around, so Cup Foods sits on the corner, correct?
That is correct.
So 18 shows you walking up on the 38th Street side.
Correct.
When you get around the corner, what is it that starts to affect your energy and your decision to go in the store or not?
Yeah, so I was just sitting at the door, just like, man, there's so much going over here. Do I involve myself? Because I'm usually, I pay attention to my city. So I was contemplating with myself, do I involve myself or do I go inside the store? I started hearing different voices from people that they know, telling someone that they just calm down, everything's gonna be okay. And then I heard, some people saying that, I'm looking for some point for their mother. And I heard another voice just saying that, you should let him up and that he's not resisting arrest. And it was just certain things that just kept boop, 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 hitting me while I was standing there, like, should I go in the door or not?
And did you go into the store then?
I did not go into the store.
All right. So now I'm going to show you, well, first I will offer Exhibit 19.
Any objection?
No. 19 is received.
Put 19 up, please. And do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
That is correct.
And is that you then walking along Chicago?
That is correct, walking on Chicago.
All right. So when you get into this area, is this, well, what are you experiencing right here where you're walking along?
Again, like I said, I was just hearing different emotions, different comments, and at this point I just was kind of like observing. So I kind of like slowly trotted over there.
And we can see in Exhibit 19, there's a couple other people on the sidewalk here. Did you know any of those people as you walked up?
No, I did not know no one out there at all.
The first people that you see while you're there, well, you stayed at that area for quite a while, correct?
That is correct.
So the people that you first see as you're walking up, can you kind of describe how they looked or how they appeared to you, who they were?
Correct. Again, I don't know none of them. I just remember off of certain visualization that it was 3 people outside. It was an older guy, a younger lady, and maybe one more other gentleman out there. And yeah.
And then this photograph also shows in front of you a person with a green shirt. Do you remember seeing that person?
Not at all.
Okay.
Like she wasn't like in, she was there, but I didn't see her.
Okay. And so you, well, from where you are in this photograph, where did you go? What did you end up doing?
I believe I ended up probably standing next to this little spot right here where she's standing at. I could point. I probably was standing somewhere in here after I came from this way, and I just sat there and chilled right in this area for a second, observing like security officers do. I observed the scene first before I spoke.
And as you observed it, what are you seeing and hearing?
Well, once I get there, I hear an older guy saying it's gonna be okay, quit resisting arrest. They're gonna get you up and put you in the car, and just hearing people, different people actually vocalizing their concerns to the officer, and hearing George on the ground pretty much pleading for his life, saying he's sorry, I can't breathe, I want my mom, just please let me up, and things like that.
So, while we still have Exhibit 19 up, can you show the jury after you got done observing, where did you go from there?
I ended up somewhere in this vicinity throughout the whole time.
Okay. And so when you went over by the curb area there, what did you see happening on the ground behind the squad car?
Well, before I walked up, I noticed there was an officer standing right here, kind of pretty much dictating the crowd from only standing on this curb right here where they're at. Noticed that part right away. And then I finally noticed, it's going to be on the opposite side, but I noticed George's head was kind of sticking out from the side of the car. And then I noticed Officer Chavez right here with his knee circulated on George's neck. But this is all happening on this side of the car.
All right, we'll get to that in just a second while we're still on this photograph.
Correct.
When you went over there initially, did you leave the curb and go onto the street?
There is a possibility that I was battling with myself to stay on the curb and throughout the time. Correct.
We know later you went into the street area, but when you first got there, did you stay on the curb?
Yeah, when I first got there, I stayed right here. I didn't move too much right there. I stayed here, and I might have stepped down once or twice back and forth, but I can't 100% remember.
And you saw an officer standing in that area you showed us before.
Yeah, he was about like somewhere.
Did you learn later that officer's name?
Yeah, I read his badge. I read his badge. Can I say his name right now? No. But at the time, I think I called him by his name from his badge, just from visualization, reading his badge.
Was it Officer Tao?
Correct.
All right. And you were able to read that from his badge on his uniform?
That's how much respect I tried to give him at the beginning.
And so you saw him there?
Correct.
And what did you understand his role to be when you were observing?
He was a dictator. He dictated what went on the curb. He controlled the people. He controlled me, and he was the guy that let it go on while it went on.
Now, you mentioned Mr. Floyd.
Correct.
Where was this individual you referred to as Mr. Floyd?
Can you please repeat that?
Sure. Where was this individual that you have referred to as Mr. Floyd?
Mr. Floyd, again, was on this side of the car, angled down by the tire area in this area, but on this side of the car.
And at this time, well, prior to coming into court, did we show you a photograph of the officer with Mr. Floyd on the ground?
Can you please repeat that?
Yeah, prior to court today, did we show you a photograph of that officer with Mr. Floyd on the ground?
That is correct.
And that photograph, did it fairly depict what you saw when you got there first?
That is correct.
Okay. Your Honor, to that extent, I would offer Exhibit 17.
Any objection? 17.
Now I'm going to show Exhibit 17 on the screen, and so this is what you saw when you came to that area on the curb there.
Yeah, this is what I saw, and the only reason why he's looking at me right now is because I told him it was a blood choke.
Okay, we will come back to that in a little bit. When you were there, was Mr. Floyd able to speak?
That is correctly. He was speaking in a distress way.
And what kinds of things led you to believe he was distressed?
He was vocalizing it to the officer. He said, "My stomach hurt, I can't breathe, my head hurts, I want my mom," and yeah, those are the things that he repeatedly said. He wanted to get out the car. He said he's sorry for what he did. He pleaded with my mans and told him, like, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't pretty much have to die."
And so did you feel like you could have walked closer from this vantage point on the curb?
I could have. I felt that way in a way, but it was a fear factor as well.
And at this time, so you had seen Officer Tao, and you had seen this officer in Exhibit 17.
Correct.
On Mr. Floyd. Did you see any other officers at the scene at that time?
No, I did not.
All right. Were you, and so this in Exhibit 17 shows the vantage point you had, the view you had from where you were standing.
Correct. I only had that side view of the two officers and the shoulder length of George Floyd's head. Nothing else.
And when you were in this location, can you describe for the jurors what you saw about Mr. Floyd, how he appeared? Well, let me back up just for a second. You've used Mr. Floyd's name. Did you know him at the time?
I did not know Mr. Floyd at all. No real connection.
So you're using his name because you've learned since then who he is?
Correct. Can't go too many places without not knowing his name or seeing his face in Minnesota.
So when you're in this location, you first come up and you're seeing him, he's able to speak.
Correct.
Can you describe what you saw of Mr. Floyd's condition as time progressed here?
As time progressed, so when I first arrived on the scene, Mr. Floyd was vocalizing his sorriness and his pain and his distress that he was going through. The more that the knee was blocked on his neck and shimmies were going on, the more you seen Floyd fade away and slowly fade away, and like the fish in a bag, you seen his eyes slowly, pale out and again slowly roll to the back of his eyes. And so this is what I seen, this is what I heard, and that's how, what it was. Like, he was going through distress because of the knee, and he vocalized it, that I can't breathe, I need to get up, and I'm sorry. And his eyes slowly rolled to the back of his head. You seen the blood coming out of his nose. You heard him tell him before he stopped speaking that my stomach hurts, and those most of the time is the last bowel movement of your life. So from there on, he was lifeless. He didn't move. He didn't speak. He didn't have no life in him, no more on his body movements.
During that time period, did you notice anything about his breathing that was significant to you?
Yes, just like in MMA, you could tell when someone gets tired, or you could tell when someone's getting choked out or things like that. His breathing was getting tremendously heavy and tremendously harder for him to breathe, and you actually could hear him. You could see him struggling to actually gasp for air while he was trying to breathe. And I mean, he barely could move while he was trying to get air.
As you were standing there, did others gather around?
Correct. At the moment, I was the most vocalist person out there pleading for Floyd's life because I felt like it was definitely in the wrong. And there was at one point in time a medic came on scene, and she spoke on checking pulse, what made me even go even more harder, because I heard it and then I registered in it like, oh, you do need to check his pulse. Oh, he is not moving. Like, oh, you just killed this man, you know? And so her expertise was like, look, he's fading away. You need to check his pulse. She's asking him multiple times. I'm asking him multiple times. No one checked his pulse.
Do you remember Officer Tao saying anything during this time period?
Yeah, he did what American does, and he blamed it on drugs for being a black man on the ground.
Let me just tell you.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
What did he say about drugs?
He said, "This is what drugs do to you," and I replied, "This is not what drugs do to you."
So, did that Officer Tao saying that help the situation?
No, it didn't. If I'll be honest with you, it pissed me off more because that wasn't the case. You know what I mean?
So, when you were there, seeing this, did you draw on your training and experience in wrestling and mixed martial arts to draw some conclusion about what this officer in Exhibit 17 was doing?
Can you go ahead and repeat that?
Yep, it's kind of a long question.
Yes, it was.
As you're standing there, seeing what you've described to the jury, did you draw on your training and experience in wrestling and mixed martial arts to get an idea of what this officer was doing physically there?
Correct. Yes. So, like, as I'm standing there and observing everything, before I even spoke, if you've seen the video, I watched what was going on, and as he's positioned here before I even spoke to the officer, I watched the position, one, of where the position of the neck or the knee was on the neck, you know, two, what body movements was going on while the knee was on the neck, and then three, what was the condition of George Floyd while he was going through this torture. One was that the neck was diagonal across the throat, which on a blood choke you would tack the side of the neck, you know, and which you're in a Kimura or side chokes or things like that, you want to attack the side of the neck to cut the circulation of the breathing from your person. And then to get the choke tighter, you hit different shimmies, which I felt the officer on top was shimmying to actually get the final choke in while he was on top to get the kill choke, because a side choke or a blood choke can ultimately turn into death, and that's what we've seen here.
And so,
jury is to disregard the last statement by the witness.
and just for the record, the last statement about leading to
The last statement. Proceed.
And so, did you think, you know, based on your training experience, that this looked like a blood choke?
That is correct.
And did you say that to the officer?
That's correct.
And how did he respond when you said that to him?
He looked at me right here. It's the only time he looked at me. When I said it was a blood choke, it's the only time he looked up. We looked each other dead in our eyes. Yeah, and when I said it, he acknowledged it.
And
like, we're looking at each other right here.
Okay.
Last statement is sustained as non-responsive.
And so when,
question.
I'm sorry. And Mr. Williams, from that vantage point depicted in Exhibit 17, that officer, do you see that person present in the courtroom today?
That's correct. He's standing right there.
In order to ask the record to reflect he's identified the defendant?
Hearing none, it will so reflect. Hearing none, it will so reflect.
When you were there at the scene, did you at one point tell the officers that you were trained at the academy?
That is correct.
And what did you mean by academy?
A shortening for the Mixed Martial Arts Academy.
Now, as this was happening, did you or I'm sorry, did other people eventually come to the scene?
That is correct.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 184. Before we put that up, Your Honor, I would offer Exhibit 184. It's not on there. All right, we'll come back to that later. When this crowd was there, do you recall roughly how many people were there?
No, I do not.
At any time, did you hear anybody threaten to harm the officers?
No. Well, I wouldn't say harm. I mean, some kid came, the kid that might have called the police, or I'm not sure exactly from when I talked to him after the situation, but he did come out once he realized what was going on, and he almost like tried to rile the crowd back up, and I just kind of like, nah, just chill out. It's too late. You can't do that. Just go back inside. So that was the only incident I recall of.
And when you did that to him, did he go back inside?
Yeah, he went back inside crying. He was a younger kid.
Good. Now, earlier you mentioned the term shimmy.
Correct.
Which I've just been spelling S-H-I-M-M-Y. Good enough?
Yeah, good enough. I never gave it a spelling of it, but yeah, shimmy.
And so that's a move that you learned in your training for mixed martial arts holds.
That is correct.
And what's the purpose of doing a shimmy?
To get the choke tighter, to close the gap of the air between your arm and the neck.
And were there times that you saw things that you thought you recognized as a shimmy by this officer on Mr. Floyd?
That is definitely correct.
Your Honor, just for the record, we are going to show a portion of a video that I think counsel will stipulate to its admissibility. We'll lay full foundation for it tomorrow, and I'm only going to show a portion of it for this witness today. And that's Exhibit 15.
Any objection to the partial? Exhibit 15 will be received, subject to later foundation.
Now, Mr. Williams, you did not take any video at the scene yourself.
That is correct. No video.
And we had an opportunity to show you a video earlier. And did that video fairly and accurately depict what you were seeing there?
From a live angle, yes. From myself, yes.
All right. What I'm going to do is play a portion of Exhibit 15, and it's the time period roughly when you are there. And while we play it, I would just ask that you explain to the jury the things that you saw you would consider a shimmy, and just sort of explain how what it is that you're seeing to make you think that.
Correct.
Is that all right?
Yes.
All right. So we'll do Exhibit 15 starting at 44 seconds.
I've been trying to help out with you. So I breathe with this man.
So like he just did it right there. You see his foot is on his toe is pointed down, and you will see a small gesture in his back foot like this. And that's just the pressure you push more down between his knee, George's head, and the concrete, and cut off circulation.
All right, and we'll continue on that, please.
Yeah, he just did it again.
And we saw that movement there that moves
Correct.
the knee on
And
the
his foot, this time his foot came up off the ground, so no foot on the ground, so all the pressure is on his neck.
And you're talking about the foot on the same leg as the knee.
Yep, so correct. So it's the same foot on the knee. So it's like this is a choke here. So this is, for instance, my neck here. And then for me to close this, I shimmy, I shimmy, I shimmy, I shimmy, I shimmy. And now I close the choke on the side of the neck.
And just for the
So I get
record,
like shimmy.
sorry.
Yeah.
Just for the record, you're demonstrating with your arms. How
Yep,
that
I'm demonstrating with my arms. So that's choke, from neck here. And for instance, my neck would be from here, so I would have this across from here. And then I'm closing it off here, pretty much the angle of his knee. And then every time I'm shimmying, I'm getting this right here to close the gap closer within my neck. And it's the same way that you can do without having the neck across here.
So we'll continue on with the video then.
can't breathe.
They just did it again. They did it again. They did it again.
Bro, get up, get in the car, man. I will. Get up, get in the
It's
car.
just a small gestures, and then you'll see his shoulders slowly swag. Sorry.
Okay, so.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yep. So what we'll do is we'll wait. Now we've stopped the video at this portion, and if you could just explain what you're seeing here.
Correct.
That leads you to believe this is a shimmy type move.
So explain now.
Correct.
Okay, cool. So the gestures and the movements is from his shoulders and the top, and this is he's just doing it with his knees. Not it's not an actual choke on with the hands. Now he's actually putting the same pressure as you would with your neck. And like I said, every time his shoulder is moving, he's pushing that pressure down on his neck from the shoulders to the knees, all the way from this ankle. And you will see his shoulder shift, and then you'll see the bottom of his knee shift, and his foot come off. The one time he took his foot off the ground and put multiple pressure. Now his foot's not on the ground. He's driving off his far foot.
And, as you're seeing this, are you also seeing things on Mr. Floyd's face that you testified to earlier?
Correct.
All right. So let's continue with the video then.
Get up, get in the car. Mama. Get up, get in the car right. I can't. Get y'all the opportunity to get in, bro. I told you, you can't win. My knee. You can't My neck. win, man. I'm through. I know you didn't listen. You didn't listen. My claustrophobic. My stomach hurts. My neck hurts. Everything hurts.